Half a year ago, top-tier diva Su Yuqing was suddenly exposed as being pregnant. The news instantly detonated public opinion across the entire internet. Countless netizens scrambled to speculate about the true identity of the child's biological father, and rumors of all kinds spread everywhere. Yet no matter how deeply the media dug, not a single useful clue was ever uncovered. The national goddess quietly chose to fade out of the public eye and disappeared from everyone's sight. No one could have imagined that, 6 months later, this universally adored top star would appear before an ordinary office worker, Yi Mo, holding a pair of soft and adorable twins, one boy and one girl. This man, still completely unaware of everything, was somehow made the biological father of two nationally adored, cute babies. At the same time, the god-tier rich dad system suddenly awakened within him. As long as he devoted himself to taking care of the children, he would receive generous rewards. Spending just 1 hour with the babies would directly grant him an entire office building in the city center. Making the two little ones laugh would unlock master-level carving skills. From that moment on, Yi Mo stepped onto a path of reversal, becoming the internet's most envied national dad, and rising all the way to become an untouchable super tycoon. Today was originally the day Yi Mo and his girlfriend Song Jia had agreed to register their marriage. The two of them sat in a quiet cafe with a rather cold, minimalist interior. Before Yi Mo could even take out the long-prepared marriage application documents, Song Jia spoke first. Her tone was indifferent and decisive, shattering all his expectations for their future together. Yi Mo, I'm not getting married. I admit you're a good, steady, and kind person, but I don't want to force myself into a life of compromise. From now on, I just want to follow my heart and live for myself. Yi Mo sat frozen in place, his face showing no extra expression, only numbness and shock. For this marriage, he had emptied his savings, borrowed money from everywhere to scrape together a 300,000 yuan bride price, bought a house on a mortgage in advance, and arranged all the wedding preparations. Yet on the very day they were supposed to register, he was publicly dumped. To Yi Mo, her righteous-sounding explanation was nothing but ironic. If she never intended to spend her life together from the start, she could have ended things earlier. Why wait until everything was ready to pour cold water over both families? After a brief silence, Yi Mo suppressed the turmoil in his heart and calmly nodded in agreement to the breakup. They had only met through a blind date and had not developed deep feelings over the past 6 months. There was no need to cling on desperately. He only asked Song Jia to fully return the 300,000 yuan bride price. But the moment she heard the words, bride price, Song Jia's face instantly darkened. She flatly denied ever receiving the money. Her cold attitude ignited Yi Mo's long-suppressed anger. He never expected that the woman he had once wholeheartedly intended to marry not only broke off the engagement, but also planned to keep the 300,000 yuan he had painstakingly borrowed from relatives and friends. Looking at her refined and beautiful face, Yi Mo felt nothing but disgust. Song Jia showed no guilt at all and calmly stated that the past 6 months should be considered her youth compensation fee, and that she would not return a single cent. She even admitted the money had already been given to her younger brother to prepare for his own marriage, and she simply could not repay it. Yi Mo clenched his fists tightly, barely restraining his anger. He saw through her family's scheme immediately. For an ordinary working-class family, that 300,000 yuan could never be given away so easily. Since she refused to return it, he decided he would take legal action. Song Jia looked at him with obvious disdain, her eyes full of contempt and irritation. In her view, Yi Mo had nothing but decent looks. He was ordinary in background and ability, unable to provide her with the wealthy life she wanted. Spending half a year with him was already generous on her part. The 300,000 yuan was just rightful compensation. With that, she picked up her bag and prepared to leave. At that moment, a tall and striking figure slowly walked into the cafe, instantly drawing everyone's attention. She wore a fitted black dress that perfectly outlined her graceful curves, paired with elegant black high heels. Her skin was fair and flawless. Although her face was hidden behind sunglasses and a mask, her extraordinary aura and perfect figure alone made it obvious she was no ordinary person. Carefully, she held a pair of newborn twins in her arms, one boy and one girl. The two little babies lay quietly against her, occasionally letting out soft, babyish sounds, looking obedient and heart-melting. Yemo instinctively looked up at the unfamiliar woman. The next second, he heard her softly call his name. Confused, he searched his memory but found no recollection of ever knowing such a stunning woman. Before he could ask who she was, she lowered her head and gently instructed the babies in her arms to call him Dad. Two soft, milk-like voices echoed through the cafe. Yemo froze completely, his mind going blank. Beside him, Song Jia, who was about to leave, was utterly stunned as well. It was as if she had witnessed something impossible. She could never have imagined that the man she had just discarded would suddenly have a pair of twins appear out of nowhere, and that the mother was a top-tier beauty dressed in luxury brands, clearly a rich heiress. Regret and unwillingness instantly filled Song Jia's heart. She had looked down on Yemo for being ordinary, yet in the blink of an eye, he seemed to have latched onto a wealthy, perfect woman. Had she misjudged him from the very beginning and become the joke herself? Yemo, meanwhile, was full of confusion. He tried hard to recall his past, but could not remember ever having a relationship, let alone fathering twins. He instinctively suspected some kind of scam. The woman calmly reminded him of a chance encounter a year ago at Bar X. After thinking hard, Yemo finally recalled vaguely meeting a stranger while drunk that night. He had never taken it seriously afterward, and never imagined that a single accident would result in two children. Just as he was half believing, a mechanical voice suddenly echoed in his mind. The system has been successfully bound. The God-tier rich dad system is now activated. Newbie gift package, 5 million renminbi has been issued. The sudden surprise instantly confirmed to Yemo that the two soft little babies in his arms were indeed his biological children. With both a sudden pair of children and an overpowered system, Yemo was overwhelmed. Nervous yet excited, he asked for the children's names. After learning that the boy was called Nono and the girl Jingjing, he carefully reached out, wanting to hold them. The woman, however, noticing Song Jia's dark expression nearby, suggested they leave the cafe first and talk elsewhere. Yemo immediately nodded and followed her, completely ignoring his furious ex-girlfriend. Song Jia watched their retreating figures, stomping her foot in anger, filled with resentment and humiliation. Moments ago, she had proudly dumped Yemo. Now he not only had twins, but also a stunning rich woman at his side. In the end, she had become the biggest joke of all. The two arrived at a Toyota Alphard luxury nanny van parked by the roadside. The more Yemo observed, the more certain he became that she was a true top-tier rich woman. Once inside the car, she slowly removed her mask and sunglasses. A breathtakingly beautiful face, flawless and radiant, appeared before Yemo. His mind went completely blank. He recognized her instantly. The woman holding his children was none other than Su Yuqing, the nation's once unrivaled top diva. The half-year-old scandal about her pregnancy resurfaced in his mind. Back then, the internet had exploded with speculation about the father's identity, gossip headlines everywhere. Su Yuqing had been forced into retirement due to scandal and vanished from the public eye. He had once been just another spectator eating the gossip online. But he never could have imagined. The mysterious father everyone had searched for desperately was him. Chapter 2. So young, and already living off a rich woman. It took Yemo quite a while before he finally snapped back to his senses. The woman before him had once been hailed as the most beautiful and most seductive woman in the entire country of China, a goddess countless men had longed for day and night. And yet, she was actually the mother of his children. "You recognize me, I see." Su Yuqing smiled lightly, her lips curving with amusement. Her features were exquisitely refined, flawless in every sense. Plump red lips, a delicate high-bridged nose, and a pair of deep, misty phoenix eyes. Every detail of her face was perfection. She wore light makeup today, along with a pair of sparkling diamond earrings, giving her an even more fashionable and alluring charm. "Of course I recognize you," Yemo replied with a bitter smile. "With a celebrity this dazzling, who wouldn't recognize her? Good then. Saves me the trouble of introducing myself." Su Yuqing lifted a hand and tucked a strand of hair behind her ear. She was naturally beautiful, with a breathtaking figure. Even the smallest gesture carried a captivating charm. "As for you, I've also looked into you a bit." As she spoke, her gaze lifted slightly to the young man in front of her. He had a handsome, striking face, no less attractive than many celebrities or idols. That was also one of the reasons she had been moved that night. Yemo nodded. Her appearance at the cafe today was clearly not a coincidence. With her financial power, investigating him would have been easy. Why did you come to see me? Yemo asked after a brief hesitation. Their one-night encounter had been an accident. She was a world-famous superstar, while he was just an ordinary man. She had no obligation to give birth to these children, and even less reason to come find him. I don't want my children to grow up without a father, Su Yuqing murmured softly. She had hesitated too. She had even considered raising them alone, but after thinking it over for a long time, she still felt children shouldn't be without a father. She wanted them to have a more complete childhood. You can come see them anytime in the future, spend time with them. When I'm busy with work, you can also help take care of them. She gently stroked the baby's cheeks, her face full of maternal tenderness. If you have any financial difficulties, you can also tell me. It's all for the children. She then looked up at Yemo. No need. Yemo quickly shook his head. Living off a rich woman might sound nice, but it wasn't necessary. With his looks, if he really wanted to, he could have done it long ago. No need to wait until now. Besides, he now had a system. He wasn't short on money anymore. She smiled lightly and said nothing more. Uncle Dong, let's go. All right. The driver responded and turned his head toward Yemo, his expression clearly full of envy. Kid, not bad at all. So young and already living off a rich woman. Yemo immediately understood what he meant. Who's living off a rich woman? He muttered inwardly, then shifted his attention to the babies. Can I hold them? He sounded a bit nervous. Su Yuqing nodded, picked up the baby boy, and carefully handed him over. The moment Yemo took the child, his hands trembled slightly with excitement. The baby didn't cry. He simply opened his big, dark eyes and stared at him curiously. Yemo couldn't help but smile. Just looking at the child's adorable expression made his heart melt. He's called Nono, right? Yes, Su Inua, Su Yuqing replied, then picked up the baby girl and handed her over. She's Su Jing. Yemo took her as well, smiling even brighter. He didn't really care about the children taking their mother's surname. After all, she had given birth to them alone, and he hadn't been there. No, be good. Jing, you're so pretty. You're going to be a beauty when you grow up. He looked left and right, grinning uncontrollably. Ding. System mission triggered. Spend 1 hour accompanying the children to receive a random reward. The system's voice suddenly echoed in his mind. Perfect. Yemo felt a surge of joy. Just spending time with the kids could complete missions. This system was way too friendly. Su Yuqing glanced at him and smiled softly. This man, named Yemo, he would probably be a good father. The car drove steadily forward. About 20 minutes later, it entered a high-end residential complex. After getting out, they took the elevator to the top floor. What's that smell? As soon as they stepped out, Yemo wrinkled his nose. A closer sniff, coming from the baby boy. Hurry, change his diaper. Su Yuqing quickly opened the door and rushed to get a diaper. After changing it, the baby boy started crying again. She had to hold and soothe him for a long time before he calmed down. But just as he settled, the baby girl began crying too, leaving her flustered and exhausted. I'll do it. Yemo took the baby girl and tried to soothe her, but she wouldn't calm down. She's hungry, Su Yuqing said. Hungry? Then what does she eat? Yemo froze. Milk, of course. Su Yuqing took the baby back from him and instinctively began unbuttoning her clothes, revealing a hint of fair skin. Then she suddenly realized what she was doing. Her face instantly turned red, and she quickly turned away while holding the baby. Yemo's face also flushed. Although they already had children, they were still practically strangers. The situation was undeniably awkward. She really does have an amazing figure. Thinking back to what he had just seen, Yemo felt his thoughts stir slightly. Her body was already famous, long perfect legs, and an extremely curvy figure that earned her the title of Devil Body. After childbirth, her curves seemed even fuller. To ease the awkwardness, he picked up the baby boy and sat down, handing him a toy. After a while, Su Yuqing finished feeding the baby girl and continued with the boy. You've worked hard, Yemo said softly, noticing her tired expression. I'm used to it, she replied with a smile. I usually have a nanny helping me, so it's not too tiring, but after a while, I'll have to go back to work. The kids will need you and her help then. No problem, Yemo quickly agreed. If it were before, as an overworked programmer, he wouldn't have had the time. But now that he had the system, time wasn't an issue anymore. Ding. Mission completed. Random reward being drawn. Congratulations. You have obtained 5% equity in NetEase Group. Yemo froze. NetEase? Isn't that the company he works for? 5%. He sucked in a sharp breath. The entire group was worth over $1 trillion. 5% meant tens of billions in value. In an instant, he had become a billionaire? Just shares, not liquid cash yet. He quickly calmed himself. On paper, he was extremely wealthy, but in reality, he only had about 5 million yuan in cash. After paying off his mortgage, there wouldn't be much left. Later, after Su Yuqing put the twins to sleep, he finally left. Stepping out of the residential complex, he took a deep breath. His entire mindset felt different. From today onward, he was a father. Excited, but also feeling a heavy sense of responsibility. As he was thinking about his future, his phone rang. "Hello, Mom." He answered. "Son, what's going on?" "Jia just called me saying you have a woman outside, and even children now. She also said the wedding is off. Is that true?" On the other end of the line came his mother's anxious voice. Chapter 3. Yemo. Have I become a scumbag? On the other end of the phone, Yemo's mother was frantic. The wedding date had already been set. Today was supposed to be the day the couple registered their marriage, yet such a sudden twist had occurred. How could she not be anxious? "Give me the phone. You little brat, your skin must be itching. How dare you do something so disgraceful?" Yemo's father snatched the phone and shouted angrily. "Dad, Mom, it's not what you think," Yemo tried to explain. "Tell me this. Are the children real or not?" His father demanded sharply. "Yes, there are children," Yemo replied helplessly. "Good. You little bastard. You're dragging our family's reputation through the mud," his father said in anguish. "If this got out, their family would become a laughingstock." "Dad, listen to me first," Yemo tried to calm him. "Let him explain," his mother said softly. "I don't think our son is that kind of person." So Yemo patiently explained everything that had happened. As for Su Yuqing's identity, he deliberately concealed it. "Is that really the case?" His father still sounded doubtful. "I believe our son," his mother said firmly, standing on Yemo's side. "That family really has no shame," his father said after thinking it over. "Son, no matter what, you must get the bride price back. And you said earlier, there are 2 children, a boy and a girl. Is that true? Who's the mother of the children? When are you bringing her back so we can meet her?" His father suddenly became excited. He had long been looking forward to having grandchildren, and now it was twins. Just imagining it made him happy. "Dad, Mom, don't rush it. I'll bring them back to see you when the time is right," Yemo reassured them before hanging up. After returning home, Yemo carefully studied the system. He discovered it could be summoned at will, appearing as a semi-transparent interface showing his attributes. Yemo, beginner dad, novice tycoon. Wealth value, 8. Ability value, 0. Next to the wealth value, there was a small note. Maximum level 99. The same applied to ability value, also capped at 99. It seemed like a game-level progression system. Both stats would likely grow over time. Assets, 5 million yuan savings. 1 property in Tianshui Yash. 5% shares of NetEase Group. Debt, 3,240,000 yuan. When he focused on the wealth value, additional details appeared. Debt? That should be the mortgage, he thought. And the 5% NetEase shares are worth tens of billions. So why is my wealth value only 8? Does the system not value stocks that highly? When he checked the ability value, there was nothing displayed. After studying it for a while, he fell asleep. The next morning, he went to work as usual. He planned to resign today, spend a few days handing over his duties, and then focus entirely on taking care of his 2 babies. But as soon as he entered the company, he felt something was off. Colleagues were pointing at him and whispering. "So this is what he's like. Disgusting. I knew it. Men are all scum. Especially someone that handsome. Of course he's a playboy. Especially the female employees." All of them looked at him with contempt. Yemo frowned slightly, already guessing what had happened. He ignored them and walked straight to his desk. Usually he seemed so decent, didn't expect him to be this wild. His girlfriend was pretty too. I've seen her, a small model. Now the engagement is ruined. Mocking voices drifted from all directions. Yemo. Suddenly, a man walked into the office and headed straight toward him. Everyone immediately looked up, many with expressions of schadenfreude, ready for drama. Yemo stood up. The man was Gao Chong, his supervisor. Coincidentally, Yimo had been planning to submit his resignation to him. Yimo, look at what you've done. You've completely embarrassed the company. Gao Chang slammed a stack of papers onto the desk. Yimo glanced at them, screenshots from the internet, all accusing him of cheating and being a heartless scammer who ruined a marriage. He was painted as a total scumbag. No need to guess, this was definitely Song Jia's doing. His fists clenched tightly, anger rising in his chest. That woman wasn't satisfied with breaking off the engagement. She was now trying to destroy his reputation too. Truly vicious. These are all fake, Yimo said coldly. Fake? Haha. Who would believe you? Gao Chang sneered, pushing his glasses up. He had heard about Yimo's girlfriend. She was decent, pretty, and they were about to get married. If she hadn't been wronged, why would she post such accusations online? Yimo, I never expected you to be this kind of person. Your actions have seriously damaged the company's image. I've already discussed it with HR. You are fired. Pack your things and get out immediately. Gao Chang waved his hand arrogantly. But deep down, he was secretly pleased. He had long disliked Yimo, handsome, popular with female colleagues, and even once defied him. Now he finally had a chance to crush him. Yimo narrowed his eyes. Without proper investigation, the company wouldn't normally fire him. This was clearly personal revenge. You're not firing me. I'm resigning myself. I don't need this lousy place anyway. He grabbed the resignation letter from the desk and threw it back hard. Smack. The paper hit Gao Chang square in the face. The office fell completely silent. You. Gao Chang froze for a moment, then roared, his face turning red with rage. Open your damn eyes. This is my resignation. I'm quitting. Yimo rolled his eyes. He had originally planned to leave politely, but now there was no need. Fine. Very good. Let's see which company will ever hire a scumbag like you again. Gao Chang snarled, clutching the resignation letter. From today on, he was sure no tech company would ever take Yimo again. That would be even better, Yimo replied calmly, picking up his bag to leave. At that moment, his phone rang. An unknown number. Hello, Mr. Yi. This is the secretary from the CEO's office of NetEase. I'm calling on behalf of Chairman Ding to congratulate you on becoming the group's third largest shareholder. CEO's office? Yimo paused. Mr. Yi, when will you be available? I'd like to pay you a visit. Oh, I'm free right now. I'm actually inside your NetEase building. He reported his office location. There was a brief silence on the other end, clearly surprised. Understood. Mr. Yi, please wait. I'll come to see you immediately. The call ended quickly. What's going on? Gao Chang frowned slightly. Why had this guy suddenly stopped leaving? And what was this about the CEO's office? Was he trying to appeal to higher management? He sneered. Dream on. Even if he appealed, the outcome would be the same. Just then, footsteps hurried in from outside. Gao Chang looked over, and indeed, it was the CEO's office secretary, Su. Chapter 4. Mr. Yi, Chairman Ding invites you to the shareholders' meeting. Secretary Su, why are you here? Gao Chang jogged forward to greet him. Secretary Su was someone who worked directly under Chairman Ding. I'm here to find someone, Secretary Su said, lifting his head and scanning the office. You're here for Yimo, right? Secretary Su, you don't know how outrageous his behavior is. He has seriously damaged our company's reputation. There's absolutely no problem in firing him. Gao Chang spoke righteously. Yimo? Yes, I am indeed here for Mr. Yi. Wait, firing him. Secretary Su frowned in confusion. You don't know? He cheated on his girlfriend, and the matter blew up online. The impact is extremely bad, Gao Chang explained. Cheated? Nonsense. Secretary Su's face darkened. I was instructed by Chairman Ding to invite Mr. Yi to attend the next shareholders' meeting. What? Gao Chang froze, completely stunned. A shareholders' meeting? Yimo was just an ordinary employee. How could he possibly qualify to attend a shareholders' meeting? The entire office erupted in shock and confusion. Secretary Su, are you sure you didn't make a mistake? Gao Chang asked hesitantly after recovering. There's no mistake. I just contacted him, he's right here. Secretary Su scanned the room and followed everyone's gaze, locking onto Yimo not far away. Mr. Yi, he called out. It's me, Yimo nodded. Oh my, Mr. Yi. I'm terribly sorry for the neglect. I had no idea you were actually an employee here. What a coincidence. Secretary Su laughed and quickly stepped forward, warmly shaking Yimo's hand. Everyone around was stunned. What was going on? Wasn't Yimo just an ordinary employee? Why was someone from the CEO's office treating him with such respect? And he was even invited to a shareholders' meeting? Secretary Su, this, Gao Chong stammered, barely able to form words. Didn't you all know? Secretary Su smiled at the crowd. Mr. Yi has just acquired 5% of our group's shares and has become the third largest shareholder. The moment those words fell, everyone froze again. 5% of the shares? That's tens of billions in value. This seemingly ordinary EMO was actually a hidden billionaire? In an instant, everyone's minds went blank from shock. Even Gao Chong turned ashen, his face pale and stiff. He had just tried to fire a billionaire, the company's third largest shareholder. Was he looking for death? Mr. Yi, are you encountering any trouble? Secretary Su asked after glancing around. Nothing, just resigning, EMO replied calmly. Oh, that's a pity, Secretary Su said, not trying to persuade him further. It was obvious to him. Someone like this was probably a rich heir out experiencing life. He wouldn't stay long in a normal job anyway. Mr. Yi, please. Let's talk upstairs. Secretary Su bowed slightly and respectfully led EMO out. The office fell into a brief, dead silence before exploding into chaos. I can't believe it. He's actually a billionaire. He once tried to chat with me. I regret it so much. I feel like I just missed out on billions. No one cared about the rumors anymore. All that remained was regret. Regret over missing the chance to connect with a billionaire. After meeting with the CEO's office and briefly speaking with Secretary Su, EMO left. He wasn't interested in any shareholders meeting. Walking out of the building, he felt completely refreshed. Now that he had resigned, he could focus fully on taking care of his two babies. Just thinking about them warmed his heart. He wanted nothing more than to fly back immediately and hold them. Diapers are probably running low. I need to buy more. And I still don't know how to take care of babies. I should really learn. He didn't rush home. Instead, he went to a nearby bookstore and picked up some parenting books, studying how to care for infants. After that, he went to a baby supply store. The moment he walked in, he was overwhelmed. Diapers, milk powder, toys, bottles, everything was everywhere. He didn't even know where to start. Just pick the expensive ones. That should be right. He grabbed a shopping cart and filled it with the pricier items. Sir, these two sets of clothes are different. The one is for a baby girl, the cashier reminded him when checking out. I've got twins, EMO said proudly. Twins? A boy and a girl? The cashier said in surprise. Wow, that's amazing, someone nearby exclaimed. The surrounding customers, especially older women, looked over enviously. A pair of twins is rare, especially a boy and a girl. My son only gave me one grandson. I wish I had a granddaughter too. Perfect family, both son and daughter. The store buzzed with chatter and admiration. After paying, EMO carried his bags and headed to Su Yuqing's home. Are you Aunt Yin? The one who opened the door was a kind-looking middle-aged woman wearing an apron, likely the nanny Su Yuqing had mentioned. Mr. Yi, she greeted politely. You bought so much. Let me help you. She took some of his bags and brought them inside. Didn't this cost a lot? Su Yuqing walked over from the living room, holding a baby. She wasn't dressed up, just wearing a casual silk robe. The soft, thin fabric could hardly conceal her stunning figure. Her curves were fully outlined, and the slightly low neckline revealed a hint of fair skin. Her slightly messy hair only made her more alluring. EMO was momentarily stunned. She had already been breathtaking on screen, but now she seemed even more beautiful, with a mature, irresistible charm that made every movement captivating. Not much, just bought a few things. He quickly recovered and set the bags aside. This is not a few things, she said lightly, glancing at the items. And you even bought toys? These clothes are a bit big, aren't they? They're for later, he smiled. I bought them in advance. You're quite thoughtful, she chuckled softly. But don't buy so much in the future. You should save money. You just bought a house, right? Still have a mortgage to pay. It's fine. This little money doesn't matter, EMO replied. Sit for a while. I'll finish feeding the baby, then let you hold them. She turned and walked back into the room. From behind, her tall figure and graceful curves were impossible to ignore. Her slender waist, rounded hips, and long straight legs formed an almost lethal silhouette with every step. EMO glanced once, then quickly lowered his head and started organizing the things, steadying his thoughts. Chapter 5. EMO massages the baby. I'll wash it, leave it to me. In the kitchen, Aunt Yun reached out to take the dishes from Yimo's hands. It's fine. I'll do it, Yimo said, taking them back. He felt a bit awkward just sitting around, so he came to help with some housework. You young man not only looks handsome, but you're also quite diligent. Aunt Yun smiled and kept praising him. At first, she had a poor impression of the children's father, thinking he was a heartless scumbag who left Miss Su to give birth alone. But after hearing from Su Yuqing that the father didn't even know about the children, her opinion changed a little. After meeting him today, her impression improved even more. This young man wasn't just handsome. He was no worse than any celebrity idol, and he was also gentle and easygoing. No wonder even a superstar like Miss Su would fall for him. After finishing the dishes and mopping the floor, Su Yuqing had already finished feeding the babies. Yimo took them, holding one in each arm. Aunt Yun, bring out the baby bath things. After resting for a short while, Su Yuqing started busying herself again. She brought out a baby bath tub, filled it with water, prepared towels, and laid out various baby bathing supplies. I'll do it, Yimo said quickly, standing up. You know how. Su Yuqing paused. I can learn. I'll need to do it in the future anyway, he said with a smile. After a moment of hesitation, she nodded. She checked the water with her hand and gently instructed him. Pay attention to the temperature. 38 degrees Celsius is best. Also, make sure the doors and windows are closed. No drafts, or the babies might catch a cold. The towels should be soft like this, most suitable for babies. This one is for washing hair. This one is for the body. Yimo listened carefully. At that moment, a system notification suddenly rang in his mind. Ding. Mission triggered. Bathe the baby. Reward massage skill. Massage skill? Not bad. I can use it to massage the baby. He felt a burst of joy. He had already learned some childcare knowledge and knew that infant massage was very beneficial. Let's bathe Nono first, Su Yuqing said after finishing her explanation, carrying the baby boy over. Yeah. The baby boy was a bit mischievous and restless, splashing as soon as he entered the water. Yimo took a towel and carefully washed him. After finishing, he wrapped him in a dry towel and dried him off. Ding. Mission completed. Reward obtained, massage skill. Immediately, Yimo opened his attribute panel. Under the ability section, a new entry appeared. Massage skill. And it was labeled, beginner level. Beginner, proficient, master, transcendent. He tapped on it and saw the full upgrade hierarchy. Do you have baby massage oil? He asked. Massage oil? We do, but Su Yuqing hesitated. She had bought some before and tried to massage the babies, but they seemed to dislike it and cried, so she stopped. You know how to use it? A little, Yimo nodded. Still doubtful, she brought out a bottle of baby massage oil. Nono doesn't seem to like massages. He used to resist a lot, she said, shaking her head. She assumed it would be the same this time. But what happened next shocked her completely. The baby showed no resistance at all. Instead, he stretched his limbs and looked extremely comfortable. She opened her mouth in disbelief. This technique was unbelievably skilled. Done. After about 10 minutes, Yimo stopped and wiped the baby dry. Where did you learn this? She asked in shock. His technique was professional, almost better than a doctor's. From the internet, Yimo replied with a smile. Then he bathed the baby girl and massaged her as well. Amazing. Aunt Yun also came over to watch, full of amazement. Perhaps from being too comfortable, both babies soon fell asleep. This skill should improve the more I use it. Other skills probably work the same way. Yimo checked his system again. As long as he spent time with the babies, more skills would unlock and continue leveling up. If even beginner level was this strong, what would master or transcendent level be like? Unthinkable. Massage skill. Seems like it's not limited to babies. Suddenly, he glanced at Su Yuqing. His eyes briefly swept over her stunning, alluring figure, and his thoughts stirred slightly. He quickly looked away. That body was lethal. Even after childbirth, she hadn't lost shape. Instead, she looked even more mature and full. After staying a while longer, he left. Golden Law Firm. After lunch, he arrived at a law office. He had to get that 300,000 yuan bride price back. And to file a lawsuit, he needed a good lawyer. Hello, sir. How can I help you? The receptionist greeted him warmly. I want to hire a lawyer and file a lawsuit, Yimo said. What kind of case? Criminal or civil? Civil. He briefly explained the bride price dispute. All right, please wait a moment. We'll recommend a suitable lawyer for you. She smiled and asked him to sit on the sofa. It was still early. Most lawyers likely hadn't arrived yet. After a while, footsteps echoed from the entrance. A middle-aged woman in elegant professional attire and a sharp aura walked in. Lawyerly, the receptionist greeted her. A new client? What case? She walked over and asked. Bride price dispute. Her brows immediately furrowed, revealing a trace of disdain. Too simple. No challenge at all. And only 300,000 yuan. Clearly not worth her time. That one, she glanced toward Yimo. After a quick scan from head to toe, she shook her head slightly, her eyes full of contempt. This guy's entire outfit probably wasn't worth more than 500 yuan. Xiaoyan, don't bring me such trivial cases again. Do you think I handle cases like this? I only take cases involving millions or tens of millions. She raised her chin arrogantly. You should give this kind of case to newcomers. Sorry, lawyerly. The receptionist hurriedly apologized. Yimo frowned slightly. This lawyer really had quite the attitude. Look, a newcomer just arrived. This small case suits her best. The middle-aged woman sneered as she was about to leave, then glanced toward the entrance again. At that moment, footsteps echoed. A tall, elegant figure appeared at the door. She was about 1.7 meters tall, with a slim and graceful figure. A fitted professional outfit and hip-hugging skirt perfectly outlined her curves. Her long legs were wrapped in black silk stockings, adding a touch of seductive charm. Her face was stunning, an elegant oval shape, cherry lips, and bright, lively eyes beneath finely arched brows. A pair of gold-rimmed glasses rested on her delicate nose bridge, giving her a refined, intellectual aura. Chapter 6. Yimo, are you a billionaire? Lawyer Fu, perfect timing. There's a case here that suits you perfectly, lawyerly said in a sharp, high-pitched voice. As she looked at the beautiful woman walking over, jealousy was clearly hidden in her eyes. This newcomer had only been at the law firm for less than half a year, yet she had already won several impressive cases and made a name for herself. On top of that, her outstanding looks had completely captivated all the old men in the firm. She was practically a vixen in Lawyer Li's eyes. Oh, sisterly. Fu Siwei smiled lightly as she walked over. What kind of case is it? A bride price dispute. The woman took 300,000 yuan but refuses to marry, Lawyer Li said. Pretty simple case, right? Perfect for a newcomer like you. 300,000 yuan. Fu Siwei was slightly surprised. That's quite a lot. A lot. It's only 300,000. Lawyer Li curled her lip in disdain. These days, weddings cost way more than that. My niece got married recently. Her husband paid 880,000 yuan. This case is yours then. The client is right over there. She pointed at Yimo. All right then. I'm not too busy lately anyway. Fu Siwei nodded after a moment of hesitation. Lawyer Li lifted her chin slightly, wearing a victorious expression. You're Mr. Yi, right? Fu Siwei smiled politely and walked toward Yimo. Yimo stood up, shook her hand, and said with a smile, Fu University Belle, don't you remember me? Fu Siwei was startled. You know me? I'm Yimo. Oh, it's you, she suddenly exclaimed after thinking for a moment. She remembered now, her high school classmate, once the most handsome boy in their class. Sorry, I didn't recognize you at first, she said apologetically. It's fine, Yimo smiled. It had been 7 or 8 years since graduation. Both of them had changed a lot. Wow, so you're old classmates. Perfect. Lawyer Li laughed from the side. Now this case was definitely going to Fu Siwei. So what exactly happened? She took the bride price, but refuses to marry. Fu Siwei asked seriously after sitting down. Yimo briefly explained the situation. That's too much. Don't worry, Yimo. I'll help you win this case. Her actions are illegal. The law will support you in getting the full bride price back, she said firmly. Then I'll leave it to you, Yimo replied politely. We're old classmates. No need to be so formal, she smiled. Oh right, Yimo suddenly asked. Do you understand stocks and corporate law? Of course. Why? She replied. I recently invested in some stocks, but I don't really understand them. I was thinking of hiring a private lawyer to handle legal matters for me in the future, Yimo said. Huh. Fu Siwei blinked, then burst out laughing. Huh. A private lawyer? Lawyer Li also laughed loudly, as if she had heard the funniest joke in the world. A private lawyer wasn't something ordinary people could afford. The fees were extremely high. This guy only had a 300,000 yuan bride price dispute. Clearly, just an ordinary guy. How could he afford a private lawyer? He was probably just pretending in front of a beautiful woman. Yemo, private lawyers are very expensive. You don't need that, Fu Siwei said with a smile. If you need help, you can always ask me. Since we're old classmates, I can give you a 20% discount on consultation fees. By the way, what stock did you buy? Did it go up? I bought NetEase. Not sure if it went up or not. Yemo replied casually. You don't even check? How many shares did you buy? She asked curiously. At the mention of stocks, she became visibly excited. 5%, Yemo said. 5%, she nodded absent-mindedly. Then her expression froze. A second later, her eyes suddenly widened. F5%. Her lips trembled. Clang. The lawyer beside her dropped her steel cup, her face turning pale with shock. You're joking, right? Fu Siwei finally forced out a dry laugh. NetEase was a trillion yuan market cap group. 5% meant tens of billions in assets. In her memory, Yemo came from an ordinary family. He was even here for a 300,000 yuan dispute. How could he possibly own tens of billions in shares? It sounded absurd. No, I'm not joking. Here are the share transfer documents, Yemo said, taking out several papers. These documents had already appeared in his briefcase after receiving the shares. Fu Siwei swallowed hard and took them with trembling hands. After just one glance, her hands trembled even more. It was real. 5% equity in NetEase. Her mind went blank for a moment. Her old classmate was actually a hidden billionaire? That was unbelievable. Let me see. Lawyer Lee rushed over and snatched the documents. After scanning them, her entire body stiffened and nearly collapsed. A billionaire client worth tens of billions. She had actually pushed him away and handed him to Fu Siwei. What a sin. Everything checks out, right? Yemo asked with a faint smile. Why yes, Fu Siwei was still in shock. Yemo, I had no idea you were this wealthy, she said with a bitter smile. I just didn't make it public before, he replied calmly. She nodded slowly, then suddenly adjusted her posture. Her originally closed legs were now deliberately crossed, and she subtly smoothed her skirt, hair, and clothes, her face instantly switching into an extremely warm, enthusiastic smile. Yemo, although I'm still inexperienced, my professional ability is top tier. I can definitely be your private lawyer. She spoke eagerly. Wait, Mr. Yi, she's still too young and inexperienced. I'm the firm's top lawyer. I'm much more suitable to be your private lawyer. Lawyer Lee quickly interjected. Oh, really? Yemo glanced at her. Of course, she smiled, lifting her skirt slightly and pushing her chest forward in an attempt to appear more attractive. Even though she was older, she believed she still had charm. Sorry, but I won't trouble you, Senior Lawyer Lee. I'll go with her, Yemo said with a faint smile after a glance. Senior? Lawyer Lee froze instantly. Her face slowly turned the color of liver, completely petrified. Chapter 7. You already have babies? Congratulations, Lawyer Fu. Mr. Yi, welcome as a major client of our elite law firm. The office was filled with a lively, celebratory atmosphere. Yemo signed a contract, officially appointing Fu Siwei as his private lawyer. After that, they went through the necessary procedures. All right, once the official documents and indictment are ready in a few days, we can submit them to the court. I'll notify you of the hearing date then. In the office, Fu Siwei neatly organized the files. Looking at her, Yemo felt a touch of nostalgia. The once famous high school beauty queen had become his private lawyer. After all these years, she had changed, more mature, more beautiful. Of course, compared to a superstar like Su Yuqing, she was still a bit lacking, but she was definitely a top-tier beauty herself, especially with her intellectual aura. And those long legs wrapped in stockings added a touch of mature, seductive charm. It's already past 3. Do you have any plans later? She asked, checking her watch. Buying a car, Yemo replied. Buying a car? She blinked in surprise. I used to drive a Jetta. Time for an upgrade, he said with a smile. Oh, she suddenly understood. She assumed this old classmate had been pretending to be poor to test his fiancée, and now that the act was over, he was returning to his real life. What kind of car are you planning to buy? A sports car? She asked with a smile. Yemo shook his head. He had considered a flashy sports car, but it wasn't suitable anymore. He had children now, 2 of them. He needed something practical. Besides, he only had a little over 4 million yuan in hand. An SUV. Something with more space, he said. More space? She paused, then suddenly seemed to think of something. her cheeks turning slightly red. He looked so serious. I didn't expect him to be into that kind of thing. For carrying the babies, Yemo added. Babies? Fu Siwei froze. You have children? Too. Yemo smiled. Then he briefly explained. Oh, I see. She quickly recovered, though her expression turned slightly awkward. She had just misunderstood him. Still, even if he already had children, it was just an accident. And he wasn't married yet. That meant she still had a chance. Coincidentally, I'm free too. I'll go car shopping with you, she said enthusiastically, standing up. All right. After leaving the law firm, the two visited several car dealerships. Perhaps because a beautiful woman was accompanying him, the sales staff were unusually enthusiastic. After some consideration, Yemo chose a Lamborghini Urus. A prestigious brand, spacious enough, and it cost just over 3 million yuan. After buying the car, he treated her to dinner. By the time he got home, it was already past 8. His parents called again, pressing him about the babies, and he managed to brush them off. Just after hanging up, his phone rang again. It was Su Yuqing. My nanny has something to attend to tonight and can't help with the babies. I'm a bit tired. Can you come over and take care of them? Her voice sounded slightly exhausted. All right, Yemo immediately agreed. He drove over to her place. When he arrived, she had just finished feeding the babies and looked completely worn out, barely keeping her eyes open. Go rest. I'll take care of them, he said softly, taking both babies into his arms. Okay, she replied weakly and went into the bedroom. Sitting in the living room, Yemo looked left and right, growing more fond of the two little ones by the minute. They were exceptionally cute, like little angels. Probably because they had slept too much during the day, the babies were full of energy and wide awake, refusing to sleep. He could only keep coaxing and playing with them. Wah! The boy suddenly sat and burst into tears. Then Yemo immediately smelled something unpleasant. Ding! Mission triggered. Change the baby's diaper. Reward, handicraft skill. Handicraft? Probably something like carving, he thought. He quickly got a clean diaper and followed the instructions he had learned before. After quite a bit of effort. Done. It looked simple, but in practice it was quite tricky. Ding. Mission completed. Reward obtained. Handicraft skill. When he opened his status panel again, a new icon had appeared next to the massage skill. At the same time, a flood of knowledge filled his mind. Carving, weaving, dyeing, sewing, embroidery, pottery, and more. I can make clothes for the babies myself in the future, he thought. And I could even make short videos or live streams. A new idea suddenly flashed through his mind. Now that he didn't have a proper job, he needed something to explain to his parents. It was already past 11 when he finally got both babies to sleep. He cleaned up the living room and went to the laundry room. Seeing baby clothes inside, he prepared to wash them. But upon closer inspection, he noticed a few delicate, lace-trimmed garments mixed in. Not much fabric at all, he muttered. After hesitating for a moment, he washed them together. After rinsing and hanging them up, he finally sat down. Seeing no movement in the bedroom, he didn't disturb her. He just stayed on the sofa, watching over the babies until he finally drifted off to sleep around midnight. The next morning, he was woken up by Su Yuqing. You worked hard, she said softly. She had just taken a shower, her hair still slightly damp, her body carrying a faint, pleasant fragrance. Under the warm light, her breathtaking face looked even more ethereal. She was wearing sleepwear, her alluring figure faintly visible beneath the fabric. Yemo stared for a moment, then quickly shook himself awake. I'm fine, he said, yawning. What do you want to eat? We have dumplings, bread, steamed buns, she asked lazily while drying her hair. Dumplings, he replied. All right, wait a moment. She walked into the kitchen and took out a bag of dumplings from the fridge. Those clothes, did you wash them? She suddenly asked while boiling water. Ah, yes, Yemo replied, glancing toward the balcony. The delicate garments were still hanging there. She softly responded, oh, and said nothing more, but faint blushes quietly crept onto her beautiful face. Soon, 2 plates of dumplings were served. While they were eating, her phone suddenly rang. It's my dad, she said. The moment she checked the caller ID, her expression changed instantly. Chapter 8. Su's father. This young man isn't bad. My parents are coming. Su Yuqing put down her phone, looking slightly panicked. Yemo jolted and his hand trembled. Now. Yes. He said they're already at the community gate. What should we do? You should leave quickly. If my dad sees you here, It'll be bad, Su Yuqing urged anxiously. Yemo immediately stood up and headed for the door. He was also a bit nervous. His relationship with Su Yuqing was complicated. He didn't even know how to face her parents. Hastily, he went downstairs toward his car. Beep beep. Just as he pressed the key to start the car, a black Mercedes sedan drove in from the other end of the road. It slowed down, adjusted its angle, and tried to park. But the car next to it was parked too close, leaving no room. The Mercedes ended up stuck, unable to move forward or backward. Need help? Yemo watched for a moment and walked over. The window rolled down, revealing a middle-aged couple. From their clothing and aura, they looked quite affluent. Young man, can you help guide me? I'll reverse it, the middle-aged man in the driver's seat said with a smile. Sure. Yemo nodded. The man reversed slightly, but due to poor parking skills, still couldn't get it out. I told you not to drive, but you never listen, the woman complained. The man didn't dare argue and looked embarrassed. I'll do it, Yemo said helplessly with a smile. Great, great. You drive, the man said happily and quickly got out. With Yemo taking over, the car was smoothly parked into the space. Thank you so much, young man, the middle-aged man said repeatedly, even offering him a pack of cigarettes. I don't smoke, Yemo waved it off. Just a small favor. Young people like you are rare these days. The man laughed and put the cigarettes away. Good health. Is that your car? Nice one. He glanced at the Lamborghini Urus parked not far away. Anyone who drove that kind of car clearly wasn't ordinary. Yes, Yemo nodded. Come on, help us carry some things, the woman called from the trunk. They began unloading bags and boxes. Coming. The man hurried over, but there were too many things. The couple struggled to carry them. Yemo shook his head and stepped in again. I'll help you. How can we trouble you? The woman said awkwardly. It's fine. It's not far, right? Not far, just building 4, the man replied. Building 4. Yemo froze for a moment, his heart suddenly tightening. He looked at the items, tons of supplements, and baby products. Oh, that's not far, he said calmly. He helped carry everything, followed them into the building, and dropped the items off at the elevator before quickly leaving. Such a good young man. Handsome and helpful, the man sighed in the elevator. Yes, and he drives such a good car. His family must be well off, the woman agreed. If we had a son-in-law like that. She sighed heavily. The man also sighed. 2 kids, who wouldn't mind? Even if our daughter is like a fairy, it's still hard. Finding a man like that won't be easy. She just had to have the babies, didn't listen to us at all. Forget it. What's done is done. Ding. The elevator arrived. They stepped out and knocked on the door. Dad, Mom. After a while, the door opened. Su Yuqing appeared. Why did it take so long? The mother asked suspiciously. I was soothing the babies, she replied. The mother nodded and didn't doubt it. Why did you bring so many things? Your mom insisted. Luckily, a kind young man helped us just now, the father said as he walked in. A helpful young man? Su Yuqing froze. Yes, he even helped park the car. Handsome too, like I was back in my younger days, the father laughed. Su Yuqing's heart skipped a beat. Don't tell me it was Yemo. He also drove a Lamborghini SUV. Do you know him? The father added. A Lamborghini SUV? Then it couldn't be Yemo. He was just an ordinary office worker. No way he could afford that. I don't know him. She shook her head, quietly relieved. Meanwhile, Yemo returned home, took a shower, and began seriously thinking about short videos and live streaming. A man needs something to do. And it's also for the babies. He quickly made up his mind. He searched online for workshop rentals and equipment, then found a large handicraft studio and went to check it out. He was satisfied and immediately bought it. Then he purchased tools and materials. By afternoon, everything was ready. I'll start by making gold accessories for the babies. He first thought of longevity locks, but found the designs too outdated. It needs to be special, something unique. Dragon, Phoenix. Yes, 1 dragon, 1 phoenix. He sketched 2 designs on paper. Soon, 2 drawings were completed, traditional longevity lock shapes, but one wrapped in a 9-clawed golden dragon, the other in a soaring phoenix. Both vivid and lifelike. Perfect. After refining the details, he began crafting. With his newly acquired handicraft skill, he already mastered gold craftsmanship techniques. Instead of casting molds, he drew the gold into fine threads and wove them by hand, an extremely complex technique. At first, he was slow, but gradually his hands became more skilled. He knew his proficiency was improving. He worked through the night, finally completing the dragon lock at around 4 a.m. Still not tired, he continued with the second one. After finishing, it was already past 4 in the morning. Forget it. I'll just finish the video before sleeping. He drank a few cans of energy drink and edited the video. It was easy. 2 hours later, he finished editing, created a Douyin account, and uploaded it. Then he collapsed on the sofa and fell into a deep sleep. Chapter 9. What exactly is his background? When he woke up, it was already afternoon. Opening Douyin, Yimo was slightly startled. 105,000 followers? 307,000 likes. The numbers completely exceeded his expectations. Although he had paid for some promotion after uploading the video, the effect was far more explosive than he imagined. Opening the video, he saw tens of thousands of comments. It's so beautiful. Gorgeous. I want to buy one for my baby too. Those hands are insane. Master-level craftsmanship. All of them were praise. As Yimo scrolled through them, he felt a sense of pride rising. His overnight effort hadn't been wasted. I can also make bracelets, jade pieces too. While eating takeout, more ideas kept popping into his head. After finishing his meal, his phone rang. He frowned when he saw the number. It was Song Jia. Yimo, you really have no shame, do you? You actually dared to sue me. As soon as he answered, Song Jia's cold, angry voice came through. I already told you. See you in court. Yimo replied indifferently with a cold laugh. You? Humph. Do you really think you can win? I've hired the best lawyer. You're definitely going to lose, she shouted. Is that all you wanted to say? Yimo sneered. Yimo, lawsuits take time. I'll give you a chance. We can settle out of court. It'll save both of us a lot of time, she said. Settle? Bring your lawyer. City Center Cafe. Be there. She sent the location and hung up. Fine. I'll meet you. Yimo snorted and called Fu Siwei. Half an hour later, at a downtown cafe, Yimo pushed the door open and walked in. He's here. In a corner, Song Jia looked up, watching the man who entered, a mocking smile curling her lips. Still that poor-looking outfit. So he still hasn't latched onto that rich woman. Of course, what rich woman would actually take him seriously? Probably just playing around. He even looks exhausted, must have been fired. She had already checked at NetEase. Yimo was no longer employed there. She had also heard ridiculous rumors that he was secretly a billionaire. She naturally didn't believe a word of it. Where's your lawyer? She asked coldly. He'll be here soon, Yimo said, sitting down. Song Jia looked at him, still the same as before. Plain, yet slightly handsome, but nothing more. You haven't been sleeping well these past few days, have you? She mocked. Not really, Yimo replied calmly. Song Jia smirked, lifting her chin in satisfaction. At that moment, a middle-aged man spoke up beside her. Mr. Yi, hello. I'm Ms. Song's lawyer, Lu Qingkai. He wore a suit and glasses, looking like an elite professional. He smiled lightly, very relaxed. This case was too simple. A guy like this clearly had no money. After losing 300,000 yuan and still having a mortgage, what kind of decent lawyer could he afford? Meanwhile, he was an elite lawyer. This was a guaranteed win. Mr. Yi, I suggest you settle. Withdraw the lawsuit. It protects Ms. Song's reputation, and it benefits you too. You'll also receive some compensation, Lu Qingkai said confidently. Reputation? Yimo laughed. What reputation does she even have left? Don't rush to refuse. Think it over carefully, Lu continued. I believe when your lawyer arrives, he'll advise you the same. He took a sip of coffee, calm and composed. Yimo said nothing, just checked the time. About 10 minutes later, the cafe door opened. A stunning woman walked in. She was tall and elegant, her figure perfectly outlined in a professional outfit, forming an S-shaped silhouette that was both graceful and alluring. Her long legs were wrapped in black stockings, adding an irresistible charm. Her flawless face, lightly made up, made her even more radiant. The entire cafe turned to look at her, many people frozen in admiration. Even Lu Qingkai froze mid-sip, swallowing unconsciously. Song Jia frowned slightly, a flash of jealousy in her eyes. She had to admit, this woman was 100 times more dazzling than her. Fu, lawyer Fu, Lu Qingkai suddenly exclaimed. He recognized her. She was from a top-tier law firm, a rising star known across the legal field for both talent and appearance. She is your lawyer? He looked at Yimo. At that moment, he relaxed slightly. A newcomer lawyer, nothing to fear. But then his expression froze again. Another person walked in behind her. A man in his 50s, wearing a sharply tailored suit, calm and imposing. Lu Qingsai's eyes widened instantly. That was senior lawyer Su from the elite law firm. A top-tier legal heavyweight. A legendary figure in the industry. How could someone like him appear here? And that wasn't all. Behind him came several more people, each one exuding an extraordinary aura. Lu Qingsai's mind went blank. Big shots. All of them were big shots. Why would so many top lawyers show up here at the same time? They couldn't all be here for this case, right? This was just a trivial 300,000 yuan dowry dispute. And Yimo was just a normal white-collar worker. How could he possibly attract so many elite lawyers? As they walked straight toward him, Lu Qingsai's confidence completely collapsed. These people were really here for this case. He slowly turned to look at Yimo, then back at the approaching group of elite lawyers. His heart began to tremble. Something was very, very wrong. This man, what exactly is his background? Chapter 10, Song Jia's Shock. There are quite a lot of people here. Song Jia sneered as she looked at the group walking toward them. Yimo, don't think I'll be afraid just because you brought people. Lawyer Lu is a real expert. Right, Lawyer Lu? She turned to look at Lawyer Lu beside her. But Lu Chengkai had long lost his earlier calm. His face was pale, and the hand holding his coffee was trembling slightly. Lawyer Lu, what's wrong with you? Song Jia asked in confusion. Just then, one of the men in the group laughed and called out. Oh, isn't this Xiao Lu? Lu Qingsai's hand shook even harder, his face turning even paler. Song Jia's expression changed immediately. She wasn't stupid. From that Xiao Lu and Lu Qingsai's reaction, she could already sense something was wrong. Who are these people? She asked in a low voice. Miss Song, these are all senior lawyers from our prestigious law firm. They are my seniors, much more experienced, better connected. Lu Chengkai lowered his head and said awkwardly. What? How is that possible? Song Jia froze in disbelief. With Yimo's financial situation, how could he possibly hire so many top lawyers? Their fees were extremely expensive. Lu Chengkai could only give a bitter smile. He was just as confused. Mr. Yi. Hello. The group of lawyers stepped forward and warmly shook hands with Yimo. Seeing this, Lu Chengkai felt his mind go blank. Their attitude was far too respectful. This clearly wasn't an ordinary client. At that moment, a woman spoke. Miss Song, hello. I am Mr. Ye's private lawyer. I will be handling this case. It was Fu Siwei. Private lawyer? Song Jia was stunned. This guy even has a private lawyer? Lu Chengkai frowned and asked. If Lawyer Fu is in charge, why are you all here? Haha. One of the senior lawyers laughed. Mr. Yi is a top-tier client of our firm. We were worried Xiao Fu lacks experience, so we came to assist. Lu Qingsai's face instantly stiffened. Top-tier client? His heart sank completely. This case, they had already lost. All right, let's get to the point, the senior lawyer said coldly. I heard you want to settle? Yes. Song Jia said sharply. Withdraw the lawsuit, and I'll compensate you a few tens of thousands. That's my final offer. Ridiculous. The lawyer adjusted his glasses and sneered. Miss Song, do you really think you can win this case in court? Ask your lawyer beside you if you don't believe me. Then he continued. I propose this. You return the full 300,000 yuan bride price and also compensate our client for emotional damages. What? Song Jia shot up in anger. Why should I pay emotional damages? These statements were made by you, correct? The lawyer placed a stack of documents on the table. With this alone, I can sue you for defamation and reputational damage. Song Jia's face turned pale as she flipped through the documents. They were all her fabricated rumors. This is unnecessary, right? She asked, turning to Lu Chengkai. Lu Chengkai glanced at them, then sighed helplessly and shook his head. Seeing this, Song Jia collapsed back into her chair, completely deflated. What do we do now? She muttered, almost crying. Miss Song, I suggest you return the money. We cannot win this case, Lu Chengkai said weakly. But I don't have the money. The lawyer stood up. The conditions have been stated. Take your time to consider. After speaking, they turned to Yimo. Mr. Yi, we'll take our leave. Yimo nodded and stood up as well. The group left the cafe, leaving Song Jia and Lu Chengkai sitting there in silence. You said he was just a poor nobody? He was. Lu Chengkai stammered. Don't joke. If he had no money, would those big-shot lawyers treat him like that? Song Jia fell silent. She suddenly remembered the rumors she had heard before, that Yimo was actually a hidden billionaire. Could it be true? After leaving the cafe, the senior lawyers departed, leaving only Fu Siwei with Yimo. Yimo studied her for a moment. She had removed her glasses and dressed up more carefully than usual. Her makeup made her look even more charming. "Do I look good?" she asked with a smile, slightly lifting her chest. "Of course," Yimo replied. She smiled in satisfaction. "Then shouldn't you treat me to dinner?" Of course, of course." Over dinner, Yimo showed her the short video he had made. Fu Siwei was visibly shocked. You made this yourself? It's incredible." "It's just the beginning," Yimo said calmly. After dinner, he drove her home. "Want to come up for a bit?" she asked when they arrived. Yimo nodded and followed her upstairs. Her apartment was on the 7th floor, 2 bedrooms, 1 living room. Simple, but warm and clean. "Make yourself at home," she said, kicking off her heels and sitting on the sofa. She leaned back, rubbing her tired feet. Then, right in front of him, she slowly removed her black stockings, revealing a pair of long, flawless white legs. Chapter 11. A building as a reward. The legs in front of me are beautiful, long and shapely, without an ounce of excess fat. Her skin was firm, fair, and as white as mutton fat jade. Yimo was stunned for a moment. These are perfect, jade-like legs. Her movements were even more daring and seductive. It's unraveling again. She took off her stockings, unfolded them, touched them, and muttered something. "Can't I wear it anymore?" Yimo said. "Look at this, such a big tear. You must have accidentally snagged it just now." Fu Siwei handed over the stockings in her hand. Yimo took it and saw that there was indeed a large crack. Then his mind was stirred. The stockings in my hand were still warm and retained a faint scent of her body. "I'll have to get a new pair." Fu Siwei got up, barefoot, walked over, opened the refrigerator, and took out several pairs of unopened stockings. From behind, her curves were exceptionally graceful, with a slender waist that could be encircled by one hand, and a pair of long, white, ivory-like legs that were gently raised on tiptoe beneath her full, rounded buttocks, making her appear even longer and incredibly alluring. "It's getting late, I should go." Yimo glanced at her, threw down the stockings in his hand, and felt uneasy, so he hurriedly got up to say goodbye. Upon seeing this, Fu Siwei was taken aback. After a while, she looked down at the stockings in her hand and chuckled. After driving out of the residential area, Yimo rolled down the car window and let the wind blow through him, which gradually calmed his restless emotions. He found Su Yuqing's phone number, dialed it, and asked about the child's situation. Then, he drove to the studio. A day later, the video had received over 500,000 likes, and his follower count had risen to over 300,000, which fueled his enthusiasm. He plans to make the gold bracelet first. After careful design, he finalized the artwork. The 2 pairs of bracelets still feature the dragon and phoenix theme, with one pair featuring a coiled dragon and the other a phoenix entwined. In terms of design, they are more ornate and sophisticated than the previous longevity locks. In terms of craftsmanship, they also require a higher level of skill, as the gold needs to be drawn into finer threads. It is also more difficult to make. He took out the materials and began making them. With yesterday's experience, he became more skilled at it. It would take an average craftsman 10 days or even 1 or 2 months to make such a bracelet, but he could complete it in 1 or 2 hours, which is incredibly fast. By the time all 4 were done, it was already dawn. He edited it and posted it on Douyin. When I checked the data in the afternoon, it was quite explosive. The number of likes exceeded 600,000, and there were a full 30,000 comments. When I clicked on it, all I saw were exclamations of amazement, praise, and many requests to buy. Upon closer inspection, his number of followers had soared to over 1 million. She'll become a minor internet celebrity with millions of followers. Yimo smiled, feeling a great sense of accomplishment. It's a win-win-win situation. You can make things for your baby, gain fame, and practice your skills. After the meal, he made several wooden boxes, put the longevity lock and bracelet into them, and then went to Su Yuqing's house. Her parents left around noon yesterday. "What are these?" Seeing Yimo take out several boxes, Su Yuqing asked curiously. "It was given to the 2 babies by my parents." Yimo smiled and opened one of the boxes. Wow, so beautiful. What Yimo took out was the pair of golden phoenix bracelets. They were entirely golden, and a few small diamonds were adorning the pair of beautiful wings. They shone brightly and were dazzling in the sunlight. This This is way too valuable. Su Yuqing hurriedly replied. She could tell that this was absolutely top-notch craftsmanship and incredibly valuable. Upon receiving it and taking a closer look, she gasped in astonishment. The entire bracelet was made of extremely fine gold wire. Such craftsmanship could only be described as divine skill and exquisite artistry. It's not expensive. Yimo shook his head. This one is for Jingbao, and this pair is for Noonyuo. As he spoke, he took out the other pair as well. Su Yuqing's beautiful eyes widened in shock when she saw this. These bracelets are made with the same craftsmanship. A pair of dragons, a pair of phoenixes, just right. This. She opened her red lips, about to speak, when Yimo opened another wooden box and took out a small, exquisite gold artifact. Upon closer inspection, her beautiful eyes widened even more, and her mouth gaped open in astonishment. This is a longevity lock. The baby is already over 100 years old. It's time for him to wear it. Yimo smiled. Su Yuqing stood there, speechless for a long time. These longevity locks look quite valuable. It's strange. How could Yimo's parents have so many valuable gold items? Could it be a family heirloom? Thinking about this, she suddenly realized something. This is the only explanation. Otherwise, given Yimo's current family background, he wouldn't be able to afford these gold items. It's too valuable. She snapped out of her daze and whispered, "Fine." Yimo smiled and was about to put the gloves on the two babies. "Wait a minute. We were just about to give them a bath." Su Yuqing called out. "Then I'll do it." Yimo volunteered to take on the task. After giving the babies a bath, Yimo massaged them, making them squeal with delight and beam with joy. Those two little ones, they really know how to enjoy themselves. Su Yuqing watched from the side and couldn't help but laugh. Afterwards, Yimo put a diaper on the baby, dressed him, and then put a pair of longevity locks and a gold bracelet on him. "It's so beautiful." Su Yuqing sighed. Yimo admired it for a moment and was quite satisfied. "Ding. Your baby is very happy, and the mission has been successfully triggered. Spend 2 hours with your baby to receive a random reward." Suddenly, the system's voice rang in my mind. Random reward? Yimo was taken aback. This time it's not a skill. It's the same random reward as the first time. That time, he acquired shares worth billions. What will it be this time? He began to feel a sense of anticipation. "Go and rest for a while. I'll take care of them." Yimo picked up the two children and said to Su Yuqing, "Good." Su Yuqing nodded. "Then I'll go get some sleep. The baby fussed several times last night, so I didn't get any sleep." After saying that, she yawned and walked away lazily. Yimo sat down and comforted the two babies. He looked at this and then at that, feeling incredibly satisfied. 2 hours passed in the blink of an eye. Ding. Mission complete. Begin drawing a random reward. Congratulations, host. You have acquired the property rights to one building in Starlight International. The system's voice sounded. A building. Yimo was stunned for a moment, then took a deep breath. A building like that is worth a fortune. Starlight International? I think I've heard of it. He vaguely remembered the name, and after searching online, he found that it was a high-end residential complex, a popular one among online celebrities and very famous. It was said that many online celebrities live there. Let's go check it out later. He suppressed his excitement and continued to soothe the baby. When Su Yuqing woke up in the evening and took over taking care of the baby, he left. Chapter 12. That entire building belongs to Mr. Yi. Starlight International is located on the riverbank. In the entire city of H, it is considered a high-end residence, with prices reaching over 50,000 yuan per square meter, and all of them are large single-level apartments. Yimo calculated that one set would cost at least 10 million. A building with about 60 units is worth at least 6 or 700 million. Good. Once outside the residential area, Yimo looked around. The entire community is designed in a trendy, stylish, and grand manner, with each high-rise building resplendent and dazzling. He parked his car and went inside. The building he acquired had been entrusted to a real estate company for rental purposes. Before coming here, he had contacted the company to come and check out the property and complete the handover procedures. It was evening, and there were many pedestrians on the street, all dressed in a very glamorous way, including some internet celebrity beauties. Before the real estate company representatives arrived, he started wandering around aimlessly. Woof! Suddenly, he heard several dog barks. Then came a gasp of surprise. He looked in the direction of the sound and saw two teddy bears chasing a little girl in the distance, pouncing on her. The little girl was so frightened that she ran away screaming all the way. Yemo's expression changed. Without thinking, he rushed forward and kicked out. With a scream, the teddy bear in front flew away. The one behind was immediately startled, stopped in its tracks, and showed a look of fear. "What are you doing? Are you crazy?" The next moment, an angry scream came from not far away. A woman wearing a t-shirt, hot pants, and heavy makeup rushed over, cursing as she picked up the teddy bear that had been kicked away. "Baby, are you all right?" She touched it with a pained expression. Then, she raised her head and looked angrily at Yemo. "Are you crazy? Why are you kicking my baby?" She screamed and cursed. Yemo glanced at the little girl behind him, and only after confirming that she hadn't been bitten did he turn back around. He looked the woman in front of him over again and frowned slightly. She was dressed far too revealingly. Her hot pants were so short they barely covered her thighs, and her neckline was very low, exposing most of her breasts. Her face was heavily made up, giving her a flirtatious and alluring air. "Who told it to bite?" Yemo said coldly. If he hadn't kicked her in time, the girl would have been bitten. "Don't let the small size of teddy dogs fool you. They can be quite fierce when they bite." "Bullshit. Which eye of yours saw my babies trying to bite? They have such good temperaments and never bite. They just wanted to play with this little girl," the glamorous woman shrieked. "Play?" Yemo immediately scoffed. "That's such a lame excuse. You have to apologize and pay compensation. Otherwise, you're not leaving today." The woman screamed again, her tone aggressive. "Why should I apologize?" Yemo's face darkened, and he became somewhat annoyed. "You're not going to apologize, are you? You've got guts. Do you know who I am? I have millions of followers online. One sentence from each of them could kill you. If I post you online, I can dox you and ruin you." The glamorous woman continued her taunts, her arrogance growing even stronger. "You were the one who walked your dog without a leash and almost bit someone. How dare you say that?" Yemo sneered. "So what if you have a few million fans? It's not a lot. Do you even have that? Such a big mouth. Hey, don't go. Apologize and pay me back." Seeing Yemo turn to leave, the woman panicked and grabbed him. "Someone's being indecent." She screamed in all directions. This shout immediately attracted a lot of attention, and many people from all directions looked over. "What happened? What's going on?" Soon, many people came over. "This man sexually assaulted me, and he kicked my dog." The glamorous woman pointed at Yemo and shouted. Everyone glanced at Yemo and were somewhat surprised. This young man was so handsome. He didn't seem like a hooligan at all. But upon closer inspection of the woman's attire, they all suddenly realized what had happened. This beautiful woman has a great figure and is dressed in a sexy and revealing way. No wonder. "Shameless. Call the police immediately," they shouted and looked at Yemo with disdain. Yemo looked around, his face somewhat gloomy. "You're still not going to pay me back? You kicked my baby, so I'll just give you 30,000 yuan for that kick. That's not much, is it?" The glamorous woman glanced at Yemo and said smugly, 30,000? You're robbing me." Yemo grinned. "You don't even have 30,000, do you?" The glamorous woman sneered. She scrutinized Yemo more closely, the mockery in her eyes growing even stronger. At first, she thought this guy lived here too, but now that she looked at him, he was dressed very casually, wearing jeans, a white shirt, and shoes that weren't brand names at all. This is a high-end residential area. Even if you rent it, the rent would be tens of thousands of yuan a month, which is unaffordable for the average person. "You don't live here, do you? What are you doing here, an outsider?" She then sneered. "I don't live here, but I am the owner of this property. Is there a problem with me coming to see my own house?" Yemo said coldly. "Homeowner? Huh." The glamorous woman paused for a moment, then burst into laughter. "This guy a homeowner? The cheapest house here costs over 10 million. How could this guy afford it?" The onlookers were also somewhat surprised. This young man is not old, only around 24 or 25 years old. Unless he is a rich second generation, how could he possibly afford a house here? "Then tell me, which house here is yours?" The alluring woman laughed. "There are quite a few. Let's talk about this one." Yemo turned around and pointed to a building not far away. Upon hearing this, the glamorous woman paused for a moment, her expression somewhat surprised. She clearly hadn't expected this guy to be so shameless, spouting such a huge boast. "A building? You'll die if you don't brag." This one building alone is worth nearly $1 billion. The onlookers were taken aback for a moment, then burst into laughter, thinking it was just a joke, something made up on the spot. You don't believe me? Guillermo raised an eyebrow as he looked at the alluring woman. Nobody would believe that. The woman rolled her eyes. Okay, I'll make a call. Guillermo took out his phone and dialed a number. Mr. Yi, I've arrived at the entrance of the residential area. Please wait a moment. Where are you now? I'll come find you right away. A very respectful voice came from the phone. Guillermo announced his location. A few minutes later, a small electric scooter sped up, carrying a man in a black suit. The glamorous woman looked closely and frowned. Isn't this man a real estate agent? She used this agency to rent the apartment here. When the man got closer and saw the crowd gathered there, he couldn't help but feel a little puzzled. Here. Guillermo waved to him. Hello, Mr. Yi. The man immediately smiled warmly and jogged over, saying, My surname is Wang. You can just call me Xiao Wang. You claim to be a homeowner? Aren't you here to rent? The rent here isn't cheap. Can you afford it? The glamorous woman sneered at Guillermo. What do you mean by renting a room? Xiao Wang looked around, his face filled with confusion. Aren't you a real estate agent? This guy is looking to rent a room from you, isn't he? The alluring woman said. He wants to rent a house? Xiao Wang was stunned for a moment, then laughed. Why would Mr. Yi rent a house? He has many houses here. See that one building? It's all Mr. Ye's houses. He bought them all today. As soon as he finished speaking, the surroundings fell silent. A deathly silence. Chapter 13 Guillermo starts to become popular. The glamorous woman looked completely dazed. Her eyes widened in shock and disbelief. Was this guy not bragging? He actually owns a building? This building is worth nearly $1 billion. For a moment, her head was buzzing, and she felt a strong sense of dizziness. The onlookers were all stunned and shocked. Many of them are homeowners here and have some wealth, but compared to these super rich people who can buy an entire building with a wave of their hand, they are not even in the same league. When they came to their senses, their eyes changed. What was originally contempt and anger has now turned into amazement and even admiration. I never would have guessed he was so rich. People at this level of wealth are low-key, so I think this might be a misunderstanding. They began to whisper among themselves. She was walking her dog without a leash, and it almost bit this girl. I kicked her dog, and then she started acting unreasonably and wouldn't let go. At this moment, Guillermo spoke up. Oh, I see. I knew it. Everyone suddenly realized. Big Brother is right. It was those two bad dogs that chased and bit me, so Big Brother kicked them. Big Brother is a good person. The little girl next to him also stood up and whispered. That's so rude. A commotion erupted among the crowd, who glared angrily at the glamorous woman. The glamorous woman opened her mouth, wanting to argue, but then felt powerless. At this point, whatever she said would be useless. She glanced at the young man in front of her again, and her face turned even paler. The person who casually bought an entire building must have a background and influence far beyond her comprehension. And she's just a minor internet celebrity. The consequences of offending the other party were something she could not bear. Mr. Yi, I'm so sorry. Could you add me on WeChat? I'll give you some money as compensation. She hurriedly apologized, looking somewhat frightened. No need. Guillermo refused decisively and turned to leave. The glamorous woman was taken aback, feeling a pang of regret. If she had added him on WeChat, she might have had a chance to hook up with this super rich man, given her looks. But now it seemed she had no chance. Mr. Yi, please take a look at these contracts. After signing them, you will have exclusively entrusted our company to rent out your properties on your behalf. We will transfer the rent for the next quarter to you immediately. There are a total of 62 units in your building, and the rent for the quarter is 6.78 million. The details are all here. Xiao Wang followed eagerly, handing over several contracts and documents. After reviewing it, Guillermo found no problems and signed it immediately. Next, the real estate agent, Xiao Wang, took him to see a temporarily vacant house. The large, single-level apartment, over 300 square meters, is luxuriously decorated and rents for as much as 50,000 yuan a month, making it many times better than his apartment in Tianshui Yuan. However, Guillermo didn't intend to change. He walked around for a bit and then left. As soon as he returned to his studio, he received a transfer notification showing that over 6 million yuan in rent had been deposited into his account. He smiled, somewhat pleased. He had previously bought a car, taken over the studio, and purchased a large amount of equipment and materials. He didn't have much money left, so this money came at just the right time. Collecting rent is great. He sighed. He doesn't have to do anything. Even if he just lies around, he can still earn more than 2 million a month. No wonder so many people want to be landlords. YMO Newbie Dad, Novice Tycoon. Wealth points, 9. Ability value, 2. YMO Open the system interface. Your wealth points have increased from 8 to 9. The price only went up a little bit. YMO smiled bitterly. He suddenly realized that his path to advancement was still very long. As for his ability points, he has now acquired 2 skills, massage and handicrafts, so he has 2 points, which is no problem. After a quick dinner, he got busy. He spent the past 2 days making goldware. Today, he plans to make jadeware. Jade carving is more difficult than gold carving because if you make a mistake in carving jade, the material is ruined. Let's carve a dragon. He took out the prepared material, a piece of Hitian white jade. After selecting the right tools and designing the artwork, he began to carve. His movements were very skillful. Each step was crisp and neat, and he easily cut out the general shape. Then, he began to carefully carve the dragon's scales, claws, whiskers, and every detail was meticulously rendered. After carving, the next step is polishing to give the jade a luster. After a night, the jade dragon was finally completed. YMO examined it carefully and breathed a sigh of relief. This jade dragon seems to be alive, possessing a more spiritual quality than dragons made of gold. He rested for a while, then started editing the video and posted it online. After doing all that, he was exhausted and lay down on the sofa, falling asleep. He posted another video. Wow, that's fast. As soon as the video was released, fans saw it. They were all somewhat surprised. This account had only been created 3 days ago, yet it was posting 1 video a day. That was incredibly fast. If it were just some everyday funny videos, that would be fine, but this is a high-difficulty craft video. Filming one of these videos would take at least 10 days to half a month. How could it be possible to update once a day? Wow. Upon closer inspection, the cover features a pure white jade dragon, so lifelike it seems almost alive, exuding an ethereal charm. So handsome. Is this really sculpted? That's incredible. It looks just like it's alive. They exclaimed in admiration as they clicked on the video and started watching. The more they looked, the more shocked they became. The hands in the video seemed to possess magic. An ugly piece of raw jade gradually transformed in his hands into a real dragon. Every movement he makes is incredibly precise and visually stunning. Coupled with the grand and majestic music, it evokes a sense of passion and exhilaration in the viewer. Many people, after watching it, felt unsatisfied and clicked to watch it again. These hands are simply amazing. Awesome. The comments were all filled with amazement. His fingers are so nimble. He must be really good at picking things out. Some people even started driving. As likes and comments surged, the video's popularity skyrocketed, attracting even more attention. Among them are many jade carvers. Where did this expert come from? This skill is terrifying. They were all deeply moved after watching it. The skills shown in the video are absolutely top-notch. There are very few people in the entire country with this level of skill. They are masters among masters. This account is called New Dad, and judging by the shape of these hands, it seems to belong to a young person. But how could this be? They found it even more hard to believe. It's astonishing that someone with such extraordinary skills is a young man. Moreover, he was not only skilled in jade carving, but also in gold carving, and his skills were equally superb. This account has sparked a huge debate and caused a great stir in the jade industry and even the entire jewelry industry. Chapter 14, he's doing quite well. When YMO woke up, it was already afternoon. He was startled when he opened Douyin, TikTok. The video I posted this morning already has 1 million likes, and when I checked my follower count, it had more than doubled, reaching a staggering 3 million. This data is absolutely explosive. He himself couldn't believe it. After checking the comments, he realized that his video had attracted the attention of many people in the jade and jewelry industry, and then inadvertently caught the attention of some news media on Weibo. Then, his video went viral. Thank you for the compliment. It's not for sale, it's for my own baby. He picked out a few of the most liked comments and replied to them. Many people wanted to buy his longevity lock and gold bracelet and offered high prices, but he refused them all. He didn't create this account to make money. After dinner, He went home and washed up. Then he sent a WeChat message to Su Yuqing, saying he wanted to go see the child. After receiving the reply, he drove over. Aunt Yin opened the door for him. As soon as he entered, he saw Su Yuqing leaning against the sofa, holding her baby girl in her arms. She seemed to be in poor spirits, listless, and her face was slightly pale. "What's wrong?" Yimo hurriedly asked with concern. "Nothing." Su Yuqing shook her head. The next moment, her delicate eyebrows furrowed, and she bit her lip, revealing a look of pain. "It's your period," Aunt Yin said with a pained expression. "She's been like this ever since she gave birth. When her period comes, she suffers terribly from the pain, and the flow is extremely heavy. She went to see a doctor once before, but they couldn't find anything wrong. They just said that Miss Su's health is poor. Giving birth is like going through the gates of hell for a woman. Even if she doesn't die, she'll suffer a lot of health problems afterward. When I gave birth, I suffered terribly. It's fine." Su Yuqing smiled and said, "This little pain is nothing. Let me carry you. You lie down." Yimo felt a pang of heartache seeing this, so he quickly walked over and took the baby girl from her arms. Su Yuqing leaned against the sofa and squinted for a while, but after a while, she frowned in pain again. She clenched her teeth to keep from making a sound. Seeing her like this, Yimo felt a pang of heartache. "How about I rub it for you?" He hesitated for a moment, then said, "Huh? No, no need." Su Yuqing was taken aback and quickly shook her head, a faint blush rising on her beautiful face. Although she knew Yimo was very skilled at massage, this was still far too intimate. Although the two have a child, they are not husband and wife. "It's no use. I've tried rubbing it myself, and it didn't work." Perhaps afraid of embarrassing Yimo, she spoke softly again. "You can give it a try? It's not good for you to keep in this pain. Why don't you take some painkillers?" Yimo said. "No, I still need to feed the baby. I can't take medicine." Su Yuqing shook her head. "Miss Su, let him massage it. Men are stronger, it might help. Don't be embarrassed. I'll take the baby over there." At this moment, Aunt Yin spoke up. She walked up with a smile, took the baby girl from Yimo's arms, then picked up the baby boy next to her, went to another room, and closed the door. Su Yuqing opened her red lips, looking embarrassed. She glanced at Yimo, and two blushes rose on her face, making her look exceptionally shy. Then, let's give it a try," she murmured, her beautiful cheeks flushed a deep red like a fiery sunset. "Oh," Yimo responded, also somewhat nervous. He shifted his position and moved closer. A refreshing and rich fragrance immediately wafted over. This is the scent of her perfume. Upon closer inspection, it seems to also have a hint of milky fragrance. He subconsciously looked down, his gaze sweeping over the mountain peak. Those stunning curves are absolutely breathtaking. Yimo coughed lightly, quickly regaining his composure and shifting his gaze downwards to his flat stomach. Most women's abdomens change shape after childbirth. Some develop a small belly, while others have stretch marks. But she had none of these. Her abdomen remained flat, and even her waist was still very slender, a delicate, slender waist. This shows that she must have exercised a lot after giving birth, otherwise she couldn't have recovered so well. However, when he touched her, he found that although her abdomen was flat, her skin was not so firm and was slightly loose. This is normal. After all, having just given birth to twins, it's impossible to be completely without any after effects. "Relax." Sensing that her abdominal muscles were tense and she seemed a little nervous, he comforted her. She blushed and responded softly. Yimo took a deep breath and slowly began to massage. It really is much better." At first, Su Yuqing didn't feel anything, only that the massage felt a little comfortable, but gradually, the cramping in her abdomen began to lessen. Her eyes widened, her face filled with disbelief. Yimo breathed a sigh of relief. Actually, he didn't know if it would work or not. He was just trying it out. "It doesn't hurt anymore." After a while, Su Yuqing said with delight. The menstrual cramps that had plagued her for months were suddenly cured. "Ouch! It hurts again." After Yimo paused for a while, the cramping pain returned. "Let me massage you a little longer." Yimo continued. "Thank you for your help," Su Yuqing said somewhat embarrassedly. "Fine." Yimo smiled. Compared to the hardships she endured giving birth to the baby, his was nothing. "He's doing quite well." Su Yuqing lay comfortably, looking at the focused and earnest young man in front of her, and something in her heart was suddenly touched. He is gentle, kind, and good-looking. His only flaw is that he is not rich and has a very ordinary background. While the two were pressing down on the baby, in the other room, Aunt Yun was holding the baby and standing at the door, carefully listening to the sounds coming from the living room. Suddenly, she smiled mischievously. The sounds coming from the living room were truly suggestive. Let the two young people get along well. She went back to the bedside and comforted the baby. Yimo stopped when Su Yuqing's pain subsided around 9 p.m. You should get some rest. I'll take care of the kids tonight. After she finished feeding the baby, Yimo urged her to go to sleep. All right. Seeing that Aunt Yun was there and that he was there, Su Yuqing felt relieved and went back to her room. You can take the baby for a walk. I usually take them. It's inconvenient for Ms. Su because of her special status. Aunt Yun tidied up the room and said to Yimo. Good. Yimo nodded. The baby is over 3 months old and can go out now. Going out occasionally is good for them. After changing their clothes, Yimo put them into the stroller. Ding. System task successfully triggered. Take the two babies for a walk for 1 hour to obtain the skill cultivating chi. Just as I was about to leave, the system's voice sounded. Chapter 15. What kind of divine beauty is this? The room was dimly lit. On the bed, Su Yuqing turned over. The thin velvet quilt clung tightly to her delicate body, outlining her graceful curves, especially her hips and buttocks, which were stretched into full, high curves. Extending downwards, the shape of those long, beautiful legs can be vaguely seen. She changed into a nightgown that was very sheer and had a lace pattern. The collar is slightly slit, revealing a voluptuous figure. She closed her eyes tightly, wanting to sleep, but after a while, her long eyelashes fluttered, and she opened them again. She felt a little short of breath, so she tossed and turned over. Seriously, it's gotten even bigger. She looked down and felt somewhat annoyed. Since becoming pregnant, her bust size has been increasing day by day, almost becoming a burden. I wonder how the baby is doing. She looked towards the doorway, slightly worried. It should be fine. With him here and Aunt Yun around, nothing will happen. She thought for a moment and then breathed a sigh of relief. I had just closed my eyes and was trying to fall asleep again when my phone on the bedside table vibrated with a buzz. Hello. She answered the call. Yuqing, it's time to sleep. On the other end of the phone was a mature, slightly charming female voice. I was just about to go to sleep. Where are the children? Someone is with me. I got my period today, and I'm not feeling well. Oh, then you should get some rest. I bought your plane ticket. I'll be there tomorrow night. Good. By the way, you told me last time that you were going to find the child's father. How's that going? I looked for him, but he was with his child. He's at your house? On the other end of the phone, the voice suddenly rose several octaves. What's wrong? Su Yuqing was taken aback. You silly woman. How could you let him stay in your house? Don't you know how charming you are? How can a man like him resist? What if something happens? Manny, you're overthinking it. He's not that kind of person, Su Yuqing said. On the other end of the phone was her agent, who was also her best friend, young Manny. She is also one of the most famous agents in the entertainment industry. What do you mean he's not that kind of person? Let me tell you, all men are the same. Not one of them is not lustful. Young Manny snorted. Manny, I think he is pretty good. Su Yuqing smiled and said gently. What? Young Manny shrieked. Su Yuqing, you haven't fallen for him, have you? Has he bewitched you? You've lost your mind. Don't you know who you are? A superstar who's famous all over the world. A super diva. Your fans are all over the world, and the line of people who want to pursue you could stretch all the way to the other side of the earth. And what is he? Just an ordinary person, to put it bluntly, a loser. He's not good enough for you. He's not even worthy of being the father of your child. Su Yuqing listened and bit her full, red lips. Manny, he's not as bad as you say. Why are you still defending him? Tell me, what's so good about him? Young Manny said angrily. He's quite handsome. Su Yuqing smiled. Haven't you ever seen a handsome guy before? I have so many good-looking young men working for me, and every single one of them is more handsome than him. Young Manny rolled her eyes and said disdainfully, how could an ordinary person be more handsome than all the celebrities and idols under her wing? He's a really nice person, with a great personality, gentle and thoughtful. Isn't this the kind of gentleness that comes from a poor person who has accomplished nothing? He's only being so nice to you because he's poor and wants to rely on you. Young Manny rolled her eyes again. Su Yuqing opened her red lips, momentarily at a loss for words to refute. I don't think he's like that. Today I had menstrual cramps, and he carefully massaged my stomach for a long time. He even did my laundry. Is it underwear? Yes, right. Su Yuqing, you've let a wolf into the house. Just you wait. I'll come over tomorrow and give you a good talking to. Young Manny looked at him with disappointment and frustration. After saying that, she hung up the phone. This woman wasn't this stupid before. Is it really true that pregnancy makes you stupid for 3 years? Humph. You stinking man. A toad trying to eat swan meat? Dream on. I, young Manny, will definitely make you give up on your own. She clenched her fist, snorted, and eagerly began packing her luggage. Su Yuqing gave a wry smile and put down her phone. She lay down, tried to fall asleep for a while, and finally drifted off to sleep. Ding. Mission complete. You have acquired the skill Qi cultivation. In the residential area, on a small path, Yemo was pushing a stroller and taking a walk around. He completed the walk and successfully acquired the skill. Nourish your Qi? Sounds like something related to health preservation. He muttered something to himself and opened the system interface. In the skills interface, a new skill, Nourish Qi, has been added after the original massage and crafts. Upon closer inspection, he was stunned. This skill seems a bit unusual. The characters have a faint hint of gold, completely different from the previous two. The Golden Legend? Yemo's mind stirred. Skills may also be graded. Skills like massage and handicrafts are relatively common, while cultivating one's inner energy is a more advanced skill. Can you really improve your health and live a long life just by breathing? Something new entered his mind, making him understand the usefulness of this skill. Simply put, he can maintain his health and become stronger simply by breathing. It seems pretty good. He smiled. He walked around for a while longer, and seeing that the two babies were getting sleepy, he went back. After putting the baby to sleep, he lay down on the sofa and fell asleep. He was awakened by the doorbell early the next morning. He sat up and saw Aunt Yin busy in the kitchen, so he stood up and walked towards the door. I'll drive, he called out to Aunt Yin. He pressed his forehead again and felt a little strange. He hadn't slept for long, so why did he feel so energetic when he woke up, without any headache at all? When he reached the door, he turned the knob and opened it. Oomph. You stinky man. I'm here. Don't even think about trying to seduce Yuqing anymore. I'll see how I kick you out. Standing at the door was a woman in her 30s, dressed fashionably, mature and charming. She was carrying a bag in her hand, and a large suitcase was beside her. At this moment, she clenched her fists, looking into the doorway with a determined and spirited expression. Squeak. The door opened. A face appeared before her. Then she was stunned. Her eyes gradually widened, becoming round and wide. His eyes were filled with a blank, incredulous look. Before her stood a face of indescribable handsomeness, with chiseled features, sword-like eyebrows, skin as smooth as white jade, and a pair of bright, star-like eyes. For a moment, she felt like she couldn't breathe, and her mind went completely blank. What kind of divine beauty is this? Even though she has been in the entertainment industry for more than 10 years and has seen countless handsome men and fresh faces, she has never seen such an amazing face. And his demeanor, she had never seen such a spirited person. So handsome. She parted her red lips and murmured something. Bang! The next moment, the bag slipped from her hand and fell heavily to the ground. But she was completely unaware, staring blankly at the incomparably handsome face before her. Chapter 16. Young Manny's repeated shocks. Who are you? Yemo looked at the woman at the door with some curiosity. The way she looked at herself seemed a little off. After taking a closer look at her, a hint of amazement flashed in his eyes. She was in her early 30s, with a beautiful and charming appearance. Standing at around 1.7 meters tall, she was quite slender. A red, fitted dress accentuated her alluring curves, highlighting her shapely figure and voluptuous curves. She had the kind of figure that is perfectly ripe like a peach, exuding the charm of a mature and beautiful woman, making her exceptionally alluring. Who are you? Young Manny did not answer, but instead asked a question. My name is Yemo. You're Yemo? That stinky man. Young Manny was shocked, her face blank. The next moment, she screamed, her expression as if she had seen a ghost. The man who was so handsome that she felt weak in the knees was actually Yemo, the stinky, Poor loser she had always looked down on. She couldn't accept it at all. Manny, didn't you say you'd arrive tonight? At that moment, Su Yuqing's voice came from inside the room. I changed my flight. Young Manny woke up with a start and quickly squatted down to pick up her bag from the ground. She didn't want her best friend to see her in such a state. That would be too embarrassing. This is young Manny, my agent, and this is Yimo. Su Yuqing walked to the door and introduced them to the two. When she saw Yimo's appearance, she was stunned and could hardly believe it. Is there something wrong with my face? Yimo was even more puzzled. He reached up and touched his face, then turned and walked towards the restroom. No problem, he's just too handsome. Young Manny muttered to herself. Still looking? You're totally mesmerized. I admit, you're right. He is quite handsome. No wonder you're a little smitten with him. She looked at Su Yuqing and said sullenly. She fought her way here specifically to deal with this man. On the way, she came up with many ways to get back at this man, but before she could use them, his appearance dealt her a blow. This is a huge blow. Yuqing, he is handsome, but handsomeness can't put food on the table. The most important thing for a man is not his looks, but his abilities. A man must have abilities. She dragged her luggage into the house and pulled Su Yuqing to sit down in the living room. I still think he's not good enough for you. Somewhat unwilling to accept defeat, she continued to persuade him. What do you mean by good enough or not good enough? I just said he's a good guy. I didn't mean anything else. Su Yuqing glanced at the toilet and whispered, Hey, you silly woman. Young Manny shook her head. All right, where's the baby? Let me hold him. He's inside. Su Yuqing went into the nursery and brought out the two babies. Quick, quick. Let your Aunt Yang hug and kiss you. Young Manny stepped forward and excitedly accepted it. Oh my, so beautiful. So delicate and pretty, like a little angel. She reached out and gently pinched the baby boy's nose. Huh? What's this? The next moment, her gaze caught something and focused on the baby's chest. Yuqing, how did you get this? She looked at it carefully, and her face showed shock. Oh, this longevity lock was given to Yimo by his parents. It's a family heirloom, Su Yuqing said with a smile. Isn't it beautiful? His? That's impossible, young Manny said decisively. What's wrong? Su Yuqing asked, her brows furrowing slightly. This longevity lock is very famous, don't you know? So many people want to buy it, but can't. How could they possibly have the same one? Young Manny said. Is it very famous? Su Yuqing exclaimed in surprise. Jingbao has one too. It's a pair. They're exactly the same. Young Manny was even more shocked when she saw it. And this bracelet. When she saw the gold bracelets on the two babies' wrists, her beautiful eyes widened, and a storm raged in her heart. These longevity locks and bracelets are exactly the same as those in those two videos. How could it be such a coincidence? Could it be? An incredible thought instantly popped into her mind. That new dad who gained over 3 million followers in just 3 days and became incredibly popular was actually Yimo, the father of these two babies? For a moment, she was shocked and could hardly believe it. What kind of deity is this? After a long while, she came to her senses and could only manage a bitter smile. Not only does he have such an outrageous appearance, but he also possesses incredible talent. Because of him, the jewelry industry has been shaken to its core. With his talent, becoming a jewelry design master and becoming famous both domestically and internationally would be a piece of cake. What happened? Su Yuqing still looked confused. Your husband is something else. Young Manny smiled bitterly, looking dejected. She wanted to hurt this man, but instead, she was the one who got hurt in return. Look at this, doesn't it look familiar? She took out her phone, opened Douyin, TikTok, and showed Su Yuqing those videos. You mean, this account belongs to Yimo? After reading it, Su Yuqing's beautiful eyes widened in shock. Little did she know that Yimo possessed such amazing skills. Look at this name. New Dad. Who else could it be but him? Not only is his skill amazing, but his filming and editing are also top-notch. He gained over 3 million followers in just 3 days. It's a miracle. Young Manny sighed. Su Yuqing opened her mouth, momentarily stunned and at a loss for words. What husband? Don't talk nonsense. Then, she realized what was happening, and 2 blushes suddenly appeared on her bright and beautiful face. To be honest, I'm a little envious of you. Young Manny glanced at the toilet and sighed. Such an outstanding man is a rare find. Stop talking nonsense. Have you had breakfast? Let's eat together. Su Yuqing interrupted her, her face flushed. At this moment, Yimo came out of the restroom. He had already noticed the changes in himself. Not only had his appearance and demeanor changed a lot, but even his physique had changed, becoming more robust and taller. Clearly, this is the effect of the skill cultivating qi. As long as he breathes, he can become stronger and constantly transform. Yimo, is this you? Su Yuqing came over with her phone and asked him. Seeing that he couldn't hide it any longer, Yimo simply admitted it, saying that he had learned it from someone before and got away with it. Hey, do you want to debut as a star? With your potential, I can definitely make you a superstar. While eating breakfast, young Manny asked him, celebrities? Forget it. I don't like them. Yimo shook his head. He doesn't like being the center of attention. What a pity. Young Manny looked regretful and said, your conditions are absolutely the best I've ever seen. Then, she began to boast about how many celebrities she had supported and revealed a lot of inside stories about the entertainment industry, which broadened Yimo's horizons. Chapter 17. This guy is someone you can't afford to mess with. After breakfast, young Manny pulled Su Yuqing aside and talked about her return to work. Yimo raised the child all by herself. He's a skilled dad now, adept at changing diapers and soothing the baby. Before I knew it, it was past 9 o'clock. Yimo, do you want to have dinner together later? I've made a reservation at a restaurant. Let's take the baby with us. Su Yuqing poked her head out of the room. Good. Yimo nodded. Wait a minute, I'll put on some makeup. After Su Yuqing finished speaking, she closed the door. About an hour later, the door opened. A beautiful figure walked out. Yimo looked up and was immediately amazed. She changed into a black dress, revealing her stunning figure. Her curves were almost alluring, and her smooth, long legs were slender and straight. She wore black high heels, which made her look even taller and more captivating. She was already extremely beautiful, but with a light layer of makeup, she became even more radiant and breathtakingly beautiful. A pair of sparkling diamond earrings, along with a ruby necklace around her neck, made her look incredibly elegant. You're stunned, aren't you? Young Manny came out and teased. My Yuqing is a superstar. Look at her figure, isn't it amazing? She gave a teasing smile and reached out to sneakily attack Su Yuqing. Stop fooling around. Su Yuqing was extremely embarrassed and flinched. 2 blushes immediately appeared on her beautiful face, making her exceptionally shy and charming. Let's go? Uncle Dong is waiting downstairs. She put on sunglasses and a mask, completely covering her face. For a big star, this is standard attire when going out. Yimo put the 2 babies in the stroller and followed after them. Half an hour later, the 3 arrived at a high-end restaurant called Tinjiangshuan. I've heard this restaurant is really good. Young Manny was in high spirits. Gentlemen, this way please. After giving them the name of the person who made the reservation, the waiter led them into a large private room. I'll have one of these, roast pigeon. It's delicious. And this Buddha jumps over the wall. 3 servings, please. Young Manny opened the menu and started ordering. Su Yuqing also ordered a few dishes. Yimo focused on taking care of the baby. After a while, a few shouts suddenly came from outside the private room. Soon, a waiter pushed the door open and entered. Excuse me, gentlemen, would you mind if we changed seats? There's a 4-person table outside that would be just right for you. The waiter said apologetically, bowing deeply. Why do we need to change rooms? We booked this private room. Young Manny looked displeased. We had a private room booked and were already seated, yet they still asked us to change it. Is this how you do business? I'm sorry, a group of guests just arrived. There are quite a few of them, and they want a large private room. Could you perhaps change it? The waiter said with a smile. No trade. Young Manny refused outright. They booked a private room because they wanted peace and quiet, so why would they change it? The waiter paused, gave a wry smile, and turned to leave. Soon, more noise came from outside, which gradually turned into an argument, and then footsteps approached. Yimo's expression changed slightly as he listened. I'll go out and take a look. He stood up. Be careful. Hearing a loud commotion outside, Su Yuqing frowned slightly, somewhat worried. Yimo nodded, walked out, and closed the door to the private room. A group of people walked over in the corridor. Several of them were fat and bloated, with the air of nouveau riche. This is the private room, isn't it? Seeing Yimo come out, the leader asked a waiter standing nearby. Yes, but they've already said they won't change it. The waiter glanced at Yimo and said with a troubled expression, Aren't there 3 of them? How can they fit everyone in such a big private room? Isn't this a waste? If you ask me, we should change rooms. That's right. A group of people started shouting. Get out of my way, let me do it. The fat man leading the group waved his hand at the waiter and shouted impatiently. Then, he strode towards Yemo. Hey bro, look, there are so many of us, and you only have 3 people. It's not right for you to take up such a big private room. Give me some face, and let's switch. He smiled, took out a cigarette, and pretended to offer it to me. I don't smoke. Yemo remained unmoved. Not giving me face. The fat man's face instantly darkened, revealing his annoyance. There's no rule saying 3 people can't sit in a private room, is there? We booked it in advance, so there shouldn't be any problem. Yemo said coldly. Hey, you've got some nerve. Do you even know who we guys are? The fat man said fiercely. That pretty boy is so arrogant. The others were also annoyed and started cursing. Who you are is none of my business. Yemo glanced at them without any politeness. Kid, you're pretty arrogant. What do you do for a living? Tell me if you dare, or I'll make sure you can't make it in H-City anymore. The fat leader was enraged, his neck turning red. This guy not only doesn't give me any face, but he also dares to be so arrogant. That's none of your business. Yemo said without any politeness. You've got guts. The fat man took a deep breath, a fierce glint flashing in his eyes. Yemo narrowed his eyes, but showed no fear whatsoever. He was in the right and had nothing to fear. Even if the other party attacked, with his current physique, none of them could hurt him even if they attacked together. What happened? At that moment, a gasp of surprise came from behind the group. Then, a figure hurried over. Yemo looked over and frowned slightly. He recognized the man. It was Gao Chong, his former supervisor. How did he get here? Yemo was somewhat puzzled. Mr. Jean, what's wrong with you all? He strode over, looking puzzled. He had just made a phone call, and when he came back, things were almost in chaos. Brother Gao, it's not that we caused trouble, it's just that this guy is too arrogant. I tried to reason with him and ask him to change seats, but he not only didn't give me any face, he even dared to curse at me. He's so arrogant. Can you believe it? The fat man, referred to as Boss Jean, roared angrily. Gao Chong immediately gave a wry smile. This group of people are all bosses, and they are all quite wealthy. For example, this Mr. Jean has a net worth of several hundred million. He is used to being domineering, and he can't stand this kind of treatment. Then, he looked up and stared at Yemo. He was stunned at first glance. This guy is so handsome. At first glance, he realized something was wrong. The incredibly handsome man in front of him looked very familiar. His eyebrows, eyes, and demeanor all resembled someone else. Yemo? He blurted it out. Isn't this Manager Gao? Yemo smiled. Gao Chong was immediately stunned, frozen in place. This guy really is Yemo. Damn it. The next moment, his expression changed drastically, and he realized he was in trouble. Of all the times, I had to run into this guy. He swallowed hard, his face turning pale. Brother Gao, do you know him? Who is he? How dare he be so arrogant? Mr. Jean asked in confusion. Mr. Jean, this person, you can't afford to offend him. Let's just forget about it. Gao Chong leaned close to his ear and whispered. What? President Jean looked shocked. Could this guy really have some extraordinary background? Him. Gao Chong whispered a few more times. Mr. Jin's expression grew increasingly shocked, his eyes widening until they turned pale. This guy? He seems like someone you really can't mess with. Chapter 18 Young Manny's Suspicion. Mr. Yi, I'm so sorry. I'm really sorry. President Jean repeatedly bowed and apologized. His face was no longer arrogant. Only fear and apprehension remained. The Mr. Yi in front of me spent billions to buy 5% of netizens' shares. His background is far beyond what I, a small boss with a net worth of a few hundred million, can compare to. Compared to this person, he's like an ant compared to an elephant. Upon seeing this, the group of people behind him, as well as the waiter beside him, were all stunned. Just moments ago, the two sides were at loggerheads, ready to fight, but in the blink of an eye, the situation changed dramatically. The side with more people actually took the initiative to apologize, and they even looked somewhat frightened. It was as if this handsome young man had some extraordinary background. Yemo glanced coldly at the fat man, ignored him, and looked at Gao Chong instead. What are you doing here? I'm planning to switch jobs and work for one of these bosses. Gao Chong said awkwardly. He was afraid of this person retaliating against him, which is why he wanted to switch jobs from NetEase, but he didn't expect to run into him here again. Yemo simply said, "Oh," and didn't ask any further questions. "Then let's leave it at that." He said something indifferently, then turned and walked back. The door to the private room was ajar, and young Manny was peering out from behind it. She looked at Yemo, who was walking back, with a suspicious expression. She had seen everything that had just happened. It was truly strange. Why were those people so polite to Yemo? This shouldn't be happening. According to Su Yuqing, Yemo's family was very ordinary, and he was originally just an ordinary white-collar worker. How could those people be so polite to him, calling him Mr. Yi at every turn? "It's all right now." Entering the private room, Yemo closed the door and smiled at Su Yuqing. "That's good." Su Yuqing held the child and nodded. "Hey, Yemo, I just saw them. They seem really afraid of you. What's going on?" Young Manny sat down and asked. "No, they're just being polite. I know one of them. We're old acquaintances," Yemo said with a smile. He couldn't very well say that he owned billions of shares in NetEase and was a super rich man. That would be impossible to explain. Young Manny gave an "oh," somewhat relieved. Yemo returned to his seat and began to soothe the baby. After a while, the dishes were served, and the three of them began to eat. Knock knock. Suddenly, there was a knock on the door. Upon opening the door, Gao Chong was seen standing outside, holding a bottle of baijiu, Chinese liquor, and a glass. "I'm here to pay my respects." Gao Chong hesitated for a moment before speaking. He felt that instead of hiding like this, he should apologize and settle the past grievances so that he wouldn't have to live in fear anymore. "I was wrong before and offended you a lot. I apologize to you today." As he spoke, Gao Chong poured himself a full glass of wine, tilted his head back, and drank it all in one gulp. The alcohol was quite strong, and he was baring his teeth. Again, he gritted his teeth, poured himself another glass, and gulped it down. He downed 5 cups in one go. "All right," Yemo shouted. He didn't actually have much of a grudge against Gao Chong, so since he had already apologized, he should let it go. "Thanks." Gao Chong was overjoyed. "That must be my sister-in-law." He looked into the private room and saw Su Yuqing and the stroller next to her. Although I couldn't see her face clearly, her figure alone was stunning enough. She had an absolutely devilish figure. Only a billionaire like Yemo is worthy of such a beautiful woman. He glanced at it with envy, gave a flattering smile, and then turned and left. "That was my former supervisor at NetEase. We had some conflicts before." Yemo returned to his seat and gave an explanation. "It was past midnight when we finished eating. Let's go shopping." "Great. I haven't gone shopping in ages." At young Manny's suggestion, the two women excitedly headed to the shopping mall. Yemo could only push the stroller and follow them at a distance. Before long, the two women had bought a lot of things. "Yemo, come here." Passing by a men's clothing store, Su Yuqing stopped and waved to Yemo. "Let me buy you some clothes." Su Yuqing looked him over and smiled. He is indeed handsome, but his clothes are a bit unfashionable. If he dressed up properly and wore nice clothes, he would look even better. "No need." Yemo felt a little embarrassed. "Yes, you're the father. You need to dress smartly." Su Yuqing smiled. "Yeah, your outfit is so tacky. I don't even want to criticize you." Young Manny said from the side. "This outfit, paired with such stunning good looks, is simply a waste of talent. How about this one? This set looks pretty good too." Two women entered the store and started picking things out. Yemo had no choice but to follow them inside. After they had chosen their clothes, he went in to change. "Wow, so handsome." When he came out, not only Su Yuqing and the others, but even several shop assistants were stunned. The young man before me was tall and handsome, and his elegant black suit added to his refined and noble air, making him seem like someone who had stepped out of a dream. "Very nice." Su Yuqing sighed, her beautiful eyes sparkling with a strange light. "Sister, I really want to sign him and make him a star." Young Manny clenched her fists, somewhat agitated. "Let's forget about it. If he becomes a star, who will take care of the baby in the future?" Su Yuqing whispered. "That's true." Young Manny immediately deflated. "Here are a few more outfits. Try them on and see." Su Yuqing took a few more sets and let Yemo try them on, then bought them all. After leaving the store, the two women, seemingly tireless, continued shopping. Yemo was still with the baby, following behind. "Iya, Iya." As we passed a row of claw machines, the little boy stretched out his little hand and excitedly babbled. "Nono, do you like these dolls?" Yemo stopped. Nono continued to babble excitedly. Dad will put one in your bowl. Yemo rolled up his sleeves and laughed. Ding. Mission successfully triggered. Help your baby win 10 plush toys to earn the skill Insightful I. At that moment, the system's voice sounded. 10. Yemo was startled. This is still quite difficult, much more difficult than taking a walk or changing a diaper. However, this didn't stump him. If he couldn't grab it the first time, he would just try a few more times. It was just a matter of spending more money. After trying more than 10 times, he finally caught one. Nono was overjoyed, holding the doll. Yemo continued catching them, eventually making a total of 10. Ding. Mission complete. You have acquired the skill Insightful Eyes. The system notification sounded at the appropriate time. Insightful Eyes? I wonder what kind of skill that is. He opened the system interface and quickly figured out the use of this skill. With this skill, he can predict the price fluctuations of stocks, futures, currencies, and other things in advance. It's another amazing skill. With this skill, wouldn't I become a stock market guru? Yemo smiled. They're playing the claw machine. Seeing that Yemo hadn't followed, Su Yuqing and the other person came back. Yes, baby likes them, so I grabbed a few. Here you go. Yemo picked out a pink doll and handed it to Su Yuqing. So cute. Thanks. Su Yuqing accepted it and said happily, Oh my, they're showing off their love here. Young Manny said sourly. Don't talk nonsense about showing off your love. Su Yuqing blushed and scolded softly. Yemo was also somewhat embarrassed. The three of them continued strolling around for a while, until after 2 a.m., before heading back. Just as Yemo arrived at the residential area, his phone rang. Upon answering the call, his expression changed. His parents have arrived. They've already stormed into his house. Chapter 19. Son, you haven't gone astray, have you? Tianshui Yeyuan, Building 7, Room 502. Mr. Yi sat on the sofa, sighed, and looked worried. This house should have been a newlywed home, decorated with festive cheer, but now it's deserted and quiet. He lit a cigarette and smoked it silently. Beside her, Ye's mother also looked worried. The arranged marriage was called off just like that. They had already notified everyone, and all their relatives and friends knew about it. They've lost face. And that 300,000 yuan dowry, their family's hard-earned money, hasn't been returned yet. And those 2 children, we haven't seen them either. These past few days, she's been so worried that she can't eat or sleep properly. It would have been so perfect. They would have gotten married, had a child, and everything would have been perfect. Now look what's happened. Ye's mother sighed, her eyes reddening. Mr. Yi remained silent, took a deep drag on his cigarette, and frowned deeply. I wonder what kind of people those 2 children's mothers are, whether they come from respectable families. If they don't marry our son, what will happen to him in the future? Where will he find another wife? Mother Yi said worriedly. Don't worry, our son isn't doing too badly. He has a decent job and a house here. There will always be someone willing to live with him. It's okay if he's a bit older, said Mr. Yi. This is the only way. Ye's mother nodded and sighed. After a while, there was a noise coming from the doorway. Son, you're back. Ye's mother immediately got up and went over. When the door opened, she froze. Who is this handsome young man in front of me? Not only is he handsome, but he's also wearing a sharp suit that looks expensive. Mom, Yemo called out and entered the room. Son, you seem a little different? Ye's mother asked, somewhat dazed. Well, I dressed up a bit. Yemo smiled. Oh. Ye's mother glanced at the suit he was wearing and seemed to realize something. Dad, Yemo called out to his father, who was sitting on the sofa. You still acknowledge me as your father? Father Yi stubbed out his cigarette and snorted. You promised to let me see my grandchildren. Where are they? Dad, didn't I tell you that the child is still too young to be brought out? Yemo smiled bitterly. Nonsense. What do you mean it's inconvenient? You're deliberately trying to prevent us from seeing her. Mr. Yi said angrily. Even if the child is no good, what about the mother? We should at least meet her. See what kind of person she is. This isn't very convenient either. I have to take care of the children. Yemo said helplessly. This is inconvenient. That is inconvenient. Why make such a fuss? I think you're doing this on purpose. Father Yi slammed his hand on the table and said angrily. Beside her, Ye's mother frowned. They won't let them see the child, nor will they let them see the child's mother. Could it be that there's something wrong with the child's mother? For example, he's not a respectable person. Son, tell me the truth. Is your wife a decent person? Mother Yi sat down and said in a deep voice. Of course he's a respectable person, Yemo said. A superstar, a top-tier celebrity. How could she not be a respectable person? Then why won't you let us see her? You won't even tell us her name or what she does? Ye's mother questioned. It's inconvenient, Yemo said with a wry smile. What's inconvenient about it? Mr. Yi, who was standing to the side, slammed his hand on the table again, his beard bristling and eyes wide with anger. Then what if I said the child's mother is a big celebrity? Would you believe me? Yemo said helplessly. A big star. Mr. Yi was stunned for a moment, then rolled his eyes. Big star, my foot. You wish. You don't even know your own worth, yet you're still dreaming about big stars. Ye's mother smiled helplessly. Her son was handsome, but their family was too ordinary. They wouldn't even look at a big star like him. This was just her son casually retorting to them. All right, let's not talk about that now. How's the bride price situation? Is it possible to get it back? She asked. I've already hired a lawyer and filed a lawsuit against them. I'm sure I'll get it back, Yemo said. That's good. Ye's mother breathed a sigh of relief. The money is the most important thing. She'll be relieved if she can get it back. I don't think that child's mother is the type to get married. Once you get the money back, go on a blind date and settle down as soon as possible. She doesn't have to be good looking, and it doesn't matter if she's older, as long as she's honest and upright. Father Yi lit another cigarette and took a deep drag. I don't want to get married. Yemo shook his head. Not getting married? Then what do you want? Ye's father glared and said angrily. We'll talk about it later, Yemo said. And in the future, you. Father Yi slammed his hand on the table, about to scold him again. Just shut up. Do you think your son isn't worried about all this? Ye's mother glared at him and snapped. Son, don't worry too much. Just focus on your work and everything will be all right. She looked at Yemo and comforted him. Mom, I have something to tell you. Yemo hesitated. What's wrong? I quit my job. What? Upon hearing this, Ye's mother cried out in surprise. Her face turned pale instantly. The wedding is off, and I've lost my job. What am I going to do now? Why did you resign? Ye's father's expression also turned somewhat unpleasant. I'm rich now, so I quit my job. I've made a lot of money during this time. I just bought a new car a few days ago, a Lamborghini SUV, which cost more than $3 million, Yemo said with a smile. Upon hearing this, both Mr. and Mrs. Yi were somewhat stunned. Lamborghini? More than $3 million? They were somewhat dizzy from those words. A car worth $3 million? That's an astronomically expensive luxury car. Given their son's circumstances, how could he possibly afford it? Son, you're joking, right? After a long while, Ye's mother finally came to her senses and said with a wry smile, Mom, what are you kidding me for? Here are the keys. The car is downstairs. You can go see for yourselves if you don't believe me. And the car purchase documents are all here. Yemo took out the keys and the car purchase documents and placed them in front of the two of them. The two looked at it once, then sat there, stunned for a long time. Son, have you gone astray? Mother Yi said in a trembling voice. Son, tell Dad the truth. As long as it's not a crime that will land you in jail, Dad can forgive you. Ye's father's hand, holding the cigarette, trembled slightly. What are you thinking? I earned my money legitimately. Look at this account. I created it, and now it has over 4 million followers. It's very profitable. Also, I've made a lot of money in the stock market recently. Look, I still have over $1 million in this stock account. Yemo smiled. The two looked at it, both with expressions of shock and disbelief. It took them a long time to accept it all and gradually come to their senses. Haha, great. That's wonderful. Mr. Yi grinned broadly, his face beaming with joy. Ye's mother also looked excited and gratified. Their son has really made something of himself. Chapter 20: The Shocking Third Uncle's Family. Son, well done. Mr. Yi gave a thumbs up and laughed heartily. He hadn't been this happy in a long time. Our son is so promising. Ye's mother was also all smiles. At this moment, she felt a wave of relief wash over her. The broken engagement is nothing compared to making a lot of money. With enough money, my son can find an even better wife in the future. After a while of commotion, Ye's mother received a phone call. It's your third uncle. He knew we were here and invited us to dinner. Perfect. Mr. Yi slapped his thigh excitedly and asked, where should we eat? The restaurant next to their house. Yi Madeo. Let's go, let's go. Mr. Yi couldn't wait to get up, his face beaming. Kinxiang Restaurant. A BMW pulled up and stopped. 3 people got out. A middle-aged couple and a boy of about 15 or 16. Wait here for a bit. They say they'll be here soon. The middle-aged man glanced at his phone and said, Remember, don't mention Xiao Mo's wedding later. My sister is already upset enough, and Xiao Mo must be feeling bad too. He looked at his wife beside him and whispered, I knew it. With their family's wealth, they couldn't control that woman. She's a model, and she's got high standards. As for Xiao Mo, he's just a white-collar worker. How could he possibly manage her? The woman spoke with a hint of schadenfreude. Why are you still saying that? The man rebuked in a low voice. I was just saying. They're not even here. Why are you so anxious? The woman rolled her eyes and said dismissively, Later, remember to order fewer dishes and don't order the expensive ones. It'll be a waste to give them that food. Just leave it alone. The man said unhappily, If I don't care, who will? The woman was a little annoyed. As the two were arguing, a car drove up in front of them, a pure black SUV with a somewhat imposing design and a very prominent Lamborghini logo on the front. As it drove along, it attracted a lot of attention. The middle-aged couple also noticed that the car was driving straight toward them and stopped when it got close. Dad, it's a Lamborghini. That's so cool, the boy exclaimed in surprise. The couple were also somewhat amazed when they saw it. At that moment, the car door opened and two people got out. They stared at each other in astonishment. Sister? The man blurted out, his face full of disbelief. The woman beside him stared wide-eyed, looking as if she had seen a ghost. Haha, sorry to keep you waiting. Ye's father laughed loudly and walked up, his face beaming with pride. Even Ye's mother secretly felt smug when she saw her sister-in-law's expression. In the past, this sister-in-law had looked down on their family quite a bit and made many sarcastic remarks. No, sis, this car is... The man came to his senses and exclaimed in surprise. Xiao Mo bought it. Mr. Yi smiled, his face full of pride. Xiao Mo. The eyes of my third uncle's family widened again, finding it increasingly unbelievable. Xiao Mo is just an ordinary white-collar worker. How could he possibly afford such a luxury car? Xiao Mo has made something of himself. He's making a lot of money. Mother Yi said proudly. This car was bought with cash. Mr. Yi added. My third uncle's family was shocked again. A car worth over 3 million yuan, and it was paid for in full? What does Xiao Mo do? Third uncle stammered. He's a self-media personality with a lot of followers, I think over 4 million. He also makes several million from stock trading. Mr. Yi said proudly. Xiao Mo is really amazing. My third uncle was stunned for a long time before he came to his senses and said excitedly. He knew that his sister and brother-in-law would never lie. This was absolutely true. He was naturally happy that his nephew was capable and made money. Meanwhile, the third aunt, standing to the side, was still somewhat dazed and unable to believe it. Then, her face changed color, turning green one moment and white the next, a truly fascinating sight. Yimo pulled the car over to the side and walked over. That outfit is great. Cool. Third uncle laughed heartily, walked over and patted Yimo on the shoulder. Have a few drinks with your uncle later. Driving. Yimo declined. Hey, can we call a designated driver? Third uncle said with a smile. Don't force Xiao Mo, I'll drink with you. Father Yi laughed loudly. All right, let's drink as much as we want later. The group chatted and laughed as they entered the restaurant. Third uncle, this meal is on me. Yimo took the initiative to order dishes and also ordered a few bottles of mitai. All right, you're treating today? I'll treat you another day. Uncle laughed. You're even ordering mitai? Xiao Mo, you're too kind. My third aunt's attitude also changed a lot, and she became very enthusiastic. Both families enjoyed the meal very much. After saying goodbye, Yimo drove home with his parents. I'm so happy today. Our family finally had a moment of glory. We can hold our heads high. It's good to be rich. Mr. Yi was a little drunk and kept muttering incoherently the whole way. Back home, Yimo chatted with his mother for a while and transferred a lot of money to her. His parents had worked hard all their lives and deserved to enjoy their retirement. Mom, you get some rest. I still have some work to take care of. He left home and went to his studio. With the skill of cultivating qi, his body became better. He had extremely abundant energy, and he was not sleepy at all, even late at night. After setting up the equipment, he began working. Last time I carved a jade dragon. This time I'll carve a jade phoenix. He became even more skilled, and a piece of raw jade was quickly sculpted into shape in his hands. With careful polishing, The phoenix's wings, scales, and claws, every detail, were crystal clear and lifelike. Good. After finishing the carving, he examined it carefully. This time, his carving skills have improved significantly, with even more perfect details. Compared to the previous jade dragon, this phoenix is more spiritual. If you stare at it for a long time, you will have a feeling that the phoenix will come to life and spread its wings and fly away in the next second. After taking a break, he started editing and then posted it on Douyin. Another update. So fast. When the fans saw it, they were shocked. This production speed is incredibly fast. So beautiful. Upon seeing the cover again, they were once again amazed. This phoenix is more mature and more perfect than that jade dragon. Laymen watch the spectacle, but experts see the craftsmanship. Many jade carving masters can tell at a glance that this jade phoenix is even more perfect, and the skills shown in the video are even higher than before, reaching a level that they can only look up to. Incredible. It's still these same hands, no faking it. Could there really be such a terrifying genius in this world? All the jade carving masters were deeply shocked. Many felt even more ashamed of themselves. A young man, yet he possessed a level far surpassing theirs, and moreover, he displayed an extremely terrifying talent. His skills improved rapidly, truly making these seniors ashamed. Chapter 21 Song's mother. He's just a pretty boy. After taking a short nap, Yemo got up. He was very satisfied after reading the comments. The praise from his fans is also one of the reasons he created this account. Your dad and I are leaving this afternoon, so don't bother seeing us off. Focus on your work. He called his parents first. Then, he asked Su Yuqing about the baby's condition. Handicraft is still at the beginner level. After finishing his meal, he opened the system interface and took a look. All 4 skills are at the beginner level. Not even one is mastered, let alone mastered. You still need to practice more. He thought about it and realized that he would have to practice weaving, embroidery, and pottery in the future, which might help him improve his proficiency and upgrade his skills faster. Insightful eyes. He opened the stock trading software. Yesterday, in order to appease his parents, he transferred a lot of money into his stock trading account, which he used as startup capital. Zhongtian shares surges. Haiwang Pharmaceutical slightly up. He can roughly predict the trend of each stock by glancing at them. He chose the stock with the largest increase, bought all of it, and when it reached its highest point of the day, he immediately sold it, then quickly bought the next stock and repeated the same operation. By the time the market closed, the original capital of over 1 million had become over 10 million. This money came too fast. Yemo felt a pang of emotion. Stock trading is indeed a way to get rich quickly. However, most people lose money when they invest in stocks, getting fleeced by market manipulators. Let's speculate on some foreign stocks. He already had an account for foreign shares, but there wasn't much money in it. He logged in, transferred some money, and started doing the same thing again. He became much bolder, buying and selling in large quantities, trading frequently, and the amount in his account kept doubling. By 4 a.m., the account had already made a profit of 20 million US dollars. I earned nearly 140 million in one day. Yemo let out a long sigh of relief, somewhat excited. The next day, he continued trading stocks, and whenever he had free time, he would take some jade to practice his skills. In one day, they earned nearly 300 million. As his initial capital increased, he made money faster, like a snowball rolling downhill, getting bigger and bigger. By the end of the 3rd day, his profits from foreign stocks had reached 200 million US dollars. He also made a profit of 100 million yuan in the domestic stock market. Let's stop for now. He didn't continue. His frequent short-term trading and the huge profits he made would easily attract attention. Yemo newbie dad, novice tycoon. Wealth points, 11. Ability value, 4. When he opened the system interface again, his wealth points had increased by 2 points, which was more than the increase he had received from acquiring a building. Assets, 1.385 billion yuan in deposits, 1 residential property in Tianshui Yuan, 1 building in Xinguang International, 5% stake in NetEase Group, and 1 Lamborghini Urus. Liabilities, 3.24 million. Clicking on the wealth section will clearly show all his current assets. Finally, he's starting to look like a wealthy person. He smiled. Previously, his wealth was all in shares and real estate, and he only had a few million in cash. Now that he has earned so much and has so much money to spend, he can finally be considered a truly wealthy person. Mimi took a nap, and he didn't get up until the afternoon. As usual, he asked about the two babies. Now his two babies are his biggest concern. After finishing my meal, I was about to edit a video when my phone rang. The one surnamed Yi. As soon as I answered the phone, a slightly harsh voice came from the other end, and the tone was very impolite. Yimo frowned, recognizing the voice. Song Jia's mother, Wang Yin. This woman had always been dissatisfied with him. When they were discussing the bride price, she initially asked for an exorbitant 680,000 yuan, but they eventually negotiated it down to 300,000 yuan. How? He said in a deep voice. You're something else. Didn't you hire a bunch of lawyers to sue us? We'll pay back the money. Anyway, Jejia has found someone better than you, so 300,000 is nothing. On the other end of the phone, Wang Yin said with immense pride. Yeah. Yimo scoffed. Of course. With Jejia's qualifications, finding a rich husband is a piece of cake. She must have been blind to marry a stingy guy like you, Wang Yin sneered. Pay back the money first. Yimo was too lazy to get angry and said coldly. Come and get it yourself. Wang Yin gave a bank address and hung up the phone triumphantly. That miser. It's only 300,000 yuan. Why hire so many lawyers? And he even wants compensation for emotional distress. I think he's gone crazy from poverty. The sooner we pay back this money, the sooner we can cut ties with him and stop him from bothering our family. She put down her phone and said to her daughter, Song Jia, who was standing beside her. At this moment, the two were sitting in the back of a Porsche. In the driver's seat was a man in his late 20s, wearing a black suit and gold-rimmed glasses. He had a dignified appearance and a scholarly air. Mom, don't be angry. That kind of scum isn't worth it. The man glanced in the rearview mirror and laughed. This guy surnamed Yi is a complete scumbag. He's dating Jejia on one side and already has a child on the other. Can you believe how despicable he is? He even has the nerve to ask for the 300,000 yuan dowry back. He's just a gigolo. He probably gets his lawyer's money from women. Wang Yin got angrier the more she cursed. Yuntao is much better. He graduated from a prestigious university, has a good job, and has a bright future ahead of him. He's 100 times better than him. She looked at the driver and smiled. She was extremely satisfied with her new son-in-law. He came from a local family in H City, was well off, and was also capable, having earned several million yuan at a young age. He was destined for great things, a true golden bachelor. Mom, you flatter me. The man smiled. You're too modest. Jejia will definitely be happy with you in the future. Wang Yin smiled broadly. It is my honor to marry Jejia. The man continued. Song Jia glanced at him and nodded slightly. Compared to Yimo, he wasn't as good-looking, but in terms of family background, education, and income, he far surpassed Yimo and certainly met her standards. As for Yimo, she had previously thought he might be a billionaire, but after thinking about it, she realized that was impossible. The two families had already discussed marriage and knew each other well. If Yimo's family were really that rich, she would know. The only possibility is that it's all an act. The money Yimo spent on hiring a lawyer was all given to him by that woman. We've arrived at the bank. After driving for a while, the car stopped in front of a bank. Mom, I'll withdraw 880,000 yuan later. I'll give you 300,000 yuan, and the remaining 580,000 yuan will be given to you when we get engaged. How about that? After getting off the bus, the man asked Wang Yin for her opinion. Okay, give me 300,000 first to get rid of that miser. Then we can plan the wedding properly. Wang Yin nodded repeatedly, looking smug, and led the way into the bank. Chapter 22 Over a Billion. Song's mother fainted. Yimo drove to the bank. There were quite a lot of people inside. The main hall was full of seats. Yimo glanced around and saw Song Jia, her mother Wang Yin, and a man in his late 20s. Yimo? When Wang Yin first saw him, she didn't recognize him. Wow, dressed up like a proper gentleman. No wonder he's a gigolo. He's only good for living off his girlfriend because of that face. After recognizing her, she rolled her eyes and sneered. Song Jia looked up and was momentarily stunned. Is this dazzlingly handsome man really Yimo? The changes are too great. Let me introduce you. This is Yuntao, Jejia's boyfriend. He graduated from a prestigious university and works in the finance industry. He's young, promising, and has a bright future. He and Jejia will be getting married soon. By the way, Yuntao isn't like you, so stingy. He gave a dowry of 880,000. Wang Yin crossed her legs, raised her sharp and mean old face, and said in a boastful manner, "Hello." Yin Tao smiled politely, but there was a hint of jealousy in his eyes. The face in front of him was so handsome that he was even envious and jealous. Snort. He's just a pretty boy. It's nothing. Then, he comforted himself, a hint of contempt and disdain flashing in his eyes. Yin Tao? Is your surname Bai? Yimo glanced at him, her eyes filled with a strange expression. My surname isn't Bai. Yin Tao was somewhat puzzled. Then, he realized what was happening, and his face instantly turned bright red. If his surname is Bai, then he's Bai Yin Tao? This guy is clearly humiliating him. He clenched his fists, barely suppressing his anger, which prevented him from lashing out. Arguing with this kind of person would only make him lose face. It's not worth it. What a pity. Yimo shook his head, looking regretful. By the way, where's the money? What's the rush? Can't you see how many people are here? Wang Yin rolled her eyes again. We just arrived. Even though we're in the VIP lane, it'll still be a while before it's our turn. She deliberately emphasized the word VIP. Yimo nodded and said nothing more. He walked to the side and took a number. Why did you get a number? Wang Yin exclaimed in a shrill voice. Save money. Yimo found a seat and sat down. Wang Yin pursed her lips and remained silent. The money this guy is saving must be that 300,000. After waiting for quite a while without getting a number, Yimo became a little impatient. The bank used to have a row of windows, but now only 2 are open, moving at a snail's pace. Meanwhile, it was almost Wang Yin and her group's turn at the VIP entrance. Could you open another passage? How long will it take? Yimo stood up and walked over to a bank employee next to him. Looking at the name tag, he saw that it belonged to the lobby manager. Hello, sir. What kind of service do you need? If it's a simple matter, you can do it at the machine here without having to queue, the lobby manager said with a smile. It's a deposit, a large denomination certificate of deposit. Yimo said, Sir, do you have online banking? You can do that there too. I've checked. The amount I want to process is a bit large, so I can't do it online. That's why I came here to ask. Yimo said, Sir, how much do you need? The lobby manager was taken aback. This shouldn't be happening. Online banking should be able to handle it. Several hundred million. Yimo hesitated for a moment before speaking. What? The lobby manager was stunned for a moment, then exclaimed in disbelief. He almost thought he had misheard. Is this man in front of me going to open a deposit account for hundreds of millions of dollars? If someone really had that much money, why would they need to open a large deposit account? Besides, if someone really had that much money, they would have been invited to the bank manager's office long ago and received by the bank manager personally. Why would they be queuing in the lobby? Wang Yin and the others nearby also heard it, and were all taken aback. Wang Yin immediately smiled. Don't listen to his nonsense. He's a penniless wretch. He probably can't even come up with a few 100,000, let alone hundreds of millions. Yin Tao also gave a mocking laugh. Several 100 million? I'd die if I didn't brag. Who would put hundreds of millions in cash into large denomination certificates of deposit? They could just find a decent fund and make a fortune in a year. Upon hearing this, the lobby manager frowned again and carefully examined Yimo. Sir, you're not joking, are you? Do I look like I'm joking? Yimo said calmly. He opened his phone, scrolled to the text message page, and showed it to him. This? Upon closer inspection, the lobby manager's eyes widened in shock. This is a text message showing 2 separate transfers to their bank account. The first transfer was over 100 million yuan, and the second was as much as 1.2 billion yuan. The sheer number of zeros almost made his eyes blurry. Glug. He swallowed hard, and it took him a while to come to his senses. Sir, I'm sorry. He hurriedly bowed, his expression becoming extremely respectful. This is a genuine billionaire, with over $1 billion in savings alone. You can imagine how wealthy he is. These 2 sums of money had just been transferred to their bank, and they were determined to keep them and prevent them from being transferred to other banks. Please wait a moment. I'll go and inform the bank manager and have him come to receive you personally. After saying that, he turned around and jogged away. Seeing this, Wang Yin and the other 2 were stunned. What's going on? Why did that lobby manager's attitude change so quickly? He even had to ask the bank manager for help. Was it really necessary? Could it be that this man surnamed Yi really has several 100 million in savings? This incredible thought gradually welled up in their minds, shocking them and making them find it hard to believe. This is impossible. Wang Yin shook her head vigorously. She absolutely refused to believe that this man surnamed Yi really had several hundred million. It was more absurd than the sun rising in the west. Song Jia stood there for a long time. Then suddenly her body trembled, and her pretty face turned deathly pale. She vaguely understood that the rumors about Yi Mo's billionaire status were probably true. Absolutely true. Her delicate body swayed, her expression becoming increasingly dazed, her hands unconsciously gripping her thighs, her nails digging into her flesh. "Oh, distinguished guest, please come in. What business do you need? Let's talk." Da-da-da. A balding man rushed out from inside, reached Yimo, warmly shook his hand, and then respectfully invited Yimo inside. This scene attracted the attention of many people in the hall. Who is he? The bank president personally received them. They must be very wealthy. The crowd began to discuss it. The expressions on Wang Yan's and the other two's faces became even more unpleasant. "What did he show you just now?" Seeing the lobby manager return, Wang Yan stepped forward and asked. "Oh, it's a text message confirming the payment has been received. How much money is up there? Really hundreds of millions? That can't be true." Wang Yan still held on to a sliver of hope, thinking it was impossible for there to be that many. Several hundred million? Wow, that's too little. It must be over 1 billion. The lobby manager chuckled. That guy is definitely not just rich. Then, more than 1 billion? Wang Yan was terrified, as if struck by lightning. She froze for a moment. Then her eyes rolled back, her body swayed, and she collapsed to the ground. Chapter 23, Preparing Baby Formula. "Mom, are you all right?" Song Jia quickly stepped forward and helped her mother up. "Then, more than 1 billion? Wang Yin was limp all over. Her eyes were lifeless, and she kept muttering to herself. She simply couldn't believe it and couldn't accept this fact. Beside him, Yin Tao sat still, looking completely dazed. Didn't they say that guy was just a pretty boy who was good for nothing except being handsome? How did he become a billionaire in the blink of an eye? Then, he suddenly shivered and his face turned pale. He works in the financial industry, and offending a super-rich person with billions in cash could have serious consequences. President's office. Yi and the balding bank manager in front of him had a very pleasant conversation. "Mr. Yi, this is my treasured pre-rain Longjing tea. Please have a taste." Bank manager Wu Jigang brewed the tea and served it to Yi. "President Wu, you're too kind." Yi smiled slightly, picked up the glass, took a sip, and said, "Not bad. Since Mr. Yi likes it, then take some." President Wu brought over a can of tea, pushed it towards us, and smiled warmly. He had just checked and confirmed that this person did indeed have nearly 1.4 billion yuan in deposits at their bank, all of which had just been transferred in. He was determined to keep this money and absolutely could not let it slip away. "What does Mr. Yi do?" "I just do some self-media and dabble in stocks. All this money is earned from stock trading. If you don't believe me, you can check it out." Yi smiled. His money came from a perfectly legitimate source. Stock trading? Impressive. Impressive. President Wu was surprised and exclaimed in admiration. "Mr. Yi, it's like this. The large denomination certificates of deposit you want to buy actually have a limit. You can't buy several hundred million. How about this? I recommend a few of our bank's wealth management products. They are principal protected and you will definitely not lose money." "I see. That works too." Yi considered it for a moment and nodded. With so much money already, he doesn't care about returns. Stability is all he needs. "Then take a look. These are all pretty good." President Wu brought over a promotional brochure and handed it over. Yi looked at them and randomly chose one. "Mr. Yi, if you need to save money in the future, please remember our bank. We will give you the best discounts, and we will also give you many gifts during holidays." President Wu saw him out of the office and shook his hand warmly. "Definitely. Definitely." Yi smiled politely. Then he turned around and walked back into the hall. Upon seeing him, Song Jia's expression shifted, and her lips moved as if she wanted to say something, but in the end, she didn't. Her hands clenched tightly, and her pretty face turned deathly pale. Beside her, Wang Yin sat blankly, her eyes vacant and lifeless. "Mr. Yi, Mr. Yi." Yin Tao stood up, looking uneasy. "Haven't you withdrawn the money yet?" "Never mind, just transfer it to me directly." Yi glanced at him and said, "Well." Yin Tao quickly responded, "Let's go." After giving his bank card number, Yimo turned and left. Mr. Yi, take care. The lobby manager escorted them all the way to the door. After getting in the car and driving for a while, Yimo received a text message confirming that the 300,000 yuan had arrived in his account. He breathed a sigh of relief. From this point on, he had absolutely no connection with the Song family. After returning home and taking a shower, he rushed to Su Yuqing's house. He took the pair of dragon and phoenix jade pendants with him and went to the maternity and baby store near her home. He bought a lot of things, including a large quantity of consumables like diapers, as well as some toys that the baby liked. You bought so much again. Aunt Yin opened the door for him. Not many. They're all needed. Yimo went inside. Just as I put my things down, the door to the toilet inside opened and a figure walked out. She had just finished showering, wearing a bathrobe that revealed her snow-white shoulders and a pair of long, slender, fair legs. Unlike the typical very thin legs, hers were slightly plump with a touch of fleshiness. This did not detract from the beauty of her legs at all. On the contrary, it made them even more sexy and gave them a more mature charm. She stepped out, took a towel, and dried her hair. A charming face, veiled in a misty haze, appeared even more radiant. Yimo was taken aback. Isn't that Agent Yang Manny? The next moment, Yang Manny also saw him and instantly froze on the spot. Ah! She screamed and quickly slipped into the room next door. What's wrong? Hearing the noise, Su Yuqing came out of her room. You're here. Upon seeing Yimo, she smiled. Yimo glanced at her, and once again a look of amazement flashed in his eyes. She was wearing a white t-shirt and jeans, which perfectly showcased her stunning figure, making her incredibly alluring. Especially her legs, which, tightly wrapped in jeans, were remarkably straight and long and exceptionally eye-catching. She wasn't wearing makeup, yet her face was dazzlingly beautiful, with her long, flowing black hair cascading over her shoulders. Yimo snapped out of his daze and nodded at her. Perfect timing. You can give the babies a bath and give them a massage. They love it. Su Yuqing smiled. Good. Yimo responded and went to get the bathtub and towels. When he returned, Yang Manny had already changed her clothes and was sitting on the sofa in the living room. She glared at Yimo fiercely when she saw him. Manny, he didn't do it on purpose. It's just that you're so careless. Su Yuqing sat to the side, holding the baby, and smiled. Forget it. I'm not losing out anyway. Yang Manny pouted and muttered. Why are you still here? Yimo glanced at her and asked. She has been here for almost 4 days. Whether I'm here or not is none of your business. This is Yuqing's house. What? Are you in such a hurry to become the master of the house? Yang Manny joked. Cough. Yimo coughed lightly, feeling a little embarrassed. Manny, what nonsense are you talking about? Su Yuqing scolded in a low voice. I'm not making this up. He's starting to control me. What else could it be but wanting to be the master of the house? Yang Manny laughed. Yimo didn't dare to interrupt and silently boiled water. After adjusting the temperature, he gave the 2 babies a bath. So professional. Yang Manny was somewhat shocked to see Yimo massaging the baby. Yes, he's amazing. Su Yuqing smiled. Then, as if she had thought of something, 2 blushes suddenly appeared on her cheeks. That day, he massaged her stomach, and she still remembers the feeling. It was indeed very comfortable. I'm going to make some formula for the baby. After Yimo finished massaging her, Su Yuqing got up and went to get a can of milk powder. Should we start formula now? Yimo was taken aback. We can give it a try first. The baby is almost 4 months old. In a while, I will be busy with work and may not have time to breastfeed the baby. So we need to let the baby get used to it first. Otherwise, if they don't drink formula, how will you take care of them? Su Yuqing said. That's true. Yimo nodded. Ding. System task triggered. Prepare baby formula to earn the skill. Cooking. At that moment, the system's voice rang in his mind. Chapter 24, what else can't he do? I'll do it. Yimo walked over. Can you? Su Yuqing was taken aback. I've studied it. Yimo nodded. He had previously studied childcare knowledge intensively and naturally learned how to prepare formula. Then you come. Su Yuqing smiled and handed over the can of milk powder. Give them a small amount for the first time. Let them try it and get used to it. I'll feed them some more milk later. Yimo took the bottle, then picked it up and started preparing the milk. When do you start working? He asked casually. It'll be quick. Su Yuqing walked over and sat down. About half a month. Yang Manny said. I've already made arrangements. I've found the best composers and lyricists, and the album will be finished soon. We can start recording in about half a month. This album will definitely make you popular again." As she spoke, she clenched her fist, becoming somewhat agitated. "I'll be satisfied if I can achieve something." Su Yuqing frowned slightly. After all, so many things happened before. It must have had a huge impact. "Hey, it's okay. You're a capable person. What are you afraid of? It won't have a big impact." Young Manny smiled. For a powerful and talented diva, having a child is not a big scandal. As long as she has outstanding works, everything is not a problem. "Yes." Yemo nodded and agreed. Given Su Yuqing's strength and status, this scandal will not have a significant impact on her. "Let's hope so," Su Yuqing murmured. After a while, Yemo prepared the formula and gave it to the baby boy to drink first. "Iya, Iya." The little guy turned his head away, showing some resistance. "Try it. It's delicious." Yemo smiled and held the pacifier to his lips again. With great difficulty, the little guy took a bite, then sipped a few more times, seemingly finding the taste quite good. After feeding him half, Yemo started feeding the baby girl. The baby girl was much better behaved. She accepted it right away and quietly started sucking. Success. After finishing the milk in the bottle, Yemo put the baby down. Ding. Mission complete. You have acquired the skill cooking. The system's voice sounded at the right time. Cooking skills, not bad. Compared to skills like keen insight and self-cultivation, cooking skills are undoubtedly quite ordinary. However, they are still very useful, as you can cook for your baby in the future. I'll feed them some more. Su Yuqing walked over, picked up the two babies, and went into the bedroom. Young Manny followed. "Yuqing, have you grown up again?" "Yes. I'm worried about it. I've been experiencing breast engorgement lately, which is very painful, and sometimes my breasts feel a bit stuffy." "Is it swollen? Let me rub it for you." "Stop it. The child wants to drink." "Ouch, it hurts." "Does it hurt a lot? What should we do? Didn't you say he's a great masser? Why don't we let him give us a massage?" You're deliberately joking with me, aren't you? How could you do something like this? I'm not that close to him yet. You've already had a child. What are you being shy about? That day was an accident, didn't I tell you? Hey, didn't you hate him before? You even told me to get rid of him and stay away from him. Why have you changed your mind now?" "Well, I hadn't met him yet. Now that I have, I think he's a pretty good person." Faint sounds could be heard coming from the bedroom. Yemo listened for a while, then walked towards the kitchen. "Aunt Yun, let me do it." He was ready to try out his newly acquired cooking skills. "How could I trouble you? Cooking is my job," Aunt Yun said, waving her hand. "It's all right, let me do it today." Yemo smiled. All right. Seeing his insistence, Aunt Yun had no choice but to agree. Pigeons, pigs trotters, and fish. Yemo glanced at the ingredients for tonight and quickly came up with an idea. He tied on his apron and got to work. He already knew how to cook, and he was pretty good at it. Now, with the support of the system's skills, he's even more amazing. He cooks quickly and skillfully, especially his knife skills, which left Aunt Yun, who was standing nearby, completely dumbfounded. She had only ever seen such knife skills on television before. That's amazing. She was increasingly amazed as she looked at it, praising it repeatedly. "Yemo, you can cook?" Su Yuqing and the others came out of the bedroom and, hearing the noise from the kitchen, went over. When they looked inside, they were both stunned. The person cooking was not Aunt Yun, but Yemo. Judging from his movements, he was clearly very skilled and experienced, like a master chef who had been immersed in the culinary arts for decades. "I know a little." Yemo smiled and said modestly. The two stood there, speechless. "Is this just a little bit? Look at that knife skill. He's clearly a master. Is there anything he can't do?" Back in the living room, young Manny smiled wryly as she sat down. "This man is simply amazing. Not only can she make goldware and carve jade, but she can also give massages. Now she can even cook, and she's good at everything." Those jade carving masters have said that this person's skill level is absolutely top-notch in the country. Many masters who have carved jade their whole lives are far inferior to him, and he is only a few years old. She looks to be only 24 or 25 years old, which is really too young. Su Yuqing also smiled bitterly. "This Yemo is a bit too powerful. Tasty. It smells so good." When the dishes were served, the two of them couldn't wait to take a bite and were amazed by them. This cooking skill is absolutely top-notch. Eat more if it's delicious. Hearing the praise, Yemo was also very happy. Then I won't stand on ceremony. Young Manny ate the food with gusto, her movements somewhat unrestrained. With you here, I won't have to worry about the baby going hungry anymore. Su Yuqing became much more ladylike, tasting a bite of each dish before smiling at Yemo. After finishing his meal, Yemo played with the baby for a while. Before leaving, he left behind 2 pieces of jade. Back in his studio, he practiced his skills for a while, making gold and jade carvings. Let's make some clothes for the baby. He began to think about making some textile and embroidery handicrafts. He had prepared all the equipment, tools, and materials well in advance, so there was no need to buy them. The main issue was the design of the style. Let's make something with a traditional Chinese style. After thinking about it, he still chose the traditional Chinese style. After looking at many ancient costumes, he quickly got inspiration and began to design. After finalizing the design, he began production. The baby is small, so the clothes require less fabric and are easier to make. The only troublesome part is the embroidery, which takes a lot of time. However, this is not a difficult task for Yemo. He's fast. What would take most people half a month to complete, he can finish in a few hours. He made 2 sets of clothes in one night. Not bad. He was quite satisfied with the results. Next comes editing the video, adding music, and then uploading it. What's this? When the fans saw it, they were all stunned. Isn't this account supposed to be about jewelry and jade? Why is it starting to embroider clothes? Upon closer inspection, they were shocked. Although the embroidery was changed, it was still incredibly skillful, leaving them dazzled and in awe. How can he know everything? Is he a monster? After watching it, they were all full of praise. What beautiful baby clothes! This video has attracted more attention, especially from women, including many new mothers who were drawn to the 2 beautiful baby outfits. In an instant, Yemo's fan base surged again, quickly surpassing the 6 million mark. Chapter 25. He can pick up girls even if he's driving a tractor. The only Bugatti showroom in H City. A figure walked in. He was dressed in a black suit, tall and imposing, with a commanding presence. He also possessed an incomparably handsome face, with cheeks as sharp as if carved by a knife, and beneath a pair of striking, sword-like eyebrows were a pair of bright, deep, dark eyes, clear and spirited, as if imbued with a spirit. As soon as he entered, he immediately attracted the attention of everyone in the hall. So handsome. The women in the hall were all amazed, their beautiful eyes sparkling with admiration. Holy crap! As for the men, they were all somewhat envious and jealous. Hello, sir. Are you here to look at cars? A pretty and well-dressed saleswoman immediately stepped forward and greeted them warmly. She was tall and slender with fair skin, and her legs in black stockings were quite eye-catching. Yemo nodded. Are these the only 2 models? A quick glance around revealed only 2 cars in the hall. Yes, as you know, these are top-of-the-line luxury sports cars, so there aren't many models available. This is the Veyron, and this is the newer Chiron, which has even stronger performance, and of course, it's more expensive. The saleswoman smiled. How many? Yemo asked. This one costs 45 million, the saleswoman said. It's quite expensive. It is a bit expensive. Yemo nodded. His previous Lamborghini Urus only cost a little over 3 million. Yes, the saleswoman replied. You can stand closer to take a look, it's fine. No need, just buy it. Yemo smiled. What? The saleswoman was stunned for a moment, her beautiful eyes widening as she could hardly believe her ears. Did this person just say they bought it? Good heavens. Did she hear that right? She looked at Yemo, her expression dazed. Their cars are too expensive. They're not something ordinary people can afford. Even some wealthy people wouldn't be willing to buy them. So, people who come in are just there to look around, and the women are used to it. Unexpectedly, this person came in, didn't even look at the items, and immediately wanted to buy them. This is a car worth 45 million. I said, I'll buy it. Swipe your card. Yemo decisively pulled out a bank card. The saleswoman's mouth dropped open. She was so shocked, she was momentarily stunned. Sir, this way please. It took her a while to come to her senses, her face flushed with excitement. She bowed and led Yemo to the side. The people around them were also stunned. Upon entering, without saying a word, he directly pulled out his card to buy a car. What extravagance! Who is he? I bet he's a top-tier rich kid, a noble young master. The women discussed it excitedly, their eyes gleaming. Yemo was already very familiar with the car buying process. By the time he finished everything and received the temporary license plate, it was already afternoon. As expected of a top-of-the-line sports car, he stepped on the gas, and there was a loud bang, which was incredibly cool. This feeling is absolutely amazing. Every man dreams of owning a sports car, and Yemo was no exception. Today, he finally realized his dream. Then, as if remembering something, he pulled a business card from his breast pocket. It was given to him by the saleswoman from earlier. Her beautiful legs and black stockings and her enthusiastic attitude had left a deep impression on him. Never mind. He gave a wry smile and tossed the business card aside. Boom. He stepped on the gas again, started the car, and drove off. Wow. A Bugatti. Along the way, it attracted countless admiring glances. Hey, Yemo. After a while, he received a call from Fu Siwei. What's wrong? Could you do me a favor? Come pick me up from my house. Fu Siwei's voice sounded hesitant on the other end of the phone. Also, there's a party tonight with all our classmates. Do you want to come along? Okay. After considering it for a moment, Yemo agreed. That's great. See you later. After saying that, she hung up the phone. Yemo changed direction and drove towards her house. At that moment, a red Ferrari was parked downstairs at Fu Siwei's house, and a young man was leaning against the car door with a cigarette in his mouth. He was quite handsome, but his demeanor was somewhat greasy and effeminate. His pink suit, in particular, was quite eye-catching. You just don't believe me. You're not coming downstairs today? And what do you mean by a boyfriend coming to pick you up? You don't have a boyfriend. He took a deep drag of his cigarette, looked down at the 7th floor, and smiled. He's dated so many girls. He's already very familiar with these tricks. Making up a boyfriend is just a way to find someone to take the fall for. This tactic is so outdated. He wanted to see what kind of person this woman could find to shield her. Thinking of this, he smiled slightly, feeling smug again. He's determined to have this woman. With his wealth and charm, there's no woman he can't win over. Call. He exhaled a puff of smoke and smiled contentedly. Boom. Not long after, he heard something, which sounded like the roar of an engine. What kind of car is this? It's awesome. He paused for a moment. He turned his head and froze, his eyes widening in shock. At the other end of the road, an incredibly cool sports car drove up. Its streamlined body, stylish design, and the roaring engine sound like a wild beast were simply amazing. Holy crap. A Bugatti. He blurted out, and the cigarette he was holding fell straight down, burning a hole in his trouser leg. But he was completely oblivious, just staring blankly at the sports car approaching from the front. This is a Bugatti. It's more than 10 times more expensive than the Ferrari behind him. This is a true dream car. Could it be that woman who hired them? Suddenly, an incredible thought flashed through his mind. The owner of this sports car is the one that woman hired to take the fall. Impossible. How could she possibly know someone so rich? Absolutely impossible. The next moment, he shook his head violently. At this moment, the sports car gradually slowed down and stopped when it got close. The scissor door opened, and a person stepped out. Upon closer inspection, he was stunned once again. The man who stepped out of the Bugatti was incredibly handsome. Even he, a man himself, was amazed and somewhat admired him. It took him a long while to come to his senses, and he cursed under his breath. With looks like that, this guy could pick up countless girls even if he were driving a tractor, let alone driving a Bugatti. How are we supposed to live? He looked down at himself, then at the Ferrari behind him, and suddenly felt ashamed and embarrassed. This was the first time in his life that he felt so poor and so pathetic. At that moment, he really wanted to jump into the car and make a quick getaway. What if it's not him? He murmured to himself, still clinging to a sliver of hope. He lit another cigarette, took a deep drag, forced himself to calm down, leaned against the car door, and continued to wait. Chapter 26: Attending the Dinner Party. Squeak. The door to the stairwell opened, and a beautiful figure walked out. A black, sequined, fitted dress perfectly accentuated her curvaceous figure, revealing her voluptuous curves and almost voluptuous figure. A pair of perfect, jade-like legs, wrapped in black stockings, incredibly sexy. Her already stunningly beautiful face was made even more radiant and captivating with the addition of light makeup. She carried a small silver bag, wore high heels, and walked out gracefully, her long, black hair flowing in the wind, her beauty breathtaking. Yemo was stunned for a moment. Today, Fu, the school beauty, seems a little different. She looks even better. especially that figure. When I saw her before, she was always wearing business attire, which showed off her figure, but none of them were as flattering as this fitted dress. This outfit perfectly showcased her curves, especially the cleavage on her chest, which seemed unfathomably deep. The stockings on her legs were half-length, only reaching a little above the knee, with a lace trim around the edge. The flesh on her thighs was marked with a shallow line, which looked very tempting. He looked him up and down, then nodded slightly. This outfit is absolutely stunning. The man in pink next to the Ferrari was also stunned, his eyes fixed on those legs. Glug! He couldn't help but swallow. Fu Siwei walked out, raised her hand to gently gather her hair, and her beautiful eyes swept across the scene. The first thing she saw was the red Ferrari. Instantly, her brows furrowed slightly, and a look of disgust flashed across her face. When her gaze shifted to the other side, she froze for a moment. That car is... And that person, was it really Yemo? Her mouth gaped open, and her beautiful eyes widened in shock and disbelief. His transformation is truly remarkable. And that car, if she's not mistaken, it should be a Bugatti, a top-of-the-line sports car. What? You don't recognize me? Yemo smiled and walked up. Fu Siwei exclaimed in surprise, finally waking up. The changes are really too great, she said with a wry smile. You've changed a lot too. Yemo smiled and waved to her. Let's go. She responded softly and gracefully walked down the steps. The young man in pink was stunned by what he saw. His hunch was right. That guy really was someone she had invited. Then he gave a sullen smile. That guy was not only more handsome than him, but also richer. He really didn't have the face to confront him. Only after seeing others board the bus did he get on and slunk away. You asked me to pick you up because of that person, right? In the car, Yemo glanced at Fu Siwei and smiled. He had a rough idea of who it was when he first saw the person. Fu Siwei sat down and adjusted her posture. Because it was a sports car with a very low chassis, her beautiful legs and black stockings were slightly raised after she sat down, making her posture particularly alluring. That's him, surnamed Hu, a rich kid. His father's company hired us as their legal counsel. She gently tugged at her clothes at the waist and complained. I think he won't bother me anymore after today. Her beautiful eyes looked around, filled with amazement. No wonder it's a Bugatti. It's so cool. This is the first time in my life I've ridden in such an expensive car. As she spoke, she took out her phone, found a few angles, and snapped a few selfies. Seatbelt. Yemo reminded him. Oh. She then remembered and pulled over the seatbelt to fasten it. Yemo was stunned for a moment. Her seatbelt had just passed through those two peaks. Upon seeing those sexy black-stockinged legs again, he felt overwhelmed. He quickly turned his head to face forward. Don't you like these stockings? Fu Siwei said in surprise. Then how about I change to another pair? I brought a few pairs with me, just in case you say they don't look good. As she spoke, she opened her bag and took out 2 pairs of stockings, one pair of long black stockings and the other pair of fishnet stockings. No need. These shoes are quite nice. Yemo hurriedly replied. The space inside the car is already small. Changing stockings there would be an unimaginable scene. If you say it looks good, then that's fine. Fu Siwei smiled and put the stockings away. Yemo started the car and drove off. Half an hour later, the car arrived at a shopping mall in the city center. After parking the car, the two went up to the 3rd floor of the mall. Along the way, the handsome man and beautiful woman attracted the attention of passers-by, who frequently exclaimed in amazement, "School beauty Fu." As they arrived at the entrance of a restaurant, a person came out to greet them. Why call me school beauty? It's so embarrassing. Fu Siwei smiled. This is Yemo. When the man saw Yemo, he was stunned for a moment, somewhat incredulous. It's him. How about it? He's changed a lot, hasn't he? Fu Siwei said. It's more than just big. The man sighed. Yemo, do you still remember me? Zhou Yong. Of course I remember. Yemo nodded. Long time no see. If it weren't for school beauty Fu mentioning it, I wouldn't have known you were in H City too. Come on, there are several others here too. They all live here. We get together and have a meal whenever we have time. Zhou Yong walked over and patted Yemo on the shoulder. The two were quite close in high school. Then, he led Yemo and the other person into the shop, and they soon entered a private room. There were 3 men and 2 women sitting in the private room. Is it really Yemo? They were all somewhat surprised to see Yemo. Yemo was indeed the most handsome boy in his class in high school, but his appearance is vastly different from what it is now, especially his demeanor. You look so handsome now. The two female classmates laughed. Of the three men, one looked at Yemo, then at Fu Siwei, and his expression became somewhat unnatural. However, he quickly concealed it, pushed up his gold-rimmed glasses, and laughed. Yemo, do you remember me? Sun Haoyang. Remember. Yemo smiled at him. Sit down, sit down, sit down. Zhou Yong invited the two to sit down. Sit here. Fu Siwei tugged at Yemo, gesturing for him to sit next to her. The gesture was rather intimate, which surprised the others. Judging from their posture, the two seemed somewhat close. That's unlikely. Although Yemo is handsome, Fu Xiaohua has extremely high standards and looks. She doesn't even look at ordinary people. Having a good appearance alone is far from enough. Sun Haoyang narrowed his eyes, a strong sense of jealousy flashing in them. Then, he smiled at Yemo and said, Yemo, I haven't heard a word about you all these years. What have you been doing since you graduated from university? Which company are you working for? I remember you went to a regular university, right? As soon as he finished speaking, the atmosphere at the table suddenly became somewhat strange. Back then, Yemo usually had excellent grades. If he performed normally, it would have been easy for him to get into a top university. But unfortunately, he didn't do well on that exam and barely made the cutoff score for first-tier universities. Sun Haoyang brought this up on purpose. Chapter 27 Yemo, you're asking for it. I used to work at NetEase, but I quit and am now trying my hand at self-media. Yemo smiled, his expression unchanged. He understood Sun Haoyang's intentions perfectly well, but he couldn't be bothered to argue with them. NetEase is pretty good. With your qualifications, it's not easy to get into NetEase, so why did you quit? Sun Haoyang said with a smile, his words carrying a strong sense of superiority. It's boring. Yemo smiled. Beside her, Fu Siwei's lips moved as if she wanted to speak, but after glancing at Yemo, she remained silent. Yemo has always kept a low profile and probably doesn't want to reveal his identity. It's not easy being a self-media creator. It's been tough these past 2 years. Sun Haoyang continued, his expression already showing a hint of smugness. This old classmate isn't doing so well. Yes. Yemo nodded. This Sun Haoyang comes from a wealthy family and has always loved to show off. He's too lazy to argue. Yemo, you must have a girlfriend, right? At this moment, a female classmate asked a question. You already have a child. Yemo smiled. You already have a child? The female classmate's eyes widened immediately, her face filled with shock. Not many people in their generation are even getting married, let alone having children. This is happening way too fast. Holy crap. Yemo, you have a child? How old is he? Zhou Yong exclaimed in surprise. Sun Haoyang was stunned for a moment, then glanced at Fu Siwei and breathed a sigh of relief. It seems he was overthinking things. Of course, with her standards, she wouldn't even approve of herself, let alone Yemo. Now that Yemo has a child, it's even more impossible. About 4 months. 2 of them. A boy and a girl. Yemo smiled and said with some pride. Amazing. A son and a daughter. That's great. Perfect. Zhou Yong and the others laughed loudly. After chatting for a while, the dishes were served, and the group ate together in a lively atmosphere. Unable to resist the persuasion, Yemo also drank some wine. Sun Haoyang stopped targeting him, but as he got into the swing of things, he kept bragging about how successful his business was, how much money he had made, and how many connections he had here. Yemo simply smiled upon hearing this. Let's go. Next round. Let's go to the bar and have another drink. After they had eaten enough, Sun Haoyang suggested, there's one right next door, the biggest in the city. Don't worry, it's on me. I'm fine with it. Fu Xiaohua. Yemo, what about you guys? Zhou Yong looked towards Yemo. Bar. Fu Siwei frowned slightly. She doesn't really like going to noisy places. They're too chaotic. Are you going? She turned her head to look at Yemo and asked in a low voice. It's fine to go sit for a while. Yemo said. He doesn't go to bars often, just a few times. The last time he went was a year ago. Then I'll go too. Fu Siwei nodded. Seeing this, Sun Haoyang frowned, feeling somewhat displeased. Fu, the school beauty, is clearly closer to Yemo than he is to her. Then let's go? Everyone go. He called to the crowd, walked out of the mall, and headed towards the bar next door. He skillfully set up a booth, ordered several dozen beers, and a few bottles of liquor. Yemo, come on, let's have a few more drinks. He stood up, raised his glass, and said to Yimo. Yimo smiled, raised his glass in a gesture, and drank it all in one gulp. Again, Sun Haoyang filled his glass to the brim and raised it again. After Yimo filled the glass, he drank another glass with him. After a few drinks, he was perfectly fine, but Sun Haoyang's cheeks were flushed, showing signs of drunkenness. That's enough, you're almost drunk, Yimo advised. No, I'm not drunk. Today, I'm going to drink you under the table, Sun Haoyang muttered, raising his glass again. Haoyang, that's about enough. Zhou Yong and the others all tried to persuade him. Let me rest for a bit. I need to use the restroom. Yimo looked at him and said helplessly. After saying that, he got up and left the booth. Zhou Yong, if you won't drink, we'll drink. Sun Haoyang then clung to Zhou Yong again, pulling him to have a toast. Tell me, what's so great about that guy surnamed Yi? He's just a little handsome. In what other way is he better than me? I'm richer and more talented than him. So why is Siwei better to him than to me? He used to be a poor loser, but now he's married and has kids. What's so great about him? After drinking a few more glasses, he sat down, muttering incoherently and complaining incessantly. Haoyang, you're drunk. Zhou Yong and the other men smiled wryly. In fact, they were just as confused as the school beauty, Fu, and couldn't understand what she was thinking. After leaving the restroom, Yimo looked around. The whole bar was noisy, with music mixed with screams and shouts that were deafening. The air was thick with the smell of alcohol. He frowned, somewhat disliking the atmosphere. He turned around to walk back to his booth. Just then, he saw a figure walking over. Upon closer inspection, he paused, realizing that the person was Secretary Su from the board of directors. Secretary Su? He called out tentatively. Who are you? The man stopped and looked at him in surprise. I am Yimo. Yimo? Oh, it's Mr. Yi. Secretary Su paused for a moment, then broke into a warm smile. What a coincidence. I didn't expect to run into you here, Mr. Yi. You're here to play too? Yimo smiled. How could that be? Secretary Su immediately shook her head. I'm President Ding's secretary, of course I came with him. President Ding likes to come to bars. I just went to buy him cigarettes. As he spoke, he showed the bag in his hand, which contained several cartons of high-end cigarettes. I see. Yimo smiled and said, Then you should go quickly. Well, Secretary Su responded and watched him leave before turning and departing herself. Back in the booth, Yimo sat down. Yimo, come on, have a few more drinks. Sun Haoyang stood up again, wanting to continue drinking with him. No, you're too drunk. Yimo waved his hand. If someone gets drunk, you're being disrespectful. Sun Haoyang's face darkened, and he shouted. Just pretend I'm being disrespectful. You really can't drink anymore, Yimo said. You, Yimo, how dare you disrespect me? Sun Haoyang roared angrily. Haoyang, sit down, sit down. Seeing that things were not going well, Zhou Yong and the others quickly pulled Sun Haoyang back to his seat. What a piece of trash. He doesn't know what's good for him. I drink with him because I respect him. Otherwise, who would even bother with him? Does he really think he's something special? Sun Haoyang sat down and, fueled by alcohol, kept cursing. Yimo, don't worry about him. Haoyang is drunk. Zhou Yong and the others quickly tried to smooth things over. Yimo smiled, opened a bottle of water, and drank it. A while later, a commotion suddenly arose not far from their booth. A group of security guards pushed through the crowd and walked towards them, making quite a show of force. Everyone around looked over. What's going on? Zhou Yong and the others were also somewhat curious. It's Ding Shi. Mr. Ding. Then, enthusiastic cheers erupted from all around. It was him. Zhou Yong, Sun Haoyang, and the others were all somewhat shocked. Then, an expression of excitement appeared on his face. Such important figures are not people you meet every day. They all stood up and looked in that direction. As the group drew closer, it became clear that among the security guards, there was indeed a figure who looked remarkably like Mr. Ding. He held a wine glass in his hand and walked along, smiling at those around him from time to time, appearing very amiable. When he got to the vicinity, he stopped and looked around as if he were looking for someone. Chapter 28, Yimo's Identity Exposed. What a great opportunity. Sun Haoyang slapped his thigh, sobering up considerably. He picked up his wine glass and walked forward. If he could toast Mr. Ding, he would have something to brag about in the future. He could tell others that he had drunk with such an important person, How prestigious that would be. Mr. Ding. Upon reaching him, he raised his glass and shouted excitedly, "Make way." However, Mr. Ding ignored him and didn't even glance at him before walking straight past. He froze for a moment, then immediately turned around to chase after him. But at that moment, he saw an incredibly unbelievable scene. The direction that President Ding walked towards was actually his booth. What is going on? Yimo. The next moment, an even more unbelievable scene unfolded. Mr. Ding, holding a wine glass, walked straight up to Yimo. He actually came here specifically to find Yimo. Sun Haoyang stood there, his mind buzzing, completely blank. Not only him, but Su Yuqing and his friends, as well as the two female classmates, all looked dazed and confused. For them, this scene was too shocking and unbelievable. Who is Mr. Ding? That's a billionaire with a net worth of hundreds of billions. A truly important and influential person. As for Yimo, he was just an ordinary person. Their old classmate, whom they knew well, had worked at NetEase before, but he was at most a junior employee. Besides, he had resigned now. Given his status, how could he possibly get a big shot like President Ding to come and see him in person? This is absolutely absurd. It's like a dream. Even Fu Siwei was somewhat shocked, her mouth slightly agape, her face full of surprise. Mr. Ding. Hello. Yimo stood up. Brother Yi, it's great to finally meet you. President Ding laughed heartily. Secretary Su just told me that she ran into you here, and I was thinking that I had to see you and have a drink with you today. Secretary Su also said that as long as we see the most handsome one, that's fine. And she really is. Hey, what are you standing for? Come on, sit down, let's have a drink. As he spoke, he patted Yimo on the shoulder and sat down. Let's do it. He raised his glass, clinked it with Yimo's, and then drank it all in one gulp. Are these all your friends? He looked around and laughed. They're all old classmates. We just came out to hang out, Yimo said, putting down his wine glass. Look, how about this? You can drink with them later, but come with me first and have a drink with me. Boss Ding patted Yimo on the shoulder and said with a smile. Well, okay. Yimo nodded. He couldn't very well refuse such a warm invitation from someone like President Ding. Come on, let's have a good drink today. Mr. Ding laughed loudly as he stood up and left with Yimo. Who's that? He's so handsome. I don't know. I guess he's some young master from a wealthy family. Otherwise, why would President Ding come looking for him? A commotion erupted from all sides as people discussed the matter heatedly. What exactly is going on? Even after the people had gone far away, Su Yuqing, Sun Haoyang, and the others were still in a daze. It took them a long time to come to their senses, and they all had shocked and incredulous expressions on their faces. I feel like I'm dreaming. A female classmate pinched her cheek and smiled wryly. Yes, how does Yimo know President Ding? They seem to be quite familiar with each other. Su Yuqing said with a dazed expression. Actually, I know a little bit. Fu Siwei looked around and whispered. What do you know? Su Yuqing and the others all looked over, curious. Actually, Yimo is very rich. He owns 5% of NetEase's shares, making him the third largest shareholder. Also, do you know what kind of car he drove when he came? A Bugatti. He said it's a car worth 45 million. Just a few days ago, he bought a Lamborghini SUV, saying it would be convenient to take the baby with him. Fu Siwei said. The more Sun Haoyang, Su Yuqing, and the others listened, the more shocked they became, to an unparalleled degree. Yimo, is he that rich? Sun Haoyang's eyes widened, his head buzzed, and he felt dizzy from the shock. He never dreamed that Yimo, whom he looked down upon, was actually a hidden super-rich man. No wonder President Ding came to invite him personally. Thinking back to his boasting and bragging at the dinner table, he blushed and felt ashamed. My little bit of money is nothing compared to what others have. This is incredible. Yimo, he's been hiding his true intentions too well. Su Yuqing and the others sighed. At the same time, they suddenly realized why Fu Xiaohua was so close to Yimo. It was because she knew Yimo's identity. I didn't mean to hide it from you. He didn't say, and it's not convenient for me to say either. Fu Siwei smiled wryly. I understand. Oh, Siwei Yimo? He really has a child? Yes, but he's not married yet. He said the babies were an accident, Fu Siwei said. Oh, no wonder you care about him so much. The two female classmates laughed. No way, don't talk nonsense. Fu Siwei blushed immediately. Sun Haoyang, standing to the side, pursed his lips, and remained silent. Before, he would definitely have been jealous, but now that he knows Yimo's identity, he has no such thoughts at all. Yimo returned more than half an hour later. After he went to Boss Ding's private room, he drank quite a lot of alcohol, drinking with everyone until he finally managed to leave. Yimo, you've kept this from us for so long. Zhou Yong stood up and said with a wry smile. You all knew? Yimo glanced at them, then looked at Fu Siwei. I never imagined that I would have a billionaire classmate in my life. That's what one girl said. Yimo, I'm so sorry. I lost my temper earlier. I apologize. Sun Haoyang stood up, poured himself a glass of wine, and downed it in one gulp. Fine. Yimo smiled and sat down. It's getting late, we should go. After a while, he checked the time, and it was almost 10 o'clock. The crowd then dispersed. After leaving the bar, Yimo hailed a taxi and took Fu Siwei home. She seemed a little drunk. Her eyes became hazy, and her cheeks were flushed, making her look exceptionally beautiful. She gradually leaned forward, resting her head on Yimo's shoulder, her ample bosom pressing against his arm, a truly astonishing sight. Her hair brushed against Yimo's cheek, making him feel a little itchy. With a gentle sniff, he could smell a very pleasant fragrance, the scent of her perfume mixed with her natural body odor, which was somewhat intoxicating. Yimo wasn't drunk, but at this moment, he felt a little intoxicated. The woman beside him was charming, sexy, and alluring, fulfilling every man's fantasy. You're drunk. After a long while, his eyes cleared, and he took off his coat and draped it over her shoulders. When they arrived at her building, he helped her out of the car and escorted her upstairs. Chapter 29. The baby is sick. A soft moan escaped her lips. Fu Siwei woke up. She opened her hazy, beautiful eyes and glanced around. It was the familiar bedroom. She pressed her forehead. She was still a little dizzy. Then, she glanced down and froze. She was only wearing underwear. He saw it. The next moment, her face flushed red. The lingerie was a set, and the style was rather daring. She hesitated for a long time before putting it on yesterday. How embarrassing. She raised her hand to cover her face and felt an astonishing burning sensation on both cheeks. Wait a minute. We took our clothes off, but nothing happened? Am I not attractive enough? Then, she became somewhat anxious and uncertain. I think I threw up, and quite a lot of it. She thought about it carefully and felt extremely embarrassed again. She drank a lot of foreign liquor. At first, she didn't feel anything, but once the effects kicked in, she got drunk and vomited several times after returning home. Fu Siwei, why did you drink so much? You're ruining things. She slapped her forehead, feeling a little regretful. She took a sip of water from the bedside table, then threw back the covers and got out of bed. She has a great figure, about 1.7 meters tall, with a very tall and slender build and good proportions. Her legs are especially long, and she is slim where she should be and curvy where she should be. She doesn't have an ounce of extra fat on her body. Her skin was very white, like milk, soft and smooth, and her whole body was so white it was almost dazzling. She walked away barefoot, her white feet bare. As her body swayed, a captivating rhythm constantly arose, like waves, rising and falling. The living room was very clean, and there was no unpleasant smell. Looking at the balcony again, I saw that even the clothes had been washed. She stared in surprise for a moment. He's really quite thoughtful. She pursed her lips and smiled gently. He's rich, handsome, and so thoughtful and caring. He's definitely a perfect marriage prospect. The only downside is having children. However, this doesn't seem to be a big problem. At least she doesn't care much. Who exactly is the child's mother? She felt that her biggest rival was the child's mother, who had 2 children and therefore had an advantage over her. But Yimo never revealed any information about her, and she didn't know where the child's mother was from, or who was more beautiful between them. Never mind, we'll talk about it later. She thought about it for a while, then shook her head, took off her clothes, and went to the bathroom. Inside the studio, Yimo was still full of energy, studying how to cook. The baby will soon be drinking formula and starting solid foods. As he gets older, he'll be able to eat a lot of different things, so he needs to figure out what dishes to make for the baby in the future and practice his cooking skills in the process. Today I'll just film cooking, making a few dishes. Compared to goldware and jade carving, cooking is obviously simpler, but it's not easy to film it well. The angle, the composition, and the editing techniques all require a high level of skill. After struggling all night, He finally managed to edit a video and upload it. This video has left over 6 million fans completely bewildered. Why did this guy change careers again? Yesterday I did embroidery and made baby clothes. Today I'm cooking. Holy crap. Is he really all-powerful? He's just like everyone else's husband. Dad. The comments section was unusually lively. After sleeping for a few hours, Yemo woke up and looked at the comments. He enjoys reading comments and seeing others praise him. That gives him a sense of accomplishment. After returning home and taking a shower, he went to the city center and drove the Bugatti back. Next, he went to Su Yuqing's house. Yemo, look, does the baby have a cold? Upon entering, one sees Su Yuqing holding a baby boy, her face filled with worry. Cold. Yemo's expression changed. It's very troublesome when a baby of this age catches a cold. Let me see. He walked up quickly and saw that the boy looked listless and dispirited, with snot running down his nose and his face was pale, which indeed looked like the symptoms of a cold. I just breastfed him, but he didn't drink much. Su Yuqing was a little anxious. Let me check. Do you have a fever? Yemo reached out and touched the baby's forehead. It was slightly hot. It's a little hot, like she has a fever. Yemo frowned. Yes. Seeing the baby's discomfort, Su Yuqing's heart ached. Should we take him to the hospital? Good. Yemo nodded. Then you hold me for now. I'll go change my clothes. After saying that, Su Yuqing handed the baby over, went inside to change her clothes. She wore a black coat, a mask, sunglasses, and a hat. You should wear one too. She glanced at Yemo and then brought over another mask. Going to the hospital will definitely involve queuing, and I don't know how long I'll have to wait. I'm also likely to be recognized. It doesn't matter if she gets photographed, but if Yemo gets photographed, it will definitely have a huge impact on his life and cause a huge uproar in the entertainment industry, which is something she doesn't want to see. Yemo paused for a moment, then took it. They left Aunt Yun behind to take care of the baby girl, while the two of them took the baby boy and set off. Ding! Emergency mission triggered. Take your baby to the hospital. Once inside the car, the system's voice suddenly sounded. Just as Yemo was wondering why there was no reward this time, the system's voice sounded again. You have already acquired ownership of Renhua International Medical Group. Yemo was taken aback. Get it in advance. This is the first time I've encountered this. Renhua International. He murmured to himself. This hospital was their destination. A well-known high-end private medical group with many branches in China and a good reputation. The Renhua Hospital nearby is also the closest large hospital to Su Yuqing's home. Baby, be good. Don't cry. Don't cry. On the way, the boy seemed to be carsick and cried loudly. Su Yuqing held the baby, comforting him constantly, feeling extremely sorry for him. Yemo also felt a little worried. The child is upset, and the father is even more upset. Arrive. About 10 minutes later, the car drove into Renhua Hospital. The two got out of the car and headed straight for the registration desk. It was already past 6 o'clock, but the hospital was still crowded, with many people bringing their children to see a doctor. After registering, the two went outside the consultation room and found a corner seat to sit down. Let me carry you. Yemo took the baby and started to comfort him. It's fine. Seeing that Su Yuqing still looked worried, he smiled, reached out, and took her hand, giving it a gentle squeeze. She paused for a moment, her body stiffening instantly, but she quickly relaxed and didn't resist, letting him hold her hand. She responded softly, smiled at Yemo, and her expression gradually calmed down. It's our turn. After waiting for about an hour, it was finally their turn. Yemo picked up the baby and followed Su Yuqing into the examination room. Chapter 30. Baby's identity information leaked. Su Inu, all right? Are you his parents? The doctor was a man in his 30s. He glanced at the registration slip and then at Yemo and the other person. When he saw Su Yuqing, he paused for a moment, a hint of surprise flashing in his eyes. Most people wouldn't cover themselves up like this. Su Yuqing nodded. Let me see him. You have some cold symptoms and a slight fever. Here's what we'll do. You go get your blood drawn and tested first, and then I'll prescribe some medicine after I see the results. The doctor stood up, examined the baby, then sat back down and wrote out several test forms. Do we need a blood test? Su Yuqing asked in surprise. The baby is so small, he must be afraid of pain. Of course we need to get tested, because I can't rule out other possibilities. I can't prescribe any medicine without you all going. The doctor waved his hand dismissively. Good. Su Yuqing nodded and stood up, holding the baby. Let's go? She called out to Yemo and walked out of the consultation room. The two found the blood drawing station and waited for a while. Even at night, there are still quite a few patients here. It's our turn. About 10 minutes later, it was finally our turn. Baby, don't be afraid of pain. Su Yuqing, holding her baby, walked to the blood-drawing window. Nurse, be careful. She was a little worried and gave him some instructions. I know. The nurse drawing blood replied somewhat impatiently. She glanced at Su Yuqing, then suddenly narrowed her eyes, a hint of suspicion in them. The voice I heard just now seemed somewhat familiar. In her completely covered-up outfit. She quickly suppressed her doubts, took out the blood-drawing needle, and pricked the baby's hand. With a loud wah, the baby cried out in pain. Baby, be good, don't cry. Don't cry. Su Yuqing felt extremely distressed. Okay. Press the cotton ball down for a few minutes. The nurse finished drawing blood, took a cotton ball, and pressed it onto the injection site. Come on, let's sit over there for a while. Yemo led Su Yuqing to an empty seat and sat down. The blood has been drawn, and now it's just a matter of waiting. There are several tests to be done, and it will take about an hour to get the results. This person looks like Su Yuqing. At this moment, the nurse drawing blood looked through the window and began to have doubts. Although the other person was completely covered up, she could still recognize them by their voice. It sounded very similar. Su Yuqing. His surname is Su. Upon checking the baby's information again, it matched. 6 months ago, the rumors of pop diva Su Yuqing having a pregnancy checkup caused a sensation and shook the entire entertainment industry. If you calculate the time, it also matches the age of the baby. Could it really be her? The nurse became somewhat agitated. This is big news. The queen's baby. And that man, I don't know if he's the assistant or the child's father. If it's the latter, then that's really explosive. At that moment, she secretly took out her phone, took a picture of the baby's information, and then took a few pictures of the outside of the window. Then, she posted it in several group chats, proudly showing it off. Are you hungry? After waiting for a while, Yemo asked Su Yuqing. I'm not very hungry. Su Yuqing shook her head. There's a convenience store downstairs. I'll go buy some food and water. Yemo said with a smile. All right. Su Yuqing glanced at the baby in her arms and nodded. Yemo got up, went downstairs, and bought some things at the convenience store. This hospital is not bad. He walked out of the store and looked around. The hospital was very large and well-built, with all the facilities being new. Have you heard? Su Yuqing has come to our hospital. Su Yuqing? No way. The queen of pop. That's her. She even brought her baby to see a doctor. Look, this is her son, Su Yuqing. She also brought a man with her, but we don't know who he is. He might be the child's father. Su? How come your surname is Su? Hey, just take her surname. She's so rich, it's easy. As soon as he got back into the building, he heard several nurses passing by talking excitedly. He stopped in his tracks. His face suddenly changed, turning gloomy. Not only was Su Yuqing recognized, but Nuonyuo's information was also leaked. The photo is a bit blurry. I can't see the baby clearly, or even the man's face. I bet it's the child's father. It couldn't be the assistant. The news spread so fast. It's already on Weibo. I think it'll cause a sensation and trend on Weibo. After listening for a while longer, he quickened his pace and rushed upstairs. Let's go. He strode over to Su Yuqing's side and called out in a deep voice. What's wrong? Su Yuqing was taken aback and asked in confusion. You've been recognized, we've been photographed, and Nuonyuo's information has been leaked, Yemo whispered. What? Su Yuqing exclaimed in surprise, her face changing color. Nono was also photographed. Who did it? She was somewhat angry. They must be from the hospital. Let's go down first, Yemo said. The news has spread, and more people may come to take photos of them. There might even be reporters and paparazzi who come to ambush them, which would be troublesome. Su Yuqing immediately got up and followed Yemo downstairs to the car. Uncle Dong, drive to the underground parking lot and find a corner to park. I'll go up and take care of it. Yemo said to Uncle Dong. Handle? Handle what? Su Yuqing was taken aback. Does a hospital carelessly disclose patient privacy? We must get justice for this. Yemo said in a cold voice. He was truly furious. It wasn't a big deal that he and Su Yuqing were photographed, since they were both adults. But Nuonyuo was still a child, and her privacy was also violated, which he couldn't tolerate. He was also very dissatisfied with the hospital's lax management. Whoever did it must pay the price. You just wait. He smiled at Su Yuqing, then closed the car door and turned to leave. Back in the building, he observed for a while and saw people discussing the matter, so he went over to them. What are you talking about? Su Yuqing? And there are photos. Let me see. He continued talking to himself, then stepped forward, took the other person's phone, and looked at the photos. Then, his face darkened. He has figured out who took the photos and leaked them. You took these photos without my knowledge. And you even leaked the patient's information. He returned to the blood drawing area, went up to the nurse who had drawn his blood earlier, slammed his hand on the counter, and shouted. The nurse was taken aback, clearly not expecting to be discovered and even confronted. For a moment, she felt a little guilty. But then she rolled her eyes and snapped. What do you mean by secretly filming? Don't talk nonsense. I didn't secretly film anything, nor did I leak any patient information. I'm telling you, don't cause trouble or vandalism here, or I'll call security. She raised her hand, pointed at Yimo, and her tone carried a hint of threat. Chapter 31. What madman? This is Chairman Yi. Still being stubborn. Yimo sneered. Since you say you didn't take any photos, then dare you take out your phone and let me check it? What right do you have to check my phone? I said I don't have it, so don't slander me. The nurse shrieked. What happened? The commotion drew the attention of the surrounding patients and medical staff, who all looked over with some confusion. If they won't let us investigate, does that mean they're guilty? Yimo coldly stared at the nurse. What do you mean by feeling guilty? You're talking nonsense. Get out of my way. Can't you see I'm working? This is a hospital, not a place where you can cause trouble, the nurse shouted again. Sir, please move aside and don't disturb our work. An older nurse walked over from the side. Your hospital leaked patient information and secretly photographed patients, then posted the photos online. Do you still think you're in the right? Yimo's face darkened, and he said bluntly, leaking patient information? The head nurse was taken aback, somewhat puzzled. At that moment, a nurse walked over from behind her and whispered a few words in her ear. Then, her expression changed slightly. Su Yuqing? This person's influence is extraordinary. If this escalates, it will severely damage the hospital's reputation. Sir, it is indeed our hospital's negligence that this happened. However, we cannot be sure who did it right now. How about this? Let us conduct our own investigation first, and then we will apologize to you after we have found out the truth. She smiled slightly and said politely. Her method was to delay, wait a few days, and then apologize, thus minimizing the impact of the matter. An apology? What good does it do? Yimo scoffed. Sir, so what do you mean? Expulsion. Anyone who leaks information or helps spread it will be expelled. Yimo said sternly. Expulsion? The head nurse's expression changed. This request is simply too much. Haha, who do you think you are? You're just a celebrity's lackey. What's so great about you? You even want to interfere in our hospital's affairs. You're sick. From inside the window, the nurse seemed to have heard a joke and sneered. She glanced at Yimo outside, a mocking look on her face. This guy really thinks he's someone important, letting the hospital fire people so easily. What a joke. Sir, we cannot fulfill your request. At most, we can only apologize. The head nurse shook her head. It's difficult enough to fire one person, let alone this person's demand to fire everyone associated with him, which is a whole bunch of people. In any case, their hospital would never agree to that. Can't do it? Then I'm not leaving today until you do it. Yimo sat down in a seat to the side and said leisurely. The older nurse frowned, looking somewhat troubled. After all, their hospital was indeed in the wrong in this matter. This Tianli. She glanced towards the window, her brows furrowing even more. This person is someone with connections. She's a relative of Director Huang from the logistics department. She has powerful backing in the hospital. Even if she really leaked it, the hospital will at most put on a show and give her a punishment, but nothing will really happen. Who's causing trouble here? Just as I was fretting, I heard a loud shout coming from the other end of the corridor. Then, a middle-aged man arrived in a flurry of activity, accompanied by several security guards. Second uncle, it's him. He's deliberately causing trouble. Tianli immediately pointed at Yimo and started shouting, her expression becoming somewhat smug. This is exactly the savior she summoned. Second uncle? Upon hearing this, Yimo raised an eyebrow slightly. Hey, you've got some nerve. Daring to cause trouble in our hospital. Director Huang strode over, exuding an imposing aura. You guys drag him out. Upon reaching them, he gave orders to the men behind him. Aren't you even going to ask what the real reason is? Yemo smiled. What's there to ask? You're causing trouble here. That's wrong of you. Take them out first. If you dare to resist, believe me, I'll call the police and have you arrested. Director Huang shouted sternly. What are you all standing there for? Go get them. Come out with us. Several security guards shouted and stepped forward. One of them reached out and grabbed at Yemo's arm. Yemo narrowed his eyes, grabbed the other person's wrist, and twisted it forcefully. Ouch! It hurts. Let go. The security guard was screaming like a pig being slaughtered, and he was sweating profusely. You still dare to lay a hand on me? How dare you? Director Huang was stunned for a moment, clearly not expecting this guy to be so arrogant and audacious. Are you all idiots? What are you standing there for? Get him. Take him down, he roared angrily. Wait a moment. The head nurse, unable to bear it any longer, exclaimed, Director Huang, there's no need for this. We were in the wrong to begin with. What's wrong with him? He already laid a hand on us. We have to arrest him today. Director Huang roared. If you dare come any closer, I'll break his hand. Yemo glanced at the remaining security guards and said coldly. Then, looking at Director Huang and the others, he said, Call your dean over here. You madman, how dare you shout? Director Huang was so angry that his face turned red. The head nurse hesitated for a moment, then walked to the side and made a phone call. The other party is a big star with a lot of influence, so the dean really has to step in to calm things down today. Leaking patient information? And the other party is none other than the big star Su Yuqing? And they even made a scene. In the dean's office, Dean Lu Qiren's brows were furrowed. What kind of mess is this? After hanging up the phone, he sighed, looking so worried he wanted to scratch his head. He was already annoyed. He had just received news that the group had changed hands and been acquired. He didn't know who the new owner was or whether they would interfere with the hospital's personnel arrangements in the future. At this extremely sensitive time, such a major incident occurred in the hospital. If it gets out, it will have a significant impact on his future. Let's go take a look. He got up and ran out. What happened? 7 or 8 minutes later, he arrived at the scene, followed by a number of people. Dean, this person is deliberately causing trouble and even assaulted someone. Director Huang preemptively accused someone of wrongdoing. Lu Qiren glanced at him and frowned. Does this guy think things haven't gotten big enough? Sir, I've looked into this matter, and we do bear some responsibility. But, you see, you also took action, which has a very negative impact. How about this? Let's both back down. Lu Qiren stepped forward and smiled at Yemo. At this moment, he just wanted to keep the peace and not let things escalate, lest it affect his future. Dean, how can we let him get away like this? Director Huang said unwillingly. Shut up. Lu Qiren turned around and shouted sternly. I still don't know your name. He looked at Yemo again and smiled. My surname is Yi, and my given name is Mo. I wonder if the dean has heard of this name. Yemo glanced at him, a playful look on his face. Oh, listen to him. How arrogant he is. Who does he think he is? Does he think he can scare people just by giving a random name? Yemo? Never even heard of him. Director Huang laughed. Yemo? Lu Qiren was taken aback. I think I've just heard this name before. He thought about it carefully, and suddenly, his body trembled violently, as if struck by lightning. His eyes widened as he stared intently at the young man before him, his face filled with shock and disbelief. I think that's the name of the new employer. This is definitely not a simple coincidence. Glug! He swallowed hard, his face turning pale, and cold sweat poured down his forehead. Dean, let's get rid of this madman right away. Call the police again and arrest him. Director Huang was still fanning the flames. Shut up. Lu Qiren finally lost his temper and roared out. His face flushed red, his expression contorted with extreme anger, and he roared hoarsely. What madman? Are you blind? This is Chairman Yi, the new owner of our hospital. As soon as he finished speaking, the surroundings fell into a deathly silence. Everyone froze on the spot, their faces blank and incredulous. Chapter 32, Is the child's mother really a big star? The hall was completely silent. Everyone looked stunned. Director Huang and Nurse Tian Li, in particular, stared wide-eyed, their expressions extremely dazed. Dean, what are you saying? You must be joking. Director Huang snapped out of his daze and forced a dry laugh. He still couldn't believe it. Do I look like I'm joking? Lu Qiren roared. Our Renhua hospital, the entire group, has been acquired by someone else. Now, this Chairman Yi is our new owner. Director Huang was stunned. He swayed and almost collapsed, his face drained of color. This is terrible. Beside her, Tianli swayed, her face turning deathly pale. She never imagined that this guy had such an amazing identity. He was the new chairman of the group. The head nurse gasped slightly, her face filled with shock. She hadn't expected this person to be so important. Then she felt a surge of relief. Thankfully, she hadn't offended the other person too much. Otherwise, her life would have been difficult. Dean Liu, you have to give me an explanation for this. Yimo spoke up. Absolutely. Chairman Yi, don't worry, I'll definitely make you satisfied. Lu Qiren bowed deeply, his smile almost fawning. Who leaked the patient information? Step forward. Investigate all the people who have spread this, and expose them all. He looked around and roared. And him, he should open it too. Yimo gave a timely reminder, pointing to Director Huang. Yes, and you too, pack your bags and get out of here. Lu Qiren raised his hand and pointed at Director Huang. Director Huang swayed and collapsed to the ground, his face growing even paler. The people around him looked at him with a hint of schadenfreude, and no one showed him any sympathy. When they looked at Yimo, their eyes became fervent. This is the owner of the entire group. If they can get close to him or leave a good impression, their future in the group will be bright. Hello, Chairman Yi. They all stepped forward and greeted him warmly. Chairman Yi, are you satisfied with how this was handled? Lu Qiren came up and greeted him warmly with a smile. It's all right. Come with me. Yimo waved him over and led him aside, explaining that she had brought her baby to see a doctor. Oh, don't worry. I'll have the lab staff speed things up right away, and then have Dr. Su on duty prescribe the medicine and bring it to you, Lu Qiren said hurriedly. Very good. In a moment, you'll come down with me to say goodbye. Okay. About 10 minutes later, Lu Qiren returned with the medicine and then went with Yimo to the underground parking lot. Miss Su, I'm so sorry. On behalf of Renhua Hospital, I apologize to you. Please rest assured that all the relevant personnel have been dismissed. Upon seeing Su Yuqing, he gave her a deep 90-degree bow. This attitude completely baffled Su Yuqing. Yimo, what's going on? Even after the car drove away, she was still completely bewildered and found it unbelievable. The dean personally came to apologize and fired a group of people. How did Yimo do that? That's amazing. It's because the dean is a good person. When he learned that something like this had happened, he dealt with it seriously, Yimo said with a smile. Su Yuqing said, oh, and didn't ask any more questions. When she got home, she answered a phone call from Yang Manny, and she explained the situation. Yimo was feeding the baby medicine. After finally managing to get the baby to sleep, he chatted with Su Yuqing. It's spreading quite a bit online right now, just this photo. But it's only a picture of your back, only half of your profile, and you're wearing a mask, so it's fine, Su Yuqing said with a smile. Yimo nodded. Actually, he doesn't care even if his face is photographed, he's not afraid. As for the baby, only the name has been leaked, there are no photos. In a few days, this matter will fade away, so there's no need to worry. Okay, then you should get some rest. I'll stay and take care of the baby, Yimo said. Good, Su Yuqing smiled. She looked at Yimo, her smile softening with tenderness and affection. The next day, as usual, Ye's father, who lived far away in a small county town, got up early. He went out for a walk and got some exercise. When he got home, he turned on the TV and started scrolling through his phone to read the news. He was originally supposed to work, but since his son became successful, he quit his job and plans to rest at home for a while. Su Yuqing? Oh, that big star. As he was scrolling through his phone, he came across a news article. He knew about this Su Yuqing. She was a super popular star before. Not only was she as beautiful as an angel, but she was also a great singer. He had heard her sing before. Pop star takes her child to see a doctor late at night, accompanied by a mysterious man. He watched with great interest, his gossipy soul burning brightly within him. That back view. It seems a bit familiar. Until he saw the photo. The photo is a bit blurry, but the man's back in it looks somewhat familiar. Why does he look so much like Xiaomo? The more he looked, the more suspicious he became. Although I can't see it clearly, it looks very similar. Look at that back view. Doesn't it look like our son? He found Ye's mother and showed her the photos. It really looks just like it. Ye's mother was packing clothes when she saw the photo and paused for a moment. You suspect that this person is our son? That's impossible. Isn't Su Yuqing a superstar? She was so popular back then. How could she possibly be related to our son? Soon, Ye's mother shook her head. This Su Yuqing is like a celestial being, high above all others, while their son is just an ordinary commoner with a very low social status, so there's no way they could have any interaction. 2. Mr. Yi nodded, his doubts largely dissipating. A superstar of this caliber would date someone who is extremely wealthy, with a net worth of billions or even tens of billions. They would have lofty ambitions and would never be interested in his son, let alone have 2 children with him. Isn't this just wishful thinking? If only that were true. Mr. Yi glanced at the photo again and sighed. If his son could marry such a big star, how proud and glamorous he would be as a father. Keep dreaming. Ye's mother rolled her eyes at him. I can't even think about it. Mr. Yi muttered something, picked up his phone, and walked away. On the other side, the Su family. Who is this man? Su's father frowned as he looked at the photo. Could it be true, as the rumors suggest, that this man is the father of the child? Quite young. He breathed a slight sigh of relief. He had been worried that the child's father was someone with a powerful background and was older, which was why his daughter had kept it a secret. If it really was this young man, the situation would undoubtedly be much better. It could be an assistant, a friend, or something like that. Su's mother said, That's possible. Let's go over there quickly and find out. Su's father couldn't sit still any longer, so he immediately got up and hurriedly set off. Chapter 33 Yimo is being followed. The fever has gone down. Yimo got up and checked on the baby boy. I took the medicine last night, and I feel much better now. I'm going back to take a shower. He went out and got into his Lamborghini Urus. I had only driven a few steps when I saw a Mercedes-Benz approaching. As it passed by, I could see that the people inside were the same middle-aged couple I had encountered last time. Yimo's heart skipped a beat. This couple must be Su Yuqing's parents. Young man, get out of here. Mr. Su rolled down the car window and called out enthusiastically. He remembered the kind and handsome young man and the car. Yes. Yimo smiled, appearing quite natural. That was close. He breathed a sigh of relief and felt a sense of relief after they had passed by. Luckily, he had something to do and came out. Otherwise, he would have been blocked, which would have been very embarrassing. This young man seems to have become even more handsome than I was when I was young. Father Su drove away slowly, sighing with emotion. He's way more handsome than you. Su's mother rolled her eyes. Not much difference, right? I was handsome when I was young too. Mr. Su touched his face and muttered to himself. Let's go up quickly. Su's mother got out of the car and rushed upstairs. Dad, Mom, what brings you here? Su Yuqing was startled when she opened the door, her heart pounding. What, can't we come? Su's mother said. No, you should have told me in advance if you were coming. We're all family. Why bring this up in advance? Daughter, are you feeling guilty? Are you hiding a man in the house? Su's mother frowned, sensing that something was amiss. No way. How could that be? Su Yuqing quickly said. You can see for yourselves. It's all right. After her parents went inside, she closed the door, patted her chest, and felt a surge of relief. No, there really isn't. After looking around, Su's mother was somewhat disappointed. Tell me, was that news about you last night? And that man, is he the child's father? Su's mother sat down on the sofa and questioned. How could that be? We're just friends. If you don't believe me, you can ask Manny. Su Yuqing shook her head. Don't lie to me. Su's mother picked up her phone and called young Manny to confirm that she was indeed just a friend. After putting down her phone, she and Su's father exchanged a worried glance. If this isn't the child's father, then it's very likely that, as they've guessed, the child's father is an older man, which is bad news. They sighed silently, didn't ask any more questions, and instead looked at the baby. Yimo drove out of the residential area and headed home. After driving for a while, he suddenly had a strange feeling, as if he was being followed. Several times he looked in the rearview mirror and saw a red car following him from a distance. We've driven past several blocks, and this car is still following us. That's strange. He muttered something to himself, drove to the next intersection, and made a turn. Looking in the rearview mirror again, the red sedan did indeed turn. Reporters and paparazzi? No, that doesn't seem right. How did they find me? Yimo pondered for a moment, then drove to the side of the road and stopped. There was a milk tea shop on the street, so he went in and bought a cup. While waiting, he glanced outside and saw that the red car had also stopped. Not far away, there was a woman inside, looking in their direction. "Another glass, please, cheese grape." Yemo ordered another drink. After getting his milk tea, he left the store and walked straight towards the red car. The people inside noticed him and hurriedly lowered their heads. He walked to the car and knocked on the window. "Hello, is there anything I can help you with?" After a while, the car window rolled down, and the woman inside looked up and asked. Yemo was taken aback when he saw it. Before him appeared a beautiful and charming face, with an oval face, large phoenix eyes that were clear and bright, and full red lips that shimmered with a moist luster, looking extremely alluring. Looking further down, there was a vast expanse of snow-white, soft flesh, so large it was almost exaggerated. Her clothes were stretched out of shape, as if they were about to explode. That ravine was completely unfathomably deep. A deadly weapon. Yemo sighed inwardly. He had never seen anything of this scale before, at least in E-class. The visual impact was truly astonishing. Seeing Yemo's stunned expression, the woman's lips curled slightly, and a smug look flashed in her eyes. "Mock up. Even the queen of pop's man is controlled by her." Then, she pouted, feigning innocence, and asked in a sweet voice, "Handsome, what's wrong?" Yemo's lips twitched. "This woman is quite the actress. Hand over all the photos you took." He spread his hands and shouted. "What do you mean? How many photos did you take?" "I didn't take any photos," the woman said innocently. "That camera." Yemo rolled his eyes and pointed to the camera next to her. "Do you think I didn't notice? You've been following me for several blocks. Don't treat me like an idiot. Hand over the stuff now." The woman's expression changed. "Okay, I'll give it to you." She pretended to pick up the camera and take out the memory card. The next moment, she shoved the card into her chest, then looked up triumphantly. "If you're so capable, come and take it yourself." As she spoke, she puffed out her chest. Yemo was stunned for a moment, and the corner of his mouth twitched slightly. "You really think I wouldn't dare?" He scoffed. "Come on." The woman looked fearless. Yemo squinted, stared at it for a long time, and suddenly picked up his phone. "What's your bank card number? You still want to bribe me? Let me tell you, a few dollars won't do. This juicy scoop is enough for me to sell for tens of thousands of dollars," the woman muttered, then gave her bank card number. "All right, 1 million has been transferred." After a while, Yemo put down his phone. "How much?" The woman thought she had misheard. 1 million, for all your materials." Yemo said. 1 million. The woman's beautiful eyes widened instantly, her face blank with shock. "Bite." The next moment, her phone rang. When she picked it up, her beautiful eyes widened even more. She couldn't believe her eyes at all, and her mind went blank, buzzing. It really is 1 million. That's incredibly extravagant and awesome. She stood there, feeling like she was in a dream. "Give me the things. Also, you can't show your face again, and you have to forget everything you know," Yemo added. This woman must have followed them to the neighborhood last night, which is why she was able to track him down today. Yes, definitely." The woman snapped out of her daze and nodded hurriedly. Then, she smiled sheepishly. "Actually, I didn't take many pictures, just a silhouette. I feel a little embarrassed to accept this million. However, I can't give you a refund. So, how about I give you a discount and you can come and get it yourself?" As she spoke, she puffed out her chest and closed her eyes. Chapter 34 Upgrade Gift Pack, Emerald Lake No. 1 Villa. Ning Yuting leaned back in her seat, her graceful body tense. A pair of long eyelashes trembled with nervousness. The white, smooth fabric on her chest rippled slightly as she trembled. A faint blush rose on her pretty and charming face. She's not a casual person, but the amount offered was far too much for her to accept against her conscience. Giving the other party a small benefit in exchange for 1 million is a good deal. Is this guy crazy? Yemo looked at her, and a smile crept across his face. "Why aren't you taking it? Aren't you embarrassed?" After waiting for a long time without any movement, she opened her eyes and asked in bewilderment. "You know you're embarrassed, huh?" Yemo said irritably. How could he possibly do it in public like this? "Let me tell you, I'm not that kind of person. Don't misunderstand. It's just that I feel really bad about accepting 1 million directly. My conscience is a little uneasy." Ning Yuting said weakly, her face flushed. "Then come back." "No, Absolutely not. I need this million urgently. Ning Yuting exclaimed anxiously. Here, take this. I'll give you some more perks later. As she spoke, she reached out and took out the memory card. This action startled Yemo, who quickly looked away. Give. He took the memory card. It was still warm and had a faint body fragrance. Let's go? Oh, by the way, this is for you. He handed over the cup of milk tea, then turned and left. Cheese grape. Delicious. Ning Yuting inserted the straw, took a sip with her rosy little mouth, and exclaimed in admiration. He's so handsome. And rich too. He drives a Lamborghini and can casually throw out $1 million. Who is he anyway? She wondered as she sipped her milk tea. Thinking of that handsome face, her eyes gradually became hazy. He's so handsome. No wonder a superstar like Su Yuqing would fall for him and have his child. Oh, right. Hurry up and give out the perks. She placed the milk tea in front of her chest, drank it, and then selected some of her usual selfies to send over. Once in the car, Yemo's phone kept ringing. He was stunned when he opened it. The other party sent a bunch of photos, including white stockings, black stockings, fishnet stockings, glossy stockings. It seemed like all styles of stockings were there, as well as some uniform fetish photos. Even women of average looks can become more attractive when they wear stockings, let alone her. In terms of looks, she is actually no less beautiful than Fu, the school beauty. It's just that their temperaments are different. Fu has more of an intellectual and mature aura, fashionable and sexy, while this person has a charming and seductive aura. Especially her figure, which is almost exaggeratedly good, with a prominent bust and buttocks, making her incredibly alluring. These are all the photos I have on my phone. I'll send you more later. It took her a while to finish sending it. Yemo was speechless. Never mind. He muttered something to himself, started the car, and drove home. After taking a shower, he called Su Yuqing, told her about what had just happened, and told her to be careful. Okay, then come over again tomorrow if you're free. My parents are here. Luckily you left in time. Su Yuqing hid in the toilet and whispered, Don't forget to give Nuonyuo his medicine. He's not fully recovered yet, so he needs to take it again today. Yemo gave his instructions. Rest assured, Su Yuqing hung up the phone and then carefully walked out of the restroom. Yemo originally intended to go to the studio to practice his skills, but suddenly remembered something and opened the system interface. Yemo, newbie dad, intermediate tycoon. Wealth points, 31. Ability value, 5. 31. It's gone up that much. He was somewhat surprised. Last time, we made over $1 billion, but the stock only rose by 2 points. This time, it rose by 20 points. It seems that Renhua International Medical Group is quite valuable. Intermediate level tycoon. My title has been upgraded too. What's this? A gift pack. On the intermediate godly tycoon title icon, he saw a gift pack icon. Do you want to claim the title upgrade gift pack? He tapped it lightly, and the system's voice sounded. Receive. Congratulations, host. You have successfully claimed your gift pack. The reward draw includes a Koenigsegg CCXR at Emerald Lake No. 1 Villa. Emerald Lake No. 1. He checked it immediately. This Emerald Lake Villas is a newly built top-tier villa area with only about 30 units in total. Unit number 1 is the largest and most expensive, worth over 100 million. Perfect. He smiled with delight. The apartment in Tianshui Yeyuan was too small. He didn't have enough money before, and the renovation wasn't good either. He was thinking of changing apartments, but the system gave him one directly. As for cars, more is never too many, since the villa is big enough for him to park. Let's drive a Jetta. He still keeps that old Jetta because of the license plate issue. He doesn't plan to throw this car away for the time being. He got in his car and, following the navigation instructions, arrived at the gate of the villa area half an hour later. A large iron gate blocked his way. Go away, we don't welcome agents here. The security guard came out of the booth, waved his hand at Yemo in the car, and looked somewhat impatient. Intermediary. Yemo was taken aback. Aren't you a real estate agent? The security guard sneered. Driving a cheap car and wearing a black suit. Isn't that the standard attire for a real estate agent? No matter how handsome this person is, he can only be considered a slightly more handsome real estate agent. There's no real difference. Many real estate agents have come here before, trying to sneak in, take pictures of villas, and post them online to increase their popularity, so they simply banned all real estate agents from entering. Brother, I'm not a real estate agent. Yemo smiled bitterly. Who would believe that? Who's your brother? The security guard rolled his eyes. Let me tell you, don't try to get close to me. Get lost. Don't you know where you are? These aren't ordinary houses. Do you think you can just look at them? Yemo frowned, a little annoyed. I'll say it again. I'm not a real estate agent. I'm a homeowner here to look at my own property. He said coldly. Homeowner? Huh. The security guard paused for a moment, then burst into laughter as if he had heard the funniest joke. How dare a guy driving a beat-up car claim to be a resident of the place? This was the funniest joke he had ever heard in his life. If you don't believe me, ask the property management to verify it, Yemo said. Fine. Let's see how long you can keep this up. The security guard scoffed and picked up the walkie-talkie. Hello, management office. There's a guy here driving a beat-up Jetta who claims to be one of our residents and wants you to verify his identity. Isn't that hilarious? A few minutes later, an electric golf cart drove out, and a pretty woman in professional attire got out. Sister saw him, claiming to be a homeowner? Look at his beat-up car. Isn't that a joke? The security guard opened the door, walked over, pointed at Yemo outside, and sneered. The woman didn't laugh. Instead, she frowned. Judging from this car, the person outside doesn't seem to be a homeowner. Each villa here costs hundreds of millions, and those who can afford to live here are all business tycoons, and they are not young either. However, coincidentally, Villa number 1 was sold today, and the buyer has not yet shown up. Could it be this young man outside? Chapter 35 Palace Museum Master. I'm not as good as him. Hello, sir. The woman stepped forward and smiled. When she looked into the car, her first reaction was one of amazement, but then her expression changed. The security guard was not knowledgeable enough to recognize brand names, but she could tell at a glance that the man was wearing an expensive, high-end suit. Take a look for yourself. Yemo took out the contract provided by the system and handed it over. The woman took it and glanced at it. Her pupils suddenly contracted. This is the purchase contract. This person is indeed the owner of Villa number 1. Mr. Yi, I'm so sorry. We haven't received any information about your newly purchased villa yet, so we didn't recognize you. Please forgive us. The woman quickly bowed and said respectfully. Upon seeing this, the security guard's face froze, and his expression gradually became blank. Is this guy driving a beat-up car actually a homeowner? This is unbelievable. Rich people these days have such strange tastes, liking to drive beat-up cars. Xiao Lu, what are you standing there for? Hurry up and apologize to Mr. Yi. The woman looked at him and shouted. The security guard was startled awake and broke out in a cold sweat. As a security guard, offending the property owners here would mean being fired, and he didn't want to lose his job. Mr. Yi, I'm so sorry. I must have been blind to not recognize you. He rushed forward, so nervous that he became somewhat incoherent. Forget it. Yemo waved his hand. Mr. Yi, my name is Xiao Lin, and I work for the property management office. Let me show you inside. If you need anything in the future, you can contact me on WeChat. Charlene introduced herself, got back into the golf cart, and drove off. Are all rich people this low-key these days? Security guard Xiao Lu stood there, scratching his head, unable to figure it out. Mr. Yi, it seems you haven't come to see the house in person, have you? Let me give you a proper introduction. The one you bought is our largest and most luxurious one, and the decoration uses the best materials. The sofas, tables, and all the furniture and decorations are from world-renowned luxury brands. Upon arrival, Charlene took the lead and introduced the various facilities of the villa. Just who is this Mr. Yi? She would steal glances at Yemo every now and then, her heart filled with curiosity. He didn't even visit the villa in person, yet he casually spent 200 million to buy it. Such a gesture is truly astonishing. And then there's his strikingly handsome appearance and his eccentric behavior. It's really baffling that someone who's so rich drives an old, beat-up Jetta. Perhaps rich people are just willful and don't follow the usual path. She sighed to herself. Mr. Yi, please contact me again if you need anything. After the introduction, she took her leave. Yemo looked around again and was quite satisfied. The first impression of this villa is its size, followed by its luxury. It has all the amenities one would expect from a luxury residence. It's just too big, and it's lonely living alone. He was thinking that he could bring his parents over after a while. He can't do that now. He can't explain to his parents how he suddenly became so rich. Koenigsegg. Upon arriving at the garage, he saw the Koenigsegg CCXR that had been given to him. Its silver-white body and stylish design were incredibly cool. This car is more expensive and more famous than his original Bugatti, and it has a formal license. He couldn't help but marvel at how thoughtful the system was. Give it a try. He got into the car, started it with the key, and stepped on the gas. The engine roared and the sound exploded. He drove straight out. Holy crap. When the security guard, Xiao Lu, passed through the gate, he was stunned by what he saw. Isn't this Mr. Yi from earlier? They went in an old, beat-up Jetta, but came out in such a cool sports car. So cool. Watching the sports car speed away, he smacked his lips, his face full of envy and jealousy. Upon arriving at the studio, Yimo began to get busy. The cooking video he posted yesterday morning received a good response, and he gained a lot of new followers. He plans to make another one today, and he also needs to continue making baby clothes. I was busy until evening. Then I finished editing the cooking video and uploaded it. The dishes he chose all required exceptional knife skills. For example, he even picked a large radish and carved a dragon into it. You failed. You failed. The fans watched and silently shed tears. Other bloggers post cooking videos to teach people, but this one seems to be trying to ruin them. With knife skills like that, I wonder how many hands one would have to wear out to master them. Next, Yimo started making baby clothes. He only made one set last time, and this time he plans to design a new one, still in the Chinese style series, but completely different in terms of cutting and embroidery patterns. There are many traditional Chinese elements that he can use, such as various flowers, birds, and animals, which he can easily incorporate into his designs. Then, we began making it. He was busy until the early hours of the next day before he finished making the clothes, editing the video, and uploading it. What beautiful clothes! My baby will look so cute in them. The mothers who saw it were full of praise. This set of exquisitely designed and gorgeous, handmade embroidered Chinese-style baby clothes perfectly captured their aesthetic. One last night, one this morning, doesn't this guy ever sleep? Even the donkeys in the production team wouldn't dare to do this. Many fans were also shocked. This production rate is even faster than that of a sow. Baby clothes with traditional Chinese style? This news is valuable. Many media professionals' eyes lit up when they saw it. A video like this, which promotes traditional Chinese culture, is so skillfully crafted and so beautifully produced, is a treasure trove of material. Sharing it would make for a great news story. So they all forwarded it, so that more people could see it. The account of New Dad has become a little popular again. Several previous videos, gold artifacts, and jade carvings were also unearthed. This young friend's skills are indeed amazing. I saw them a few days ago. I'm ashamed to say that I've been a craftsman all my life and repaired so many cultural relics, but my hands are not as skilled as his. A master from the Palace Museum also shared it, expressing deep emotion. These words caused quite a stir. Who are the masters of the Forbidden City? Those are all master craftsmen, top-notch experts, responsible for repairing national treasures. It is truly shocking that such people would admit that their skills are inferior to those of a young man. Immediately, this account sparked a lot of discussion online. Many people are debating whether this new dad will become a new phenomenon-level top internet celebrity, just like Li Ziki. Many people believe that this new dad has extraordinary skills and is almost omnipotent. With a little packaging and improved post-production, he would be invincible. This is a rising star of tomorrow. Chapter 36 is pretty good. Yimo woke up and picked up his phone to check it. Several missed calls and many WeChat messages. He was a little puzzled. How could there be so many unfamiliar numbers? He was stunned when he opened WeChat. It's all photos, featuring hot women with amazing figures, wearing sexy stockings, and striking all sorts of seductive poses that make your blood boil. It's her again. Yimo smiled bitterly. She sent a bunch yesterday, and she's sending more today. However, it must be said that she took quite a few good photos, capturing her figure from various angles, especially the ones taken from the side, which perfectly showcased her exaggerated S-curve. What's attractive isn't just her breasts, but also her full, sexy buttocks. Just took this picture, isn't it nice? You can ask for anything you want to see, as long as you don't make me pay back the money. She also added a pitiful emoji. Yimo was speechless again. This woman has him completely under her thumb. He composed himself, opened Douyin, TikTok, and then realized who was making those calls. Douyin's official channels, as well as some guilds, organizations, and media outlets. He thought about it and didn't reply to any of them. These people only contact him to sign contracts or for interviews, which he has no interest in. 7.5 million. Looking at the number of followers, he got a little excited. We're getting closer and closer to reaching the milestone of 10 million followers. No is all better now. Don't worry. My parents? They're gone. They left last night, and Aunt Yun has something to do at home today, so they're not here. He made a phone call to Su Yuqing. Aunt Yun isn't here? What are you having for lunch? Yimo asked. I'll just grab something to eat. There are still plenty of dumplings and a few bags of snail rice noodles in the fridge. If all else fails, I'll order takeout, Su Yuqing said. After she finished speaking, she suddenly cried out in pain. What's wrong? It was Nuonyuo. He bit me too hard, it hurts. Su Yuqing frowned in pain. Does it hurt a lot? Yimo was a little nervous. Su Yuqing responded softly. This little devil bit her skin and it's bleeding. Is it that serious? Why not switch to the other side? That side was bitten open a long time ago, and I feel it's a bit inflamed. It hurts. Su Yuqing smiled wryly. Feeding babies is really hard work, especially when you have two babies who need to drink milk at the same time. Inflammation? Should we see a doctor? Yimo said with a heavy heart. No need, it's not that serious. I can't just go to the doctor anytime. Remember what happened the night before last? It was too easy to get photographed. Su Yuqing said helplessly. Too, Yimo said. Okay, I'll go over now and buy some groceries to cook for you. What would you like to eat? Forehead. Su Yuqing hesitated for a moment. I felt a little embarrassed and wanted to refuse, but the words stuck in my throat. She thought of the taste of his cooking last time and couldn't help but feel a little hungry. Sure, buy whatever you want. Anything is fine. Good. After hanging up the phone, Yimo set off. He arrived near Su Yuqing's home. First went to a pharmacy to buy iodine and some anti-inflammatory and hemostatic drugs, and then went straight to the nearest vegetable market. Pig's trotters, good stuff. Give her some lotus root too. She seems to really like seafood. A few prawns, high in protein. And some vegetables too. He walked around for a while, and when he came out, he was carrying several bags. So much food. Can we finish it all? As soon as the door opened, Su Yuqing exclaimed in surprise. Just put the extras in the fridge. Yimo glanced at her and was slightly taken aback. She wore a white dress today, which looked incredibly ethereal. It complemented her flawless, beautiful face, making her look like a celestial being. She was absolutely gorgeous. The skirt was a bit short, only reaching mid-thigh, revealing a pair of straight, smooth, jade-like legs. On her snow-white shoulders were two straps supporting her ample breasts, which were surprisingly large. Let's make a few dishes for lunch. He quickly came to his senses, went inside, and started working. It smells so good. A dozen minutes later, Su Yuqing smelled the delicious aroma wafting from the kitchen. She held the baby and looked towards the kitchen. Seeing the busy figures inside, she paused slightly, somewhat lost in thought. The atmosphere at home was rather warm and cozy at that moment. Fine. She pursed her red lips and murmured. She tightened her embrace around the two babies, feeling a warm glow in her heart. All right, you can have a taste. After a while, Yimo poked his head out and called out to her. Oh, here it comes. She picked up the baby and went into the kitchen. This pork rib soup is so delicious. She picked up a spoon, tasted the soup, and exclaimed in amazement. She found it somewhat unbelievable. Aunt Yun has been cooking for half her life, and her skills are already very impressive. But Yimo is even more impressive. His skill level is comparable to that of a master chef at a state banquet. The dishes I make so easily are all so delicious. Try this stir-fried prawn, and these few too. I specially blanched them, and they're meant to be served with this sauce, Yimo said with a smile, pointing to the plate next to him. On top were several shrimp that he had peeled. This is good, I love it. Su Yuqing's beautiful eyes lit up. She stretched out her delicate hand, pinched the shrimp's tail with her two slender white fingers, slowly lifted it up, and stuffed it into her rosy little mouth. Delicious. After chewing for a while, her brows relaxed, and a look of pleasure appeared on her face. There are still a few dishes left. Please wait a moment. It will be ready in about 10 minutes. Yimo pointed to the pot on the stove and said with a smile. Su Yuqing nodded, but before leaving, she couldn't resist her craving and took out a large shrimp. All right, dinner's ready. Everything was cooked, and Yimo served the dishes to the table. Yesterday, thank goodness you left in time. Su Yuqing chatted while eating. Hey, by the way, I saw your video today. It seems to be quite popular. Everyone's saying your account has a lot of potential. Yes, quite a few people contacted me today. Yemo nodded. That's a good thing, but you can't just sign any contract with anyone. A lot of them are scams. Su Yuqing said seriously. No. Yemo took a bite of rice and smiled. Does it still hurt? After eating for a while, Yemo suddenly asked a question. What? Su Yuqing was taken aback. She looked up and saw the other person's gaze, and immediately understood. Her beautiful face flushed slightly. It hurts a little, a bit. She glanced down and whispered, I bought some medicine. I'll treat you later. Yemo hesitated for a moment before saying, Oh. She was stunned. After a moment, her face turned bright red, like a sunset. This won't do. This won't do. What if it gets infected and becomes infected? Yemo said worriedly. Is it really that serious? Su Yuqing was startled. Well, okay then. After hesitating for a moment, she nodded slightly, her voice barely audible. Chapter 37, Yemo's Blind Date. Does it hurt? It hurts. It hurts. The atmosphere in the dimly lit bedroom was ambiguous. Yemo cleaned her wound and applied some iodine to disinfect it. Okay, let's not feed the babies today. Let them drink formula instead. Yemo stood up and tidied up his tools. Su Yuqing responded softly. She blushed deeply, her fair neck turning crimson. Although it wasn't the first time she'd been seen like this, she still felt incredibly embarrassed, especially when the other person's gaze was scrutinizing her closely. She felt her whole body burning and going numb. Then I'll go wash the dishes. Yemo turned and walked out. Su Yuqing finally breathed a sigh of relief, looked down at herself, and a faint blush crept onto her cheeks again. Back in the kitchen, Yemo stared at the pile of bowls in the sink, somewhat dazed. The scene from just now still lingered in his mind. Just like this bowl, it's not only big, but its shape is also absolutely perfect. He quickly shook his head, banishing these distracting thoughts, and focused on washing the dishes. After tidying up, Su Yuqing came out of the bedroom and sat on the sofa. The two looked at each other, then quickly looked away. How about we watch some TV? Su Yuqing tried to ease the awkwardness. She grabbed the remote and turned on the TV. A TV drama was playing on TV, and soon the male lead hugged the female lead and started kissing her passionately. Su Yuqing's beautiful eyes widened in surprise, and she was stunned. The next moment, she decisively pressed the button and changed the channel. A fantasy drama should be fine. She breathed a sigh of relief. But after watching for a short while, for some reason, the male and female leads suddenly kissed, and there was even a 360-degree close-up. What kind of filming is this? She blushed and muttered softly. How about we watch a movie? Yemo suggested. Yes. Su Yuqing snapped out of her daze and quickly opened the on-demand service, selecting an action movie. This time, the two watched it smoothly. I'm going to cook. After watching the movie, it was almost 4 o'clock, and Yemo started to get busy, mainly stewing pig's trotters, which takes a long time, 1 or 2 hours. Tasty. Once the dishes were served, Su Yuqing ate until her mouth was glistening with oil. If I eat like this every day, I'll get fat and won't be able to appear on camera, she said, rubbing her stomach. After finishing their meal and cleaning up, Yemo gave the two babies a bath and a massage, and then made them formula. I'm leaving. He left only after everything was settled. What? You had him treat that for you. After seeing Yemo out, Su Yuqing closed the door and called Yang Manny. On the other end of the phone, Yang Manny exclaimed in surprise. No, there's no way. It really hurts too much. Su Yuqing blushed and whispered. Then what? Yang Manny pressed for an answer. What do you mean then? There's no then. We just watched a movie. He cooked dinner, and then he left, Su Yuqing said. You even cooked? Yang Manny was clearly disappointed. Yes, it's delicious, Su Yuqing said with a smile. As she spoke, she went over to check on the babies. Seeing that they were all asleep, she headed to the bathroom and filled the bathtub with water. Don't you dare tempt me, Yang Manny muttered. Manny, I really feel today that he's great, and this feeling is stronger than ever before, Su Yuqing said with a slight smile as she sat on the edge of the bathtub. That's great. So what are your thoughts now? What do you mean? What do you think? So, should we marry him? I haven't thought that far ahead yet. Su Yuqing was taken aback. You'd better think it over. I'm afraid he might get snatched away by someone else. Too, Su Yuqing murmured. However, I need to think about it carefully. She turned around, adjusted the water temperature in the bathtub, then unbuttoned her clothes, revealing her perfect body, and stepped into the bathtub. As she soaked in the bath, watching the rising steam, she gradually became somewhat dazed. Guillermo returned to the studio and had just parked his car when his phone rang. Mom, is something the matter? He answered the phone. Son, your third aunt just called me and said she's arranged a blind date for you tomorrow. You absolutely have to go. A blind date. Guillermo was stunned. Mom, why would I go on a blind date? Didn't I say last time that I wouldn't go on blind dates? If you don't go on blind dates, what will you do? Stay single forever? That won't do, son. You need to earn money, but you also need to build a family. Your third aunt and I have been discussing this for a long time, and you must go tomorrow. Mother, you scolded. Is it okay if I don't go? Sure. Bring the mother, or both babies, over so we can take a look. Then let's go. Guillermo said sullenly. It's just a blind date, nothing serious, just ruin it. The next evening, he scanned a shared electric scooter and arrived at the blind date location, a Western-style restaurant. Aren't you coming yet? I waited for more than half an hour, but there was still no sign of him. Just when I was getting impatient, the person in question finally appeared. She looked to be around 25 or 26 years old, tall and pretty. She was wearing a red fitted dress with light black stockings on her legs and carrying a small Chanel bag. She looked incredibly stylish. You're Guillermo? When she saw Guillermo, she was stunned for a moment. Then her eyes lit up. He's so handsome. I heard they're quite wealthy. Sorry, I was putting on makeup, so I was a little late. She sat down with a smile. Guillermo sized her up. She has a very fashionable and stylish outfit, but her face looks like she's had some minor cosmetic surgery, giving her a bit of an internet celebrity look. He frowned. He had seen far too many of these internet celebrity beauties online. My name is Qin Lu. I used to be a live streamer. What about you? I heard you were quite good at making money. Qin Lu smiled. She looked Guillermo up and down, quite satisfied. With looks like that, no celebrity, idol, or male bar model can compare to him. He's handsome and has some money. He's definitely a good marriage prospect. It's all right. Guillermo smiled. Let's get straight to the point. I heard you bought a house before, right? If we're going to get married, then the house definitely needs to be put in my name. Every house we buy in the future should be in my name only. That way I'll feel more secure. And another thing, after we get married, you can't live with your parents. I'll be in charge of all the money at home, and I'll just give you a small allowance each month. As for the bride price, it doesn't need to be too much. 680,000 yuan will do. After we get married, you have to treat me well, listen to me, not scold me, and never hit me. You also can't make me do housework. You have to pamper me. Can you do all of these? Qin Lu counted on her fingers and said. Guillermo listened, wanting to roll his eyes. Adding her name to the house and making it registered entirely in her name from now on. Isn't that treating him like a fool? Sure, but there's something I need to tell you first. I have 2 children. You don't mind, do you? Guillermo smiled slightly. Qin Lu's face froze instantly. Chapter 38. Are you trying to rip me off? You have a child? Qin Lu exclaimed in surprise. The matchmaker didn't tell her about this. Yes. Do you mind? Guillermo asked with a smile. Qin Lu frowned, her expression turning somewhat unpleasant. But when she looked up and saw the face in front of her, her expression relaxed considerably. For the sake of that face, it's not unacceptable. Do you have custody of the child? No. That's good. Qin Lu breathed a sigh of relief and smiled. Actually, there's something I need to tell you. I'm afraid you'll mind if you find out later. There was a little angel in my belly before. You don't mind, do you? Guillermo was stunned for a moment, then exclaimed, Wow. Fine. He shook his head and smiled. That's good. By the way, what kind of car did you drive here? Qin Lu asked. 2 seats. Qin Lu's eyes lit up immediately. 2 seats? A sports car. Let's go then. This restaurant isn't good. Let's go somewhere else. There's a newly opened Japanese restaurant. It's a bit pricey, costing over 2,000 yuan per person, but it's really delicious. I've eaten there a few times before. Qin Lu couldn't wait to get up. Okay. Guillermo readily agreed. A few minutes later, the two stood on the street. Qin Lu stared in disbelief at the shared electric bikes in front of her. You. After a long pause, she turned to look at Guillermo, her face turning ashen. I told you it's a 2-seater, right? Guillermo said with a smile. Are you fucking messing with me? Qin Lu screamed angrily. You started this mess. And you misunderstood me. So how can you blame me? Yemo sneered. You bastard. Qin Lu stomped her foot in anger. Aren't you getting in the car? I'll give you a ride. Get the hell out of here, you filthy loser. Qin Lu cursed angrily, waving her small sachet and smashing it against the electric scooter. Not satisfied with that, she raised her foot and kicked it hard with her high heel. Then, he glared at me fiercely, turned around and left. What a lousy idiot. What a waste of a face. She cursed as she walked. Yemo smiled as he watched her walk away. He originally intended to be polite during the blind date and then refuse, giving the other person some face. However, this person was just too impolite, arriving more than an hour late and making all sorts of unreasonable demands. He simply couldn't tolerate it. Seeing that the other person was still cursing even after walking a long distance away, he laughed, hummed a song, picked up his electric scooter from the ground, and rode back to the studio. My phone rang before I arrived. I thought it was a call from my mom or my third aunt, but when I picked it up, it wasn't. Cousin. He answered the phone. Cousin, where are you? The person on the other end of the phone was his cousin from his third aunt's family. Judging from his tone, he seemed a little anxious. What's wrong? Is something the matter? Yemo asked, puzzled. Cousin, if you're free right now, could you come pick me up? I'm at a bar, and something happened, the cousin said anxiously. Which bar? Yemo frowned. Judging from her tone, it seemed like she had encountered some trouble. Jiaming Road, that MG bar. Hurry up and come here. Fine. You wait. After Yemo finished speaking, he hung up the phone. This girl, instead of studying properly, goes to bars to have fun. She's hopeless. He muttered something to himself, turned around, and sped away. His cousin is 19 this year and is studying at a university in H City. They used to have a good relationship, but in the past few years, he started working and she went to university, so they have lost touch. I remember coming to see him today, probably because my third aunt mentioned him at home. About 20 minutes later, he arrived at the MG bar. As we drove in and arrived at the entrance, we saw a group of young people in their early 20s surrounding two girls. Cousin. He stopped the car and shouted in that direction. Cousin, it's me. I'm here. A girl raised her hand and waved at Yemo. That's your cousin? The group of youths turned around and, upon seeing the electric scooter, all laughed, revealing mockery and contempt. What happened? Yemo parked the car and strode over. Cousin. The girl grabbed another person, pushed through the crowd, rushed out, and arrived in front of Yemo. She was wearing a purple dress and makeup, and Yemo almost didn't recognize her. After looking closely, he realized that she was his cousin, Huang Yi. When he looked at the other girl, he was taken aback. She has a beautiful face that is unforgettable, pure and sweet, with a pair of bright and clear eyes that seem to speak, and very fair skin that seems to glow. She wore a white dress and, illuminated by the streetlights, had an ethereal, fairy-like quality. She was also taken aback when she saw Yemo. Then, she smiled slightly. Her smile was sweet and innocent. At 18 or 19, she still retained a childlike innocence, yet possessed a touch of maturity, much like her figure. While lacking the voluptuousness of a mature woman, she was more mature and vibrant than the average young girl. This is my cousin, Yemo. This is Jiang Shiyun, my classmate. Huang Yi gave a brief introduction. You, Huang Yi, instead of studying, you're out partying in bars. Yemo reached out and flicked her forehead. Ouch, that hurts. Brother, can you keep this a secret? Please don't tell my mom, or she'll kill me, Huang Yi said pitifully. Tell me, what exactly happened? Yemo glanced at the group of youths behind him and said, They bullied us. We were having a great time dancing when they insisted on dragging us over to drink. When we refused, they deliberately staged an accident, claiming that we spilled their drinks and damaged their clothes, and demanded that we pay for it. Huang Yi said angrily, What do you mean by fake accident? You little girl, don't talk nonsense. That's right, you spilled the wine, and you ruined this dress. You're not leaving until you pay for it. The group of youth shouted. Yemo sized them up. These people were dressed quite well. They didn't look like typical thugs, but rather like a group of rich kids. As for why they staged the accident, he glanced at Jiang Shiyun and immediately understood. It's nothing more than these rich kids chasing girls. When offering them drinks didn't work, they resorted to such underhanded tactics. How much is the wine? How much are the clothes? I'll pay, Yemo said coldly. Wow, you're quite generous, but you're just a loser riding an electric scooter, You probably can't afford to pay for it. The leader, a young man dressed in trendy clothes and wearing a huge string of silver jewelry, with a hip-hop style, sneered. Tell me, and see if I can afford it. Yemo grinned. The wine, 12,000. Clothes, 30,000. The hip-hop youth shouted. That's all. Yemo scoffed. 42,000. Do you have that? The hip-hop youth was a little annoyed. This guy sounded a bit arrogant. Account. Yemo took out his phone and said decisively. The hip-hop youth was stunned for a moment, clearly not expecting this guy to be so straightforward. He glanced at Jiang Shiyuan, feeling somewhat unwilling. After a little thought, he came up with a solution. Wait, I misremembered. The clothes aren't this price. This is a collaboration model, and the market price is now 60,000. You'll have to pay an extra 30,000. He raised his hand, held up 3 fingers, and said smugly, Are you trying to rip me off? Yemo's face instantly darkened, and his tone became icy cold. Chapter 39 Young Master Who. You can just call me Little Who. Hey, don't talk nonsense. My clothes are only worth this price. If you can't afford it, stop pretending and get out of here. The hip-hop youth said smugly. That's outrageous. What kind of shabby clothes are these? They're worth 60,000 yuan. I think they're not even worth 60 yuan. They're so ugly. Huang Yi said indignantly. Besides, you're the one who bumped into us. Why should we pay for it? Which eye of yours saw that I hit it myself? Go inside and ask anyone, and they'll all say it was you who hit it. Just admit defeat and pay up. The hip-hop youth sneered. If you can't afford to pay, fine. We're very generous. As long as you two have a drink with us tonight, we'll forget about the money. We're not short of cash. As he spoke, he took a few steps forward and reached out to put his arm around the person. Ouch, that hurts. The next moment, he let out a scream. Yemo reached out, grabbed his wrist, and squeezed it hard. You bastard, let go right now. His face flushed red, and he screamed angrily. You can drink the wine yourselves. I'm not paying you back. If you're not satisfied, go ahead and sue me. Yemo said coldly. After saying that, he gave a forceful jerk, and the hip-hop youth immediately stumbled backward and fell to the ground with a thud. You fucking bastard. Are you looking for death? Still trying to leave? The group of youth were furious and rushed forward to surround them. Elder brother. Huang Yi shrank back, grabbed Jiang Shiyuan, and fearfully hid behind Yemo. Yemo glanced around, his eyes showing disdain. They're just a bunch of rich kids who indulge in excessive drinking and womanizing. You son of a bitch, you're asking for it. Then don't blame me for being impolite. None of you 3 are leaving here today. The hip-hop youth got up, his face contorted with extreme anger. Hey, what are you doing? Just then, a loud shout came from the bar entrance. A young man dressed in pink with slicked-back hair strode out of the bar, followed by several security guards. Li Wei, what the hell are you doing? Don't you see this is my shop? You're causing trouble here, aren't you? Are you trying to make me a mess of things? The young man walked over, cursing and swearing. He rushed out after hearing from the security guards that something was about to happen outside. Young Master Who? It's not that we want to cause trouble. It's that this bastard is blind and insists on provoking me. Today I'm going to teach him a lesson. The hip-hop youth pointed at Yemo and shouted angrily. Who's so blind? The young man in pink strode forward and looked up at Yemo. Upon seeing it clearly, he was stunned, his eyes widening in disbelief. Young Master Who? This loser rides a beat-up electric scooter and acts all high and mighty. Look, he's pinched my hand until it's bruised. The hip-hop youth pointed to the bruises on his wrist and said angrily. What did you say? The young man in pink was somewhat dazed, thinking he had misheard. You said he is a loser? Yeah, that's right. He came on an electric scooter. Look, that beat-up little bike. Hip-hop youth said. The young man in pink stared intently, opened his mouth, and remained speechless for a moment. Young Master Who? Here's what we'll do. I won't cause you any trouble. We'll deal with this guy over there, and I promise it won't affect your business, the hip-hop youth said again. Take care of your mother. The young man in pink, unable to bear it any longer, began to hurl insults. Young Master Who? You? The hip-hop youth was stunned, looking puzzled. Why did young Master Who scold him for no reason? Hey, do you even know who Li is? You call yourself a loser? I think you're the loser. Next time you mess with someone, open your eyes wide and see who they are, the pink-clad youth yelled. The hip-hop youth was dumbfounded. He looked completely bewildered, utterly clueless about what was going on. Judging from Hu Xiao's tone, it seemed like he knew this guy, and that the guy was someone important. But how is that possible? The group of young people behind them were also completely dumbfounded. Behind Yimo, the two girls also looked confused. Yi, your cousin? I don't know. Huang Yi shook her head, looking completely bewildered. My cousin is just an ordinary person, isn't he? Brother Yi, no. Young Master Yi, I'm so sorry. This happened in my shop. I apologize to you. From now on, you can come to my shop for free. It's on me. The young man in pink walked over with a warm smile. Is this your shop? Yimo looked at him. He remembered this person. That day when he went to pick up Fu, the school beauty. This person was waiting downstairs in a Ferrari. His surname seems to be Hu. He's a rich young master. Yes. My name is Hu Yifan. You can just call me Xiao Hu. Hu Yifan familiarly took out a cigarette and handed it to him. I remember you. Yimo didn't answer, but said coldly. These people are trying to extort me. What do you suggest we do? Hu Yifan was startled, and his hand holding the cigarette trembled slightly. Damn it. These bastards dare to extort money from people in his store. Young Master Yi, just name your number, and I'll give you double as an apology on their behalf, he said hastily. 72,000. Okay, I'll transfer it right away. Hu Yifan hurriedly took out his phone and transferred 150,000 yuan. Then I'm leaving. After receiving the money, Yimo turned to the two girls and said, let's go. Oh, the two girls were still in a daze. They nodded and followed him onto the electric scooter. Huang Yi sat in the middle, and Jiang Shiyun sat in the back. The three of them squeezed into the car. Hold on tight. Yimo slowly started the engine and drove off amidst the stunned gazes of the group of people at the door. Awesome. Hu Yifan looked on with envy, jealousy, and resentment. He needs a Ferrari to pick up girls, but she can just drive a shared electric scooter. That's what you call real power. Young Master Hu, are you mistaken? The hip-hop youth walked over, puzzled, and said, that guy, isn't he just a loser? Loser. Hu Yifan lit a cigarette and smiled. Do you even know who he is? He's drunk with my dad, and even Boss Ding treats him like a brother. Do you think he's some kind of loser? He drives an electric scooter because he's low-key, but do you really think he's broke? He drives a Bugatti. Upon hearing this, the hip-hop youth was stunned, as if struck by lightning. His face turned deathly pale. The others were also stunned. They never expected that a guy riding an electric bike would have such a big background. Cousin, do you know that bar owner? After a while, Huang Yi finally came to her senses and asked curiously. No, she said, oh, but she was still puzzled. Even if they knew each other, the boss wouldn't have been so polite to his cousin, or even somewhat awe-inspiring. It seems my cousin has a mysterious past that I don't know about these past few years. She thought to herself. I'll take you back. Yimo said. There aren't any cars left at this hour. Huang Yi muttered. Let's take a taxi. It's so far. It takes an hour and a half to drive from here to school. Then you should stay at a hotel. I didn't bring my ID card. Why didn't you bring your ID card? Yimo grinned, feeling a bit of a headache. Okay, I'll take you to a nice place, but you have to keep it a secret and don't tell your mom, Yimo said after thinking for a moment. What kind of place is this? It's so mysterious. Huang Yi asked in surprise. Of course it's a great place. Yimo smiled, turned around, and drove towards Emerald Lake. Chapter 40. My cousin was stunned. Cousin, where are you taking us? Don't ask, you'll know when you get there. Electric bikes sped along the road like the wind. A handsome young man was in front, and two beautiful young women were behind him. The one sitting at the very back was especially beautiful, with a flowing white dress and flowing black hair, looking like a fairy. Holy crap, this works. Passing drivers were all dumbfounded when they saw it. Many people looked down at their steering wheels, staring at the Mercedes and Porsche logos, and questioned their existence. Why is it that some people can ride a beat-up electric scooter and carry two pretty girls, while these guys drive luxury cars and don't even have a single girl? Is it just because he's handsome? We're almost there. After driving for almost 20 minutes, we were finally almost at the gate. Brother, where is this place? Is it a hotel? Huang Yi asked, puzzled. There are mountains here, and it looks like some kind of resort hotel or similar place. Who is it? At the main gate, security guard Xiao Lu frowned when he saw the electric scooter arriving. Are you a food delivery person? At this hour, the only people riding electric bikes here are food delivery drivers. Mr. Yi? Just as he was about to shout, he saw who it was, and his eyes widened in disbelief. The person riding the electric scooter was none other than Mr. Yi, the owner of Villa Number 1. Looking at Mr. Yi and then at the electric scooter, Xiao Lu was a little confused. Last time it was a beat-up Jetta, this time it's a beat-up electric car. Why are Mr. Yi's hobbies so strange? Then, he saw the two girls in the back seat, and his mouth dropped open again. Mr. Yi, please come in. It took him a while to come to his senses, and he hurriedly opened the door. As expected of Mr. Yi, watching the electric scooter carrying two beautiful young women drive past, Xiao Lu sighed with envy. Brother, where exactly is this place? After entering the gate, Huang Yi looked around and became even more puzzled. This doesn't look like a hotel. It looks more like a villa area. I know this place. I think it's called Emerald Lake. It's a very upscale area, full of villas and mansions, Jiang Shiyun whispered. Why did your cousin bring us here? I don't know. Huang Yi looked confused. She felt like she didn't recognize her cousin at all. Not only was he more handsome than before, but he also had a mysterious background, and now he was bringing her to such an upscale villa area. Arrive. Yimo stopped in front of a villa gate. Each villa has its own wall and gate. Cousin, is this your friend's house? Huang Yi got out of the car, looked up, and exclaimed in surprise. What a huge villa! Jiang Shiyun also exclaimed in surprise. What friend's house? This is my house, Yimo said with a smile. This is your house? Yours. Huang Yi's eyes widened in shock. Jiang Shiyun, standing to the side, opened her cherry-like mouth, completely dumbfounded. Yeah, just bought it. Come on, I'll take you inside. You'll stay here tonight. Yimo pressed his fingerprint to open the door. My God! As the door slowly opened, Huang Yi swayed and felt a wave of dizziness. Her cousin is so rich that he bought a big villa? She would never have dared to think of such a thing. Jiang Shiyun stood there, frozen in place, her pure face showing only utter shock. So beautiful. So big. Is that a swimming pool? The two followed them inside, looked around, and exclaimed in surprise. Is this dining table and tableware Hermes? Are these cutlery from Tiffany? Upon entering the villa, their eyes widened even more. They wandered around, feeling like they were in a dream. This villa is not only large, but also extremely luxurious. You can stay in this room. Just call me if you need anything. Yimo arranged rooms for them, and then turned and left. What a soft bed. This blanket is so comfortable. Huang Yi lay down on the big bed and cried out happily. What exactly does your cousin do? Jiang Shiyun walked over and said, I just checked online. Each villa here costs at least 100 million yuan. 100 million? Huang Yi looked horrified. I don't know either. I think he used to be a programmer. Recently, I heard he made a fortune. My mom told me about it, but I thought it was just a few million. I didn't expect him to be so rich. Your cousin is really amazing, Jiang Shiyun exclaimed in admiration. And he's handsome too, isn't he? Huang Yi said proudly. He's very handsome. Thinking of that handsome and charming face, Jiang Shiyun blushed slightly, revealing a hint of shyness. Would you like to be my cousin's wife? Huang Yi joked. What? What are you thinking? Jiang Shiyun was immediately embarrassed. I was just saying, and you're blushing. Huang Yi giggled. Come on, Shiyun, let's take a bath. There's a huge bathtub here. She went into the bathroom and turned on the water. Then, she took off her skirt. What are you standing there for? Do you want me to help you take it off? Seeing that Jiang Shiyun didn't move, she walked over and launched a sneak attack with both hands. What are you doing? Jiang Shiyun exclaimed in surprise and took a step back. Shiyun, you're so beautiful. Your skin is so fair and smooth, it's wonderful. She looked up, gazing at the beautiful woman before her, somewhat dazed. She was so beautiful she seemed to glow. Every feature of her face and every part of her body was flawless. Her figure was even more beautiful, having shed her girlish naivete and gained a touch of mature womanhood. You're beautiful too. Jiang Shiyun smiled. The two went into the bathroom and started playing around. Yimo left after they went to bed around 10 p.m. Because of the skill of cultivating qi, his health improved, and he seemed to need less sleep. He could be energetic after sleeping for only 3 or 4 hours. He went to the studio and got busy. I didn't get back until the early hours of the next day, after I had finished my work. Chapter 41, Inspecting the Hospital. In the early morning, sunlight streamed into the room. 2 lazy cats curled up on the soft, large bed. Her bare back was fair and flawless, and her 2 ivory-like legs were crossed. A soft moan escaped her lips. Jiang Shiyin woke up, rubbed her eyes, sat up and stretched. In the sunlight, she was enveloped in a hazy glow, as beautiful as a jade statue. She snapped out of it, threw back the covers, and got out of bed. A pair of crystal-clear jade feet made a slight sound as they stepped on the floor. Tap, tap, tap. She walked away, her figure swaying, her ample bosom rippling alluringly. Oh dear. Your clothes aren't dry yet. She went to the balcony and touched the clothes that had been drying last night. They were still a little damp. Huh? It's not done yet. What should we do then? Huang Yi sat up in bed, still half asleep, and said, how about I have my brother buy it? No need. Just use a hairdryer. Jiang Shiyin was a little embarrassed. It's not just the clothes outside that are drying. If you're going to buy more, you'll have to buy all the clothes. It's okay. My brother is a very nice person. Huang Yi muttered to herself, picked up her phone, and made a call. Then, she sprawled out on the bed and fell asleep. An hour later, Yimo returned with the clothes. I didn't know what style you guys liked, so I just bought whatever. Yimo left the clothes at their door. Hey, brother, you've really gone too far. After receiving the clothes and looking through them, Huang Yi burst into tears. Did you tell him my code? Jiang Shiyin glanced at her clothes and couldn't help but ask in surprise. Both the underwear and the outer clothes were extremely close-fitting. No, I just told him to buy whatever he wanted. Huang Yi shook her head. How did he know? Jiang Shiyin asked, blushing. He must have seen a lot and gained experience. I never expected him to be such a womanizer. He used to be quite honest. Sure enough, men with money turn bad, Huang Yi said indignantly. Here you go. Breakfast. I'll see you out after you finish eating. Yimo had already prepared breakfast. Is this papaya juice? Bro, you've really gone too far. Huang Yi was hit with another 10,000 points of damage. Hurry up and drink. When you get back to school, study hard. If I catch you going to a bar again, I'll tell your mom. Yimo said sternly. No, brother. Huang Yi shrank her head and said pitifully. Wow, what kind of car is that? After finishing their meal, they arrived at the garage, where the two girls were once again stunned. In the garage, there was an incredibly cool sports car. Koenigsegg, Yimo said. Brother, can we sit here? Huang Yi said excitedly. There are 2 seats. How are you going to sit? Yimo said irritably. Huang Yi was immediately speechless. Open this one. Yimo opened the door of the old Jetta and got in. After dropping the 2 off in the city center, Yimo drove off, heading straight for Renhua Hospital. Today, someone from the headquarters of Renhua Medical Group is coming to meet him, and the meeting is scheduled for this hospital. The hospital was crowded. Yimo parked his car outside and went inside. Chairman Yi, you've finally arrived. Dean Lu Qiren was already waiting, and upon seeing him, he hurriedly led his men to greet him. Chairman Yi. Hello. Behind him followed a group of vice deans, department heads, and other similar people, some of whom Yimo had met before. How's the rectification going, as I asked you to do last time? Yimo glanced at Lu Qiren and asked. This hospital is large and has good facilities, but its management is very lax and not as good as that of a public hospital. Chairman Yi, rest assured, I have repeatedly emphasized the need to strengthen personnel management. The incident from last time will absolutely not happen again, Lu Qiren said, patting his chest with a smile. I hope so, Yimo said calmly. Chairman Yi, the people over there haven't arrived yet. How about we come to my office for a while? Lu Qiren said respectfully. No need, just show me around. Yimo said. All right, I'll personally show you around and give you a proper introduction to all the departments in our hospital. Chairman Yi, please, let's take a look at our emergency room first. With that, Lu Qiren bowed and gestured for him to enter. The group went over and inspected the hospital. Soon, we arrived at the ward building. As they were walking, suddenly, they heard arguing coming from a ward ahead. Lu Qiren's face immediately froze. He was sweating profusely. If something else went wrong, he would lose his position as dean. Doctor, we're sure we can raise the money. Please don't send us away. Doctor, please. Sai, you owe so much money. If you don't pay, there's nothing I can do. I can't prescribe the medicine. There's no use keeping you here. Why don't you transfer to another hospital? Go to a public hospital. Maybe it will be better there. Doctor, please have mercy and give us a few more days. We're sure we can make it up. There's really no other way. You'd better leave as soon as possible. After a while, a doctor came out of the ward. What happened? As soon as he came out, Lu Qiren waved him over. They don't have the money, they're behind on their bills. It's been dragging on for a long time, and I don't think they can afford it anymore, the doctor sighed. What illness? Yimo asked. This is Chairman Yi, our group's owner. Lu Qiren whispered. Oh, it's congenital heart disease. He's a 4-year-old boy. He's been treated for a while now, and we've spent a lot of money, but there's nothing we can do. That's just how this disease is. The medicine is very expensive. The doctor immediately showed a respectful expression. Zhao Zian, Zhao Haijiang. Yimo glanced at the medical record in his hand, and his brows furrowed immediately when he saw the guardian section. This name sounds familiar. Chairman Yi, what's wrong? Lu Qiren asked in surprise. He looks like someone we know. You guys wait here, I'll go check him out. After Yimo finished speaking, he walked straight over. He looked through the window and the door and was stunned. He was indeed an acquaintance, a former colleague. His first job after graduation wasn't at NetEase, but at another company where he worked for more than 6 months. At that time, the two had a good relationship, and this person took good care of him. He straightened his clothes, pushed open the door, and went inside. There were 2 beds in the ward. On the outer bed, a little boy was lying, and a couple was sitting beside him. The two were sighing, their faces full of sorrow. Brother Zhao, Yimo called out. Zhao Haijiang looked up, paused for a moment, and almost didn't recognize him. I am Yimo. Oh, it's you. It took Zhao Haijiang a while to remember. How did you? I came to see a doctor and just happened to see you, Yimo said with a smile. Oh, Zhao Haijiang smiled, then his face fell. Xiaoyan is sick. He always said he wasn't feeling well before, but I thought it was just a minor ailment. I never imagined it would be a heart condition. He looked at his son on the bed and sighed. Is this disease curable? Yimo asked. It's possible. The surgery can be performed, but it's very expensive, Zhao Haijiang said with a wry smile. After half a year of treatment, his family's savings were all gone, and they were still in debt. How could he afford to have surgery? At that moment, his wife nudged him with her elbow. He paused for a moment, then shook his head. You. His wife immediately glared at him angrily and turned her head away. Zhao Haijiang immediately gave Yimo an awkward smile. Oh, then I won't bother you any longer. Yimo smiled, turned around, and walked out. Chapter 42, He's our Chairman Yi. Zhao Haijiang, why are you so concerned about saving face? Xiaoyan is in such a state. Can't you let go of your little bit of dignity? After everyone left, his wife Lu Rue shouted angrily. She wiped her eyes, which were slightly red. What do I care about saving face? He's just a young man who's only been working for a year or 2. He doesn't have any money. Besides, he's not even in the same company as me anymore. How can I bring it up? Zhao Haijiang retorted. I've already lent money to everyone I could. I'm practically begging them on my knees. What more do you want from me? As he spoke, his eyes reddened. It's all your fault. You're incompetent and useless. Otherwise, our son wouldn't have to suffer like this. Lu Rue said angrily. Zhao Haijiang clenched his fists and remained silent. He couldn't argue that if he had money, things wouldn't have turned out this way. It's all because of poverty. He's useless. I'll go look again and see if I can borrow any more, he said after a long silence. And there's Waterdrop crowdfunding. You could try it out. Maybe you can raise some money there too, Lu Rue said. Zhao Haijiang nodded. That person just now, why didn't he even buy a fruit basket? Honestly, so rude. So stingy. Lu Rue scolded again. They just happened to come across it. They didn't have time to buy it. Zhao Haijiang said. That's just being stingy. Why didn't you buy something before coming over? Anything would have been fine. At least the thought was there, Lu Rue said. How come you only have these poor, stingy friends? They're all so poor and stingy. Stop talking. That's not how people are. Zhao Haijiang rebuked in a low voice. Just then, the ward door opened, and a nurse walked in. Nurse, don't send us away. We'll go raise the money right away and make sure we pay off the debt. Zhao Haijiang hurriedly got up and pleaded. Get rid of you? How could we? The nurse smiled immediately. These are the newly prescribed medications. Also, the surgery has been scheduled for next Wednesday, and the surgeon will be Dr. Su, the best doctor in the department. He's an expert. The couple were stunned, hardly believing their ears. Just now, the doctor was telling them to leave. How come his attitude has changed so drastically in the blink of an eye? This is unbelievable. Nurse, what's going on? Zhao Haijiang looked confused. He felt like he was dreaming. You two are so lucky. I'm even a little envious of you. The nurse looked at the couple with envy. What luck? Lu Rue asked, puzzled. You know our group's chairman. He waived your medical fees and even arranged surgery for you. Aren't you lucky? The nurse said with a smile. Chairman. The couple were stunned again. They have no idea who the chairman is. That was our chairman Yi just now. Don't you know him? The nurse was taken aback. What? It's him. Lu Rue's eyes widened in shock and disbelief. Isn't that young man Haizhong's former colleague? How come he's some kind of chairman? Zhao Haizhong also looked completely dazed. He is your chairman? He stammered as he asked. His former new colleague had suddenly become the chairman of a large corporation, something he couldn't believe at all. Yeah, you wouldn't believe it, would you? He's so young and so handsome. The nurse smiled, pursing her lips. The couple stood there motionless for a long time. Then, they all showed signs of shame, especially Lu Rue, whose face turned red with embarrassment. She felt so ashamed that she wanted to slap herself. After inspecting the area, Yimo went to the dean's office and waited for a while before meeting the people from the group headquarters. Yimo mainly looked at some financial documents, so he just glanced at them casually. Chairman Yi, how about we have lunch together? Lu Qiren extended a warm invitation. No, I have to go back and cook. Yimo glanced at the time and said, Cook. Lu Qiren was stunned for a moment, then suddenly realized that he must be going to cook for Su Tianho. Chairman Yi is such a good man. After leaving the hospital, Yimo went straight to the vegetable market near Su Yuqing's home. Having been there once before, he was already quite familiar with the place. He quickly bought all the groceries and arrived at Su Yuqing's house. He paused for a moment as soon as he entered. Su Yuqing was wearing a very gorgeous dress, a floor-length black gown adorned with sparkling, dazzling rhinestones. The dress had a very low neckline, revealing a large expanse of snow-white skin and an unfathomable cleavage. Further down, there's a slender waist like a water snake and a full, pert bottom. This dress really accentuates her figure. She had also dressed up carefully, wearing diamond earrings and a necklace, making her radiant and stunningly beautiful. What are you doing? Oh, trying on clothes, to see if I can fit into them. This dress is from the year before last. As Su Yuqing spoke, she reached behind her back to pull up the zipper. Yimo looked him up and down, somewhat amazed. This dress, paired with her angelic face and stunning figure, is absolutely gorgeous. Then he remembered that he had seen her wear this dress before at an awards ceremony. At that time, she outshone everyone else and became the focus of the entire ceremony. Ouch! I can't pull it up, you help me. She tried, but gave up and turned to Yimo, revealing her fair and beautiful back. Her back was smooth and flawless, her skin so white it was almost dazzling, with a beautiful spinal groove running down the middle, its shape perfect. Continuing downwards, you can also see two shallow dimples on the lower back. Yimo was somewhat stunned. What's wrong? Nothing. Yimo quickly reached out and pulled the zipper up. Slow down, it's a bit too tight. She pulled it up and called out, and Yimo immediately stopped. No, these clothes are too small. I can't wear them. Su Yuqing looked down and sighed. I must have gained weight. I need to lose weight. Otherwise, I won't be able to appear on camera. I haven't gained weight. Yimo circled around her, looking her over. Her waist was very narrow, her stomach had no excess fat, and her arms were also slender, just like before. When his gaze fell on her buttocks, he paused for a moment. This seems a bit too big. And there, Su Yuqing looked down and realized what was happening, and her face immediately turned red. What's the point of growing up like this? I can't even fit into clothes anymore. She muttered to herself. That way you'll have enough breast milk. It's good for the baby. Yimo smiled and asked, by the way, is your injury healed? It's almost healed, but not completely. It'll probably take another day or two, Su Yuqing said, shaking her head. Then I'll cook first, and then make some formula for the baby later. Yimo carried the groceries to the kitchen and began to get busy. Su Yuqing walked to the mirror, looked at herself from front to back, shook her head helplessly, went back to her room to take off her clothes, and then changed into another dress, trying them on one by one. Chapter 43, Almost Kissed. Yimo, do you think this looks good? What about this one? Isn't it a bit too revealing? After changing into a formal dress, Su Yuqing came out to show Yimo. Yimo was dazzled by what he saw. She has dresses of all styles and designs. Some are ethereal and fairy-like like a fairy descending to earth, while others are sexy and alluring, captivating the soul. Beautiful. They're all beautiful. He nodded repeatedly. With her figure and looks, she would look good even if she were wrapped in a rag. She changed into about 20 outfits before stopping and starting to pack her clothes. I don't have many clothes left to wear. I need to order a few more. She sat down in the living room, looking somewhat dejected. I never imagined that after having a baby, almost all of my old clothes would be ruined. I'll make you a few later, Yemo said while cooking the vegetables. You? Su Yuqing was taken aback. Then she realized that he really could make clothes and had already made many sets of baby clothes, all in the traditional Chinese style, which were very beautiful. He also sparked a trend of traditional Chinese-style baby clothes. You can make dresses? She hesitated. Sure. Whatever you want. I can make it, Yemo said with a smile. He has such good handicraft skills that he can make all kinds of clothes. Then make a few sets for me to see later. Any style is fine, whether it's traditional Chinese or Western, as long as it's pretty, Su Yuqing said with a smile. Okay, I'll measure you in a bit, and then I'll get it done when we get back, Yemo said. Then I'll have to trouble you. Designer Yi. Su Yuqing pursed her lips and smiled sweetly. You're too kind. You're too kind. After a while, Yemo finished cooking and served the dishes. Are you about to start working? While eating, Yemo asked. Yes. It'll be about 5 or 6 days. That's why I tried on the clothes today. Su Yuqing nodded. So you're still staying here? Yes. The recording studio we chose this time is right here. Manny has made all the arrangements, so I don't need to go out of town. It'll just be a bit busy, though, and I might not be able to come back at night to take care of the baby. Su Yuqing said. Don't worry. With me here, everything will be fine, Yemo said with a smile. He's already a mature dad, able to take care of 2 babies all by himself. Yes, I'm very confident leaving it to you. Su Yuqing nodded. She looked up, sized up the young man in front of her, and suddenly smiled knowingly. She made the right choice back then. He truly is a good father. Do you want to marry him? At that moment, young Manny's words flashed through her mind again. She was somewhat stunned. She's been thinking about this for a long time these past few days. She was indeed a little tempted. In her spare time these past few days, she sometimes thinks of him and misses him. This feeling is somewhat like being in love. He is indeed a very good person. Not only is he handsome, but he also has a great personality and a lot of skills, especially cooking, which is absolutely amazing. There's just not much money. However, he is still young and has great potential. He will have money sooner or later. If all else fails, I can support him. As she pondered, she became somewhat lost in thought. Oh, by the way, I went on a blind date yesterday. Yemo continued. Oh, a blind date. Su Yuqing didn't react at first. Then her eyes widened in surprise, and she exclaimed, What? You went on a blind date? Yeah, it's just to get by, but my mom insisted I go, so I had no choice. Yemo smiled bitterly. So how did it go? What's she like? Is she pretty? Su Yuqing frowned, feeling inexplicably nervous. She's all right looking, the kind of internet celebrity you see, but she has such a terrible temper. She doesn't have the life of a princess, but she's got the princess's problems, Yemo complained. Su Yuqing breathed a slight sigh of relief upon hearing this. Thank goodness. Thank goodness. So, will you still go on dates in the future? She asked, taking a bite of rice and pretending to be nonchalant. I don't know. My mom hasn't made any plans for me yet. Oh, she responded and lowered her head to eat her rice. After finishing his meal, Yemo washed the dishes and tidied up the kitchen. Yemo, do you know how to do makeup? Su Yuqing suddenly asked. No way. Yemo was taken aback and shook his head. Then you can learn it and give it a try. Su Yuqing sat in front of the dressing table and waved to him. Yemo put the baby down and walked over. Look at these. These are all makeup tools. This is concealer, this is base, this is eyeshadow, and these are all lipsticks, different brands, different shades, and the effects are all different. That complicated? Yemo clicked his tongue in amazement. She has at least 100 lipsticks here. Yes, a woman's lipstick is very important and requires a lot of attention. Su Yuqing smiled. For example, this is my favorite brand, Armani Lip Maestro 501. The color is especially beautiful, and I wear it most often every day. Look, isn't the color gorgeous? She took a lipstick and unscrewed the cap. With a gentle twist, I placed it on my full lips and applied it. It looks great. Yemo nodded. After applying lipstick, her lips became even more vibrant and alluring. She pursed her lips and smiled. It tastes pretty good. Would you like to try some? Oh. Yimo was immediately stunned. She smiled sweetly, raised her hand, wiped her lips with her slender white fingers, removed a layer of lipstick, and then gently smeared it on Yimo's lips. A fragrant aroma instantly exploded between Yimo's lips. And that jade-like finger, slightly cool, its smooth skin brushing against his lips, sent a wonderful sensation that was hard to describe. Yimo's heart skipped a beat, and he was a little stunned. How does it taste? Su Yuqing stared at him intently, then asked with a charming smile. Good. Yimo was stunned. He sensed that she was different now, and the atmosphere seemed to have become somewhat ambiguous. A hint of something unreadable appeared in those beautiful eyes. Bang! Suddenly, his heart began to race. Then, would you like to try some more? Su Yuqing picked up the lipstick, applied it to both lips, and gently pressed her lips together to make the lipstick distribute more evenly and make them appear fuller. Their eyes met, and Yimo paused for a moment before slowly leaning down. Two faces gradually drew closer. Their breaths gradually intertwined. Two hearts began to pound. Just then, their lips were about to touch, and they kissed. Yuqing, I'm here. Just then, a loud bang was heard as the door was forcefully pushed open, followed by Yang Mani's voice. The two people in the bedroom froze. The next moment, as if electrocuted, they all staggered backward. Both faces turned bright red. That young Manny. Su Yuqing clenched her fists and cursed inwardly. If she hadn't come, she could have kissed her so easily. That guy. Yimo cursed under his breath, somewhat annoyed. The two exchanged a glance, composed themselves, and walked out. Chapter 44 Skill Upgrades, Millions of Fans. What are you doing in there? Yang Manny looked at the two of them with a suspicious expression. He's teaching me how to do my makeup. Su Yuqing smiled. Why would you make him do your makeup? The company has so many beauty experts. We don't need him. Yang Manny said disdainfully. Why are you here again? Yimo glanced at her and said speechlessly. Here to freeload a meal. And while you're at it, meet my lovely Yuqing. Yang Manny said, hugging and kissing Su Yuqing tightly. Yimo shook his head, walked to the side, and took the child with him. Manny, I can't wear any of my clothes anymore. How could that be? Too fat. Here. You're really big now, and soft. It feels so good. Ouch. That hurts. It's not ready yet. Just a little bit more. Two women went into the bedroom, and it was unclear what they were doing. Yimo gave the two babies a bath and a massage, and then started cooking around 4 p.m. After finishing his meal and cleaning up, he left. He was in a very good mood. Back in his studio, he continued working. Ding, ding, ding. While I was carving a piece of jade, my phone rang. He picked it up and was stunned. It was that guy again, sending a whole bunch of photos. In the photo, she is wearing a Spider-Man bodysuit, which perfectly shows off her alluring figure. Combined with the professional shooting angle, she looks particularly sexy and seductive. Especially the photos taken from behind in front of a mirror, which further accentuate the allure of her plump, full buttocks. How is it? Does it look good? I filmed for a long time. What would you like to see next? Yimo. He examined the photos and thought they were actually quite good. After thinking for a moment, he suddenly laughed and replied, Let's make an Ultraman movie. The kind, you know what I mean. Ultraman. On the other end, Ning Yuting was stunned when she saw the message. Holy crap. Is this guy's fetish really that perverted? Such extreme tastes? She was dressed as Ultraman, and he was dressed as a monster. Oh my. How embarrassing. How perverted. She shook her head vigorously, trying to banish those wicked images from her mind. She twitched her fingers, wanting to reply with, You're a pervert, and then firmly refuse. But after typing just one word, she hesitated. The other party is a major investor. She can't afford to offend them. Okay, she replied. Putting down her phone, she sighed. Ning Yuting, how could you be so spineless? You even accepted such a perverted request. You've fallen. Ultraman. Where can I find an Ultraman costume? Then, she became a little worried, not knowing where to buy such clothes. She scratched her head, picked up the milk from the side, held it to her chest, and took a sip through the straw. Let me ask. She found the stores where she had previously bought clothes. Do you have Ultraman costumes? Honey, we don't have any. Honey, you have some rather unique tastes. We don't have them right now, but we'll try to find some for you and fulfill all your requests as much as possible. A reply came quickly. Ning Yuting's lips twitched. Is this what you call special? This is just perverted. Okay. She went back to the shop downstairs. Honey, do you think this style is okay? A while later, the store sent a photo. Puff. She glanced at it, then spat out a mouthful of milk, splashing it all over her chest. This is so ugly. She grabbed a tissue, wiped it, and immediately a huge wave of turmoil ensued. And this one, the latest Dark Ultra Warrior. This one looks alright, let's keep it. Ning Yuting hesitated for a moment before placing the order. This guy, he's not really going to film it, is he? In the studio, Yimo muttered to himself. He was just saying it casually, deliberately trying to make things difficult for her. If he were to actually film it, he doesn't know what the result would be. He put down his phone and continued carving the jade in his hands. Ding. Congratulations, host, your crafting skill has been upgraded. I was busy working until midnight when I suddenly heard the system's voice. Finally upgraded. Yimo was stunned for a moment, then overjoyed. After practicing for so long, he has finally leveled up. He hurriedly opened the system interface, found the manual skills, and clicked on it to see that he had already upgraded from the beginner level to the expert level. At the same time, he felt that he had a lot more knowledge in his mind. What's the difference between the two levels? He picked up a piece of jade and began to carve it. After a while, he had a clear feeling that his skills were more refined and smoother, and that carving felt like an instinct. He only needs to glance at the jade to know what to carve, and he understands every detail perfectly. Why is this jade still a little hot? After carving for a while, he noticed that the jade in his hand was slightly hot. He touched it, but the heat quickly disappeared, and the jade returned to normal. That's strange. He frowned, also unsure of what was going on. Oh right, Ultraman. Looking at the remaining pile of jade, he suddenly had an idea. He would carve them into the shape of Ultraman, a quirky act that might attract more fans. Without hesitation, he selected a portion of the jade and began the process. What's this? The next morning, when the fans saw the update, they were all stunned. This guy is really good at creating drama. A jade-carved Ultraman warrior? Moreover, it wasn't just one, it was a group. That's outrageous. Do you believe in light, young man? 666. I'm dying of laughter. The comments section was unusually lively, far exceeding that of previous videos. Some people even started a bidding war in the comments, and the price skyrocketed. The effect is really good. After taking a nap, Yimo woke up and was very satisfied. Over 9 million followers. We're very close to 10 million. He was full of energy and continued working on the food series and the traditional Chinese-style baby clothes series. He also bought promotional materials to speed up the process of gaining fans. Finally, 10 million. By evening, the number of followers had finally surpassed 10 million. He was somewhat agitated. It's only been half a month since I started uploading videos to now have over 10 million followers. That evening, he received many more phone calls, all of which he rejected except for those from official sources. He's not doing this for the money. It's mainly out of interest. Having a more respectable job would allow him to explain it to his parents and the people around him. Hey, Yimo. He received another call, initially thinking it was from an MCN agency, but he was taken aback when he answered. It's me, Lin Shuichin. Yimo remembered the name, and the image of a quiet girl appeared in his mind. This was his class monitor in college. Back then, there were few girls in the class, and most of the class monitors and committee members were girls. What's wrong? Yimo smiled. Oh, it's like this. Tomorrow is teacher Chen Meng's birthday. We've decided to celebrate with her, since we were her first class of students, and she still thinks about us a lot. You should come too tomorrow. Chapter 45, Yimo's Gift. Putting down his phone, Yimo revealed a hint of reminiscence. He reminisced about his university days. During his 4 years of university, he mostly buried himself in his studies, leading a monotonous life with few memorable moments. However, Ms. Chen Meng was undoubtedly the most vibrant element in his university memories. Teacher Chen Meng is very beautiful. With fair skin, beautiful face, long legs, and a slender waist, she possesses a gentle and elegant temperament, making her the white moonlight of many boys in her class. As an 18-year-old, hot-blooded teenager, he also had some fantasies back then. But that's all in the past. Looking back now, he only feels that he was quite naive in the past. Go. He smiled. It's been so many years, I should go and visit. It's a birthday, so any gift will do. He thought for a moment, then went to find a piece of jade and carved a pair of jade bracelets. The next day at noon, Yemo arrived at the agreed hotel. Yemo? In the hotel lobby, a girl saw him and exclaimed in surprise, seemingly unable to believe it. Yemo looked at her and recognized her. It was squad leader Lin who contacted him. It's me. What? Don't you recognize me? He walked over with a smile. I almost didn't recognize her. Lin Shuiqin looked him up and down, then gave a wry smile. It's only been 2 years, and she almost doesn't recognize this classmate anymore. He's incredibly handsome now, and his demeanor is completely different from before. He's more confident, more radiant, and looks dazzling. She secretly admired it and said, "Go up. It's on the 4th floor, room 415. Good. Yemo nodded and got on the elevator. Yemo? As he entered room 415, he saw many familiar faces. In just 2 years, these classmates haven't changed much, and Yemo can still recognize them. When they saw Yemo, they were all surprised and doubtful, and none of them recognized him. Damn, he's so handsome. It's a shame he's not a gigolo. A slightly chubby man wearing black-rimmed glasses walked over, patted him on the shoulder, and laughed loudly. Why are you still so fat? Yemo looked at him and smiled. This is his college roommate, named Li Yuping. Hey, I'm working overtime every day. How can I have time to lose weight? Of course I can only get fatter and fatter. Li Yuping patted his belly and said helplessly, but how do you maintain your figure? Let's exercise. Yemo smiled. Come on, come sit here with me. Li Yuping pulled him to a nearby table and sat him down. The people next to him were his roommates and a few others he used to be close to. Mosey, what are you doing now? You look so handsome. Exactly. They don't seem like IT people at all. The group joked. I'm not in that industry anymore. I just run my own social media accounts, Yemo said with a smile. No wonder. It's actually quite good. Our line of work is too tough. We can't compare to those who do live streaming at all now. Yeah, that Li Xiaorong, the girl with buck teeth, got plastic surgery and became an internet celebrity. She's making a fortune. I heard her say she easily earns tens of thousands, even hundreds of thousands a month. As they spoke, they pointed to a girl at the next table. Yemo looked over and was stunned for a moment. The girls with buck teeth from before have all become glamorous internet celebrity faces. I didn't really want to come. I'm not doing well. It's embarrassing. But the thought of seeing teacher Chun Meng made me unable to contain myself. Back then, I was a huge fan of hers and thought about her every night. Li Yuping laughed. Haha, I remember one night I saw you doing some handiwork. Were you thinking about teacher Chun? Another roommate laughed. No way. Okay. It's true, but I don't believe you didn't. Li Yuping blushed. No, absolutely not. Who's like you? The group burst into laughter. Even if such a thing happens, it cannot be admitted. Teacher Chun is here. Just then, a shout came from the doorway. The boys got excited and craned their necks to look towards the door. A moment later, surrounded by several girls, a tall and beautiful woman walked in. She was dressed casually, wearing jeans, a black t-shirt, and a black blazer, which accentuated her figure. She has a bright and cheerful appearance, a gentle and quiet temperament, and gives people a comfortable and pleasant feeling at first glance. It hasn't changed much. Yemo sighed. If you do the math, Teacher Chin should be around 28 or 29 years old, but compared to before, there's been no change. Hello, Teacher Chun. Li Yuping shouted excitedly. Hello, students. Chen Ming smiled at everyone and said softly, Teacher Chun, this is a gift I prepared for you. A girl took out a prepared gift and walked up to the teacher, saying, It's lipstick. Teacher, you'll definitely like it. Why buy lipstick? Isn't that a waste of money? Chen Ming shook her head and began to criticize. Teacher Chun, you were so good to us before. Now that we're working, of course we have to buy you some nice gifts, the student said with a smile. Teacher Chun, this is my gift. Teacher Chun, this is a bag I bought for you. It's not expensive, only about 1,000 yuan. Teacher Chun, I bought you a watch. It's not expensive, it's a Longines, only a few thousand yuan. One by one, the students stepped forward and the atmosphere quickly changed. Some people who give ordinary gifts don't even dare to say what the gift is, while those who buy expensive gifts deliberately shout it out, giving off a bit of a show-off and competitive vibe. Soon, Yemo also got up and stepped forward to hand over the prepared gift. Is that Yemo? Chen Ming glanced at him and asked in surprise. Yemo, what did you give me? Someone in the crowd shouted. Just some little trinkets I carved myself, Yemo said with a smile. Did you make it yourself? Yemo is so thoughtful. One of the students laughed. Hey, how much can his self-carved stuff be worth? I thought he'd struck it rich, but he's still so poor. Exactly, I can't even give away something like this. Some people sneered in hushed tones. Don't say that. What you make yourself is the most heartfelt, Chen Meng said with a smile. Let me see what Yi has made. As she spoke, she opened the packaging, revealing an exquisite wooden box inside. She carefully opened the box and peeked inside. The next moment, her beautiful eyes widened, and she stared blankly for a moment. This is no little thing. They were clearly a pair of exquisite and valuable jade bracelets, carved with phoenix patterns, extremely gorgeous. Under the light, the jade gleamed with a warm, crystalline luster, and the two phoenixes on it seemed to come alive. The students nearby crowded around and took a closer look. They were all stunned. They had never seen such a beautiful jade bracelet before. Could Yemo have made such a jade bracelet? How? Is this possible? Chapter 46. Yemo, are you a super influencer with millions of fans? So beautiful. Yemo, did you do this? Many more students gathered around, all with the same shocked expression. At the same time, they couldn't believe that such a perfect pair of jade bracelets was actually made by Yemo. How could he have made it? It was bought from the store, but he pretended to have made it himself. That's just too shameless. The person who had been mocking them spoke up again, their tone sarcastic. These jade bracelets are incredibly valuable. They completely outshine everyone else's gifts. Yemo, did you really do this? Chen Ming looked at the jade bracelet in the box and stammered. She couldn't believe it either. Certainly. Yemo smiled. Huh, he actually has the nerve to admit it. I never realized he was so shameless. More sarcastic remarks arose. Even Su Yuqing and the others frowned, clearly not believing that the pair of jade bracelets were made by Yemo. Look, the phoenixes on these jade bracelets. Don't they look familiar? And the patterns, the level of detail. Suddenly, a girl screamed. Is this phoenix particularly special? Many people were puzzled. Many people took a closer look and also showed expressions of surprise and doubt. This style seems familiar. Moreover, it seems that only that one person can carve jade to such a fine and perfect degree. It really looks like it. Someone picked up their phone, opened Douyin, TikTok, and compared it with the jade bracelet in front of them. Isn't it said that he doesn't sell his jade? Many people have offered exorbitant prices but still can't buy his jade. Not only jade, but also other clothes and gold jewelry. I haven't seen anyone buy them either. Yes, he doesn't sell. So how did Yemo get his jade? They looked at each other in bewilderment. Then, their bodies trembled in unison, all revealing an expression of extreme shock. Since it's not for sale, and Yemo has his jade, doesn't that mean Yemo is the person behind this new dad and this account with millions of followers? What happened? The others looked completely bewildered, not knowing what was going on. Yemo, he's this new dad. He has 10 million fans. Those people came to their senses and smiled wryly. They never imagined that this wildly popular new internet celebrity with millions of followers was actually their classmate. This Yemo is truly a man of great hidden talent. That's amazing. What? 10 million fans. Many people were stunned into silence. 10 million followers. What does this mean? Online, having 1 million followers is already quite an achievement. Those with tens of millions of followers are top-tier internet celebrities who make money as easily as drinking water, and some are even more successful than celebrities. He's a new dad? Even those who knew about the account were equally dumbfounded. This new dad has risen to fame in the last 2 weeks. With his top-notch skills and extraordinary talent, he has caused a sensation on the internet and gained millions of fans. His skills are so high that they have even been recognized by masters from the Palace Museum. In the fields of goldware and jade carving, he has even been deified. Some jade carving masters even called him a once-in-a-millennium genius. This person was actually Yemo. Holy crap! Su Yuqing and the others were also stunned and speechless. I didn't expect to be recognized so quickly. Yemo touched his nose and smiled wryly. He didn't expect to be recognized so easily, nor did he expect that Teacher Chun would open the gift in front of him. Whoosh! The entire room instantly erupted in excitement. Yemo's voice was tantamount to acknowledging his identity. Look, Isn't Yemo's hand exactly the same as in the video? It really is him. He's amazing. Everyone was incredibly excited. Those who had previously made sarcastic remarks now looked dejected and dared not utter a single word. Is Yemo really that amazing? Chen Ming held the wooden box in her hand, still somewhat incredulous. Then, a strong sense of pride welled up in her heart. She, as a teacher, felt proud when her former students achieved success. Yemo, you're amazing, she exclaimed. However, these jade bracelets are too valuable. Teacher, I cannot accept them. Teacher Chen, please accept them. They're just a pair of small trinkets, not very valuable, Yemo said with a smile. Besides, once something is given away, there's no reason to take it back. That's right. With Yemo's current wealth, this is nothing. Teacher, please accept it. Everyone laughed. Shenming had no choice but to accept it for now. Moz, you're amazing. You've been hiding your true abilities. Brother Mo is awesome. When Yemo returned to his seat, Li Yuping and the others were extremely excited. After a while, the food and drinks were served, and everyone began to eat and drink merrily. Yemo had become the second protagonist, with people constantly coming up to toast him and chat with him, all of them flattering and enthusiastic. The banquet lasted until after 1 p.m. before it ended. After seeing Li Yuping and the others off in their car, Yemo took a taxi home by himself. After taking a shower and tidying up, he rushed to Su Yuqing's house. As usual, he first went to the nearby vegetable market, where everyone recognized him and called him Little Yi affectionately. Oh right, diapers. After leaving, he went to a maternity and baby store. Disposable diapers are used up so quickly, especially with 2 babies. As soon as he entered, he saw Su Yuqing practicing yoga. Her tight yoga clothes and seductive poses caught Yemo's eye a few more times. Su Yuqing blushed, stood up, and went to take a shower. Your account seems to have 10 million followers. After taking a shower, she came out wearing a bathrobe, drying her hair as she asked. Yemo took a sniff. She smelled of a pleasant shower gel, a sweet fragrance that was almost intoxicating. Yes, it just broke 10 million yesterday. He nodded. Pretty good. She sat down and smiled sweetly. You've only been here for half a month and you already have so many fans. There will be even more in the future. With advertising fees, you can easily make at least several million a year, maybe even tens of millions. Many minor celebrities actually earn less than you internet celebrities. It's pretty good. Yemo nodded. The two continued talking about work. By the way, can I bring the baby to meet my parents after a while? Suddenly, Yemo asked. Su Yuqing was stunned for a moment upon hearing this. My parents have always wanted to see it and have been urging me to. Yemo smiled wryly. Sure. Su Yuqing nodded and smiled. That way they won't keep pressuring you to go on blind dates. Yes. Seeing them puts my mind at ease. They'll shut them up. Yemo smiled. My mother keeps urging me to see my grandson and granddaughter. I've been putting it off for a long time, and we can't keep putting it off forever. It's time to let them see them. Chapter 47, Yueyun Manor Resort Hotel. In the evening, Yemo cooked dinner. After finishing dinner and cleaning up, it was already past 8 o'clock. Let's go for a walk. Take the baby with us. Su Yuqing suddenly suggested. You're going too? Yemo was taken aback. Yes, it's okay. There aren't many people in the neighborhood at this hour. I'll wear a hat, and no one will recognize me, Su Yuqing said with a smile. She went inside and quickly changed her clothes before coming out. She wore a black blazer on top, black wide-leg trousers on the bottom, a hat on her head, and sunglasses, looking both beautiful and cool. How about it? She twirled gracefully. Yemo nodded repeatedly, somewhat amazed. She has a great figure and can pull off any outfit. Even casual clothes like this make her look sexy and have a charming S-curve. Especially those pants, which are slightly tight and accentuate her full, rounded hips. A patch of white skin on her chest was quite eye-catching. Nice, he exclaimed in admiration. Let's go then. Actually, I rarely take the baby out. We're going to have a good look around today. Su Yuqing smiled sweetly. Ding. Mission successfully triggered. Take your baby for a 2-hour walk to receive a random reward. The system's voice sounded as soon as I stepped out the door. Random rewards. Yemo murmured. Last time I took my baby for a walk for an hour, I got the skill cultivating inner energy as a reward. This time it became a random reward. It's nice to take a walk like this once in a while. The two went downstairs and strolled around the neighborhood. She walked on the left and Yemo on the right, pushing the stroller. The two walked side by side, chatting as they went. People in the distance who saw it all smiled knowingly. They looked like a young couple taking a walk with their child, and the warm atmosphere made them a little envious. Look at this young couple. An old man walked by with his dog and smiled. Both of them were taken aback. Yimo touched his nose, feeling a little embarrassed. Su Yuqing blushed slightly, but quickly recovered. She glanced at the young man beside her, then at the two babies in the car. A warm feeling welled up in her heart, a sweet and cozy sensation rising within her. After walking around the neighborhood, the two went outside. Would you like some milk tea? It'll make me fat. How about just 1 cup? I'll just have a few sips to try it. Su Yuqing bit her red lips and hesitated. So sweet. When she received the milk tea, she took the first sip, and the sweetness went straight to her heart. Yimo took the milk tea, took a sip, and found it sweet and smooth with a unique fragrance. That was the taste of her lipstick. The two strolled along, wandering as they went. Ding! Mission complete, reward drawn. Congratulations, host. You have won ownership of Yueyun Manor Resort Hotel. A hotel. Yimo was somewhat surprised. Last time, the random reward draw resulted in a building. After strolling around for a while longer, the couple returned home, fed the baby, and then painstakingly coaxed him to sleep. I'll head back now. You should get some sleep. Yimo took his leave. He returned to his studio and looked up the Yunzwang Resort Hotel. This is a top-tier luxury resort hotel, nestled in a secluded mountain setting. Judging from its location, it's not far from Emerald Lake. Even the cheapest rooms in the hotel cost 2,000 to 3,000 yuan, which is quite expensive. Not bad. He looked at the photos of the hotel and was quite satisfied. Perfect timing. Mom and Dad can stay here next time they come. The houses in Tianshui Yiyuan were too small and too simple, and he couldn't explain the Emerald Lake No. 1 villa to him yet. So arranging for this hotel was the best choice. The next morning, he called his parents. Really? You can let me see my grandchildren. Mr. Yi was leisurely watching TV when he answered the phone. He jumped up and almost strained his back. He was so excited that his face turned bright red. What grandchildren? From the inner room, Yi's mother came out, puzzled. Xiao Mo said we can see the child now. Mr. Yi said excitedly. Really? That's great. Mother Yi clapped her hands, overjoyed. When? She asked eagerly. We'll go tomorrow. The child is too young to travel by car, Mr. Yi said with a smile. Okay. Let's buy the tickets quickly. We also need to buy some things to take with us. Mother Yi beamed and got to work. After making the call, Yimo continued working. When it was almost noon, he went to Su Yuqing's house to cook and told her that his parents would be coming to see the child the next day. In the afternoon, he received a friend request. Brother Yi. The other party greeted them warmly as soon as they arrived. Who are you? Yimo was a little puzzled. I am Xiao Hu. Yimo immediately grinned. Isn't that young Master Hu? The one who always wears a pink suit and dresses in a very flamboyant way. What's the matter? Hey, nothing much. Just wanted to invite you for a drink. Come to my bar tonight. How about a few drinks? It's on me. Lots of beautiful girls. We're having an event today. I've invited a lot of girls to come. Xiao Hu replied. Not interested. Yimo refused outright. He came again in the evening. Brother, come on. Li Wei, the one who messed with you last time, said he wanted to make amends. I promised you he'd come, otherwise I'd lose face. Brother, please. Yimo was speechless. Okay. Unable to resist his persistent pleading, he had no choice but to agree. Around 10 o'clock, he drove to the bar. After parking his car outside, he walked to the door. Brother Yi, you've finally arrived. Hu Yifan had been waiting for a while and jogged over to greet him. Brother Yi, I'm sorry. Behind him stood the hip-hop youth, who immediately bowed. Forget it. Yimo waved his hand. He looked down on these rich second-generation heirs who played with women, but since they apologized to his face, he figured he was giving Hu Yifan, this young master, some face. Thank you, Brother Yi. Li Wei stood up and said excitedly. Who's that guy? He's so handsome. That looks like Mr. Hu, the owner of the bar. Why is he being so respectful and polite to that person? Who is he? Many eyes turned to look, some with surprise and curiosity. The women, in particular, all had a look of amazement in their eyes. Brother Yi, come on in, have a seat. I've already arranged a table. What would you like to drink? Order whatever you like. It's on me tonight. How many girls do you want? What kind? I can arrange it. Hu Yifan warmly led Yimo inside. A row of security guards led the way, creating an impressive scene. Once inside, Guillermo sat down in a booth and looked around. Sure enough, there were quite a few beautiful women, dressed in revealing and sexy clothes, their long legs very eye-catching. Suddenly, his gaze sharpened and fell on one of them. He recognized the person. It was Qin Lu, the internet celebrity he had met on a blind date that day. Chapter 48. Guillermo, you bastard. Brother Yi, which one have you taken a fancy to? I'll bring them over for you. Beside him, Hu Yifan patted his chest and said generously, You paid for all of this? Guillermo asked in surprise. More or less. Hu Yifan laughed. I can invite you over, but whether you can take him away depends on your own abilities, Brother Yi. But I think with your charm, it should be very easy. Why take it away? Brother Yi, aren't you just asking a question you already know the answer to? Hu Yifan chuckled. Guillermo grinned upon hearing this, and the two exchanged a knowing smile. These rich kids are really going all out. You can play by yourself. I already have a child, he said irritably. What? Brother Yi, you have a child? Hu Yifan was somewhat shocked. Then you and Attorney Fu? It's nothing. She's my high school classmate. Guillermo said. Oh, I thought it was that kind of relationship. Hu Yifan shook his head and said with a wry smile. Come on, Brother Yi, let's drink. No, I have to drive back. Let me have some water first. Guillermo took a bottle of water directly. All right, let's drink. Cheers. Hu Yifan picked up his wine glass and clinked it against Guillermo's. The atmosphere inside the bar was noisy and boisterous. Many people glanced at a booth in the middle. There, a group of security guards stood, completely surrounding the booth in the middle, making quite a show of force. They must be some very important person. Could it be young Master Wang? Many people are speculating. Lulu, look, there are so many security guards over there. In a corner of the bar, a scantily clad, glamorous woman pointed to the booth in the middle and said to Qin Lu beside her. What a grand display. Qin Lu was also somewhat surprised when she saw it. Those who can be surrounded by so many security guards must be very important people. That guy in pink looks like Boss Hu. He's personally accompanying him. That's quite a big deal. The beautiful woman looked at it carefully and exclaimed in surprise. Who exactly is this person? Qin Lu became even more curious and took a few steps forward to take a closer look inside the booth. The next moment, she shuddered. Her beautiful eyes widened, revealing a strong look of disbelief. She recognized the person next to Boss Hu. Isn't that the idiot you went on a blind date with that night? How come this guy is sitting with Boss Hu? That guy is so handsome. The beautiful woman saw it clearly and exclaimed in surprise. What good is being handsome? He's just an idiot. Qin Lu curled her lip and cursed. Lulu, do you recognize him? The beautiful woman asked in surprise. Didn't I tell you that I met a complete idiot on that blind date the other day? It was him. He had a beat-up electric scooter, but he insisted on calling it a sports car. He was shameless. He's just a con artist who doesn't have a penny to his name. Qin Lu said indignantly. Thinking about that blind date made her furious. Let me tell you, this kind of man is obviously a womanizer who's good at swindling money from women. He's a spineless coward who lives off women. She felt unsatisfied and continued to curse. It's him? But why is he sitting there? The beautiful woman asked in confusion. According to Lulu, this person is a poor wretch who rides a beat-up electric bike. But how could someone like that be sitting next to Boss Hu? Heh, maybe it's a male model hired by Boss Hu. Qin Lu sneered. That makes sense. To be honest, he really is handsome. If you didn't have a grudge against him, I'd actually like to ask him for a date, the glamorous woman said with a smile. I want some too. That way I can properly humiliate him. Qin Lu sneered. Just then, there was movement from the middle booth area. The security guards made way for the people inside and stood up one after another. Brother Yi, let me see you out. Hu Yifan bowed, stepped forward a few paces, and gestured for him to enter. On either side of him, the others also looked at the handsome young man sitting in the middle with respectful expressions. After a while, the young man straightened his clothes and stood up leisurely. Qin Lu and the other person were stunned by what they saw. Their beautiful eyes widened in disbelief, and their mouths were agape, unable to close. This is just unbelievable. Judging from the respectful way those people were acting, it was as if that guy was the main character tonight, with some amazing background. Lulu, didn't you say? After a while, the beautiful woman came to her senses, looked at Qin Lu, and asked incredulously. I don't know either. Qin Lu shook her head, looking confused. She had no idea what was going on. According to the introducer, Yimo didn't have any special background. He just came from an ordinary family. Could it be that he lied to me? She murmured something, then hurriedly pushed through the crowd and walked out. Once outside, she saw Yimo bid farewell to Boss Hu and the others and walk towards the parking area. Soon, he stopped, and in front of him was an incredibly cool silver sports car. Does he really own a sports car? She was stunned, frozen in place. It turns out he wasn't lying to himself. He really did own a sports car. That day, he must have wanted to test me, but I didn't expect to be so easily tested and to ruin the marriage. In an instant, she was filled with remorse. Wait for me. The next moment, she rushed forward, wearing high heels, and ran at the speed of a 100-meter sprint, jumping into the car before Yimo could react. Holy crap, you can do that. At the entrance, Hu Yifan and the others were all stunned. Brother Yi came over and only sat for half an hour. He didn't say a word to the girl, but when he left, a girl took the initiative to throw herself into his arms. His charm is just too outrageous. Get down. Inside the car, Yimo glanced at Qin Lu beside him and coldly shouted, Yimo, I was wrong last time. Please forgive me, okay? Qin Lu patted her bulging chest, calmed her breathing, and said in a pitiful tone. She deliberately pulled down her skirt, revealing her fair thighs, and then struck a seductive pose. It's so hot. Seeing that Yimo remained unmoved, she took off her coat and pulled the collar down even lower, revealing a deep cleavage. Yimo glanced at her. She had a good figure and was quite attractive, but he wasn't interested in her at all. Is it hot? He muttered something and turned the air conditioner down to the teens. Giggle. A gust of cold wind made Qin Lu shiver. She endured it for a while, but couldn't take it anymore, so she opened the car door and got out reluctantly. Yimo, you bastard. Watching the sports car speed away, she stomped her foot, looking furious. Chapter 49, The Happy Yi Parents. The train station was packed with people. Another group of people got off the bus and poured out of the gate. Among them was a middle-aged couple, around 50 years old, dressed very simply. Both of them were carrying large bags and small packages, which looked quite heavy, and they seemed to be struggling to carry them, but their faces were beaming with smiles, as if they had some great joy to celebrate. Dad, Mom, why are you bringing so much stuff? Isn't it heavy? Yimo scanned the crowd, spotted them, and hurriedly went to greet them. This is nothing. Ye's father laughed heartily. Son, you should bring all of these. Look, this bag is eggs, all from your grandma's own free-range chickens. Their eggs are the most nutritious. And this bag contains 2 free-range chickens that were just slaughtered. And these bags are all vegetables grown in our own fields. Mother Yi smiled. Mom, why did you bring all this? Yimo said helplessly. Here, you can have some. You can also take some to your wife. They're all pure, natural, green vegetables, grown by your grandma herself. She's overjoyed that we're here to see our grandchildren. If we didn't stop her, she and your grandpa would have killed all the chickens. Yimadeo. All right. Yimo shook his head and smiled wryly. What are you standing there for? Let's go? Hurry up. Father Yi urged anxiously. Yes. Let's hurry up and see the child sooner. Ye's mother added. Mom, let me get it. Yimo snatched most of the bag, carried it in his hand, and followed. Driver, to Yunyunswang Resort Hotel. Once in the taxi, Yimo said to the driver, A hotel? What are you going to a hotel for? Mother Yi was taken aback and asked in confusion. Yes. Son, aren't you going home? Ye's father also asked. Mom and Dad, I've booked a hotel for you. You can stay here for the next few days. This resort hotel is quite nice. The environment is really nice. You can take walks here when you have time, unlike at home where it's so stuffy. Yimo smiled. Hey, what are you doing? Isn't this a waste of money? You have a home, but you stay in a hotel. What a joke. Mr. Yi said sternly. Son, how much is this hotel per night? It's a resort hotel. It sounds expensive. Mother Yi frowned. 5,000 yuan. 5,000 yuan. Mr. Yi was immediately speechless, his eyes widening in astonishment. Ye's mother was also wide-eyed with shock. She's never even stayed in a hotel that costs 500 yuan, let alone one that costs 5,000 yuan. This is such a waste. Let's return it. She snapped out of her daze and quickly said, It's all right. We're just staying for a few days, not long-term, Yimo said with a smile. If you're not staying, I won't bring the kids. You sigh. Mr. and Mrs. Yi exchanged a helpless glance. Son, let it go this time, but don't be so wasteful in the future, understand? Mother Yi scolded. I know. I know. Yi Mo nodded vigorously, as if he were pounding garlic. About 40 minutes later, we arrived at the hotel. Wow. When they got out of the car, the two elderly people were stunned. The hotel in front of us is nestled among mountains and rivers, quiet and elegant, with a classic style that exudes an air of ultimate luxury. After entering the lobby and completing the formalities, a waiter led them to an elegant suite. There are several rooms inside, and when you open the living room window, you can see the lake and garden scenery. That's great. Ye's father sighed. 5,000 yuan. Ye's mother said softly, feeling a little sorry for him. Mom and Dad, you two rest for a bit. I'll go pick up the child. Okay. Be careful on the road. Yi Mo took a taxi home, drove his Lamborghini to Su Yuqing's house, and picked up the child. Watch out. Su Yuqing carefully gave her instructions. Rest assured, Yi Mo put the child in the car seat before setting off. Quick, let me hug you. He was carrying his child when he arrived at the door. Ye's father couldn't wait to greet him and took the baby boy from his arms. Wow. The baby boy stared at the stranger with his dark eyes, then burst into tears. Oh, don't cry. Don't cry. Mr. Yi panicked and patted the baby to comfort him. Give it to me. Seeing the baby crying incessantly, Yi Mo said. Left with no other option, Mr. Yi had to hand the baby back. Once in Yi Mo's arms, the baby boy immediately stopped crying. Hey, this little guy. Ye's father gave a wry smile. What's your rush? You're not even familiar with him. What are you holding? Ye's mother glared at him and scolded. Son, this is a baby boy, right? What's his name? No. That's a nice name. Look, her features, don't they look like our son's? When she grows up, she'll definitely be as handsome as our son. And this little girl? What's her name? Jingjing. That's a nice name too. Mother Yi came closer, looking at her grandson and granddaughter with great joy. The more she looked at it, the more she liked it, and she smiled so broadly her mouth was wide open. Son, this child's mother, are you not going to bring her to us to see? Mr. Yi looked at the baby for a while and then asked. Let's talk about it later. Yi Mo said. These days, he could feel that his relationship with Su Yuqing had made great progress, but he couldn't say what would happen in the future. Okay, as long as you bring the baby to see us often, we won't interfere. It's your own business. You can make your own decisions. We can't control you anymore. Mr. Yi said with a smile. He looked at his son with a face full of pride. His son's achievements have far surpassed those of this old man, and he can no longer control him. Sweetie, let Grandma give you a hug. After comforting the baby boy for a while, Ye's mother reached out and picked him up again. Nono didn't cry. Instead, she grinned and acted very affectionately. Son, what happened on that blind date? I heard from your aunt that after he went home, he kept saying bad things about you, which made your aunt feel embarrassed. After a while, Ye's mother asked. That person has a terrible temper. Yi Mo then briefly recounted what had happened that day. Mom, you and Aunt don't need to worry about me anymore. Don't make any more arrangements for me. I can handle my own affairs. All right, Mother Yi said helplessly. Then, Yi Mo talked to them about some work-related matters. Although they didn't know much about social media, they were still excited when they heard about having 10 million followers. They knew that the more followers they had, the better, and the more money they could make. Yi Mo stayed here all afternoon, keeping them company and the baby. He arranged dinner for his parents in the evening before sending the baby back home. Chapter 50 Ji Zishuan's Difficulties. The next morning, Yi Mo brought the baby to visit her parents again. The two grandparents were busy playing with the baby and had a great time. Chairman Yi Mo walked out of the room and into the lobby. A woman in her 30s, dressed in business attire, with a plump figure and a pretty face, greeted him. She was Li Lijuan, the manager of the hotel. Li Lijuan bowed slightly, looked up at the young man in front of her, and a look of amazement flashed in her eyes. Then, she felt a wave of fear wash over her. She only found out this morning that this man was the new owner of the hotel and that he had checked in with his parents yesterday. If something had gone wrong with the reception yesterday, she would have been in big trouble. Fortunately, everything went smoothly and nothing went wrong. Mr. Yi, how about changing to a suite? There are a few rooms with even better views. She whispered. Need not. Yi Mo waved his hand. My parents already think 5,000 yuan a night is too expensive. If we change to something even more expensive, they'll start nagging us. All right, Mr. Yi, let me show you around. Li Juan said respectfully. Good. Yi Mo nodded and followed her, taking a tour of the hotel. Chairman Yi, this is our restaurant, which is also very famous. It's called Yuan Chinese Restaurant. It has always received high ratings. Last year, it was awarded 2 diamonds by Matewan's Black Pearl Award. There are only 5 2-diamond restaurants in the entire H city. The two arrived at the restaurant. Good. Yi Mo glanced at it and nodded approvingly. Let's go check out the kitchen. Li Juan led the way inside. It was already past 11 o'clock, and the kitchen was bustling with activity, filled with a rich and enticing aroma. It's quite clean, not bad. Yi Mo looked around and found the entire kitchen to be very clean and tidy, with staff dressed neatly and of high quality. He walked over and looked around. The guests at table number 5 have canceled their order again. A short while later, a waiter came in from the doorway carrying a bowl of food. Retreat again? This is the 3rd time. An uproar immediately erupted in the kitchen. Returning dishes is something that happens occasionally, but being returned 3 times in a row is something I've never encountered before. Is this some kind of troublemaking tactic? One of the chefs said indignantly. Don't say anything more. If the customer returns the dish, just make it again until he is satisfied. The head chef waved his hand and shouted, I'll do it this time. After saying that, he glanced at Li Juan and laughed. It seems we've encountered a picky customer this time. With Master Huang personally taking charge, I think there won't be any problems. Li Juan smiled. This chef Huang is a famous culinary master who has won numerous awards in various competitions and possesses superb culinary skills. Master Huang adjusted his hat and began cooking. Yi Mo was very interested and started watching from the side. At this moment, a young woman was sitting by the window in the restaurant. She was stunningly beautiful, with a cold and aloof demeanor like ice. She wore a luxurious black dress that clung to her figure, highlighting her graceful and exquisite curves. The skirt was slit in the middle of her thigh, revealing a pair of snow-white, slender legs. On her crystal-clear jade feet were a pair of expensive, exquisite high heels. Her skin was very white, like ice and jade, and her beautiful eyes were clear and cold, giving people a feeling of keeping them at a distance, and she had an aura of being untouched by worldly affairs. She wore a pair of dazzling diamond earrings and a more dazzling diamond necklace around her neck. On her pale wrist was a luxurious Patek Philippe watch studded with diamonds. This outfit exudes a luxurious and noble air. She sat gracefully, holding her wine glass in her right hand, swirling it gently a few times, then opening her red lips and taking a sip. Her delicate eyebrows relaxed, and she nodded slightly. The wine was pretty good, but as she picked up a piece of meat from the plate, put it in her mouth, and chewed it gently, her brows furrowed. The beef was overcooked and tasted terrible. As for the taste, it was also just so-so. She shook her head, spat it out, and beckoned the waiter over. The guests at table number 5 have canceled their dishes again. Another uproar erupted in the kitchen. Isn't this just picking a fight? Many chefs angrily cursed. This time, even Master Huang couldn't hold back. He'd been back on the road for a while now, and he'd never seen such a picky eater. She canceled it again. She said the pan-fried ribbon fish wasn't cooked properly and was too oily. When the dishes he prepared were served and then returned, his expression finally changed. Li Juan frowned. Chef Huang is already the most skilled chef here. If even he can't do it, then no one else can satisfy this guest. How about I go and talk to this customer? She hesitated. This is the only way. Master Huang sighed. No need. I'll make it for him. At this moment, Yi Mo smiled and spoke. Who are you? Master Huang was taken aback, looking surprised. He glanced at Yi Mo and sneered. A young punk like Yi Mo, you think your skills are better than mine? Cough. Li Juan coughed loudly and whispered. Master Huang, this is Chairman Yi, the new owner of our hotel. Master Huang's face froze instantly, his expression incredibly complex. Chairman Yi, I'm so sorry. I didn't know it was you. His face flushed red, and he said with shame. The other chefs were also shocked and incredulous. They never expected that this incredibly handsome young man would be the hotel's new owner. Fine. Yi Mo smiled and waved his hand. Let me do it. Chairman Yi, you can cook? Li Juan exclaimed, looking surprised. Judging from Chairman Ye's demeanor, he is very serious. But how could Mr. Yi, who is so young, possibly have cooking skills that can compare to Chef Huang's? I know a little, Yimo said modestly. Chairman Yi, please. Master Huang is warm and authentic. He naturally didn't believe that this young Chairman Yi was that good at cooking, but since he was the boss, he could do whatever he wanted. I'll make this beef dish. Yimo looked at the dishes that had been returned and chose one of them. Chairman Yi, this is premium Wagyu beef. Master Huang reminded him. I know. Yimo nodded, rolled up his sleeves, and picked up the iron pot. A chef prepared all the ingredients for the dish and handed them to him. Boom. Heat the wok, add oil, then stir fry. A 4 or 5 pound iron pot is as light as a feather in his hands. He tosses it up and drops it with ease. Amidst the roaring flames, everyone in the kitchen was stunned. These superb movements could not have been achieved without more than 10 years of practice. This Chairman Yi is truly a master. Master Huang's eyes widened, and he became more and more shocked as he looked. Li Juan's eyes were wide open, her face blank. Isn't this Chairman Yi a second-generation rich kid? How could someone who was pampered since childhood possess such amazing culinary skills? This is unbelievable.